All of you should have those, but our first order was to call the order. Before we get started, I want to take a moment of personal privilege. If there's no objection by the commissioners, I just want to thank the vice chair and several of the commissioners for running a meeting. I believe Commissioner Haynes ran a meeting and the vice chair, and I just want to say thank you for doing that while I was out. Many of you may know, but I was having more regular diverticulitis issues, and so I had a small surgery to rectify that, and it's a long recovery process, but feeling really good, and had a meeting with my doctor just recently, and he said I'm ready to go. So I appreciate everybody for understanding that, and want to thank everybody. Also, secondly, I didn't have the chance to welcome new Commissioner Jim Lawson. Welcome. I know that you'll find that the commissioners and the team are very passionate about our city, and I know you will be too. And so welcome to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And hopefully we won't keep you too late. We've been known to go long, haven't we, Director?
Sadly, yes. But Metro Council keeps showing us up, so I don't think, they're sort of the past midnight people. So
that's true. That's true.
I'll hold my report till the end about that.
Thank you, Council Lady. And just a few housekeeping items, and then we'll go right on to roll call. But first, if everybody, and I know you guys know this, just a friendly reminder, if you're not talking, please try to put yourself on mute. That way everyone can hear a lot better. Also, when I say, or the director says, raise your hands, that is not raise your hand physically. It's the app on, it's a little icon on the app. And so there's a little button there to raise your hands. And then also, commissioners, anytime you want to, if we don't see your hand or I don't see your hand, please speak up, and we'll take you from there. And so for our first order of business is roll call. And so when I say, if you're present, if you'll just say present, that would be great. And so we'll go down the list and do roll call. First is Commissioner Blackshear.
Present.
Commissioner Vice Chair Farr.
Present.
Commissioner Gobble.
Present.
Commissioner Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Lawson.
Present.
Council Lady Murphy.
Present.
Commissioner Sims.
Commissioner Sims is attempting to join. She's having some login issues, so I'm working with her now on that. So hopefully she'll join us in a minute.
We'll make a note that she's present, trying to get on. And Commissioner Tips.
Here.
Excellent. Well, we'll go ahead and get started with the official meeting. And our first order of business under the agenda is item B, which is to establish that COVID-19 requires telephonic meetings is permitted under Executive Order number 16 by Tennessee Governor Bill Lee. And I want to hand it over to our prestigious attorney, Mr. Quant.
Mr. Poole is in a hearing right now, so this is Alex Dickerson, Metro Legal. I'll say
Alex, I apologize.
It's a great person to be confused with. That's all. Okay.
You're recognized.
Okay, so all that the commission has to do, and you're familiar with this, is find that the agenda constitutes essential business of this body, and that meeting electronically is necessary for the health, safety, and well-being of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Excellent. And so we will need a motion that the meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak. Any planning rules that are in conflict with the governor's order are hereby temporarily suspended till the governor's order is no longer in effect. Is there a motion to adopt that we hold this meeting telephonically?
So
And I
moved.
think Vice Chair, you make the motion. And Commissioner Tibbs, you want a second?
I second that.
All right, excellent. That's a proper motion and a proper second. Any discussion? Please raise your hand and your icon hand. And seeing none, and we will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Blackshear,
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr,
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Aye, okay. Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims. Lucy, is Commissioner Sims on?
No, she is not logged in yet.
Okay, we'll go. Let me know when she's on. That way we can get her on the roll call. And then Commissioner Tibbs.
Yes.
All right, ayes have it, and we will hold the meeting telephonically. And the next is the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out to everybody prior to the meeting and posted. So we will need a motion to adopt unless there's questions. I want to make sure if there's any questions, if you could raise your hand in the icon, or now we are ready for a motion. So is there anyone wishing to make a motion? Vice Chair,
I will make a motion that we accept the minutes.
proper motion. Is there a second? If you'll raise your hand and your icon. And Commissioner Tibbs.
Second that.
All right, that's a proper second. Any other discussion? You'll raise your hand and your icon or verbally say you want to discuss anything. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor, you'll vote when I call your name. And we'll start with Commissioner Blackshear,
Aye.
Commissioner Farr,
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Councilor Murphy,
Aye.
Councilor Murphy,
Aye, sorry.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Yes.
And the ayes have it, and we have adopted the agenda, and now we are on to item D, which is the approval of the June 25th, 2020 minutes. And those are also sent out and posted, and we will need a motion to approve the minutes. If you'll raise your hand. Vice Chair?
I will make that motion.
To approve the minutes, perfect. And is there a second?
Second.
And who was that? Just that
Commissioner Lawson.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Lawson. It's a proper motion. And second, any discussion on those minutes or any questions? I want to make sure that everybody has a minute to respond. Let me know. No, I see no other icon hands. So we will go through a roll call on and vote aye when I call your name. Commissioner Blackshear,
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr,
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble, Commissioner Gobble, we'll come back. Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Councilor Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Sims, she on.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
perfect. Welcome, Commissioner Sims.
Thank you. I had to change. I've got a new computer and it didn't.
Oh, welcome. We're glad you're on. You made it. Commissioner Tibbs,
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble. Ayes have it. And the minutes have been approved. And now we're on to the recognition of the council members. It's a little harder, but I think I just write down your name as I see you come on to WebEx, and so it's first come, first serve. I do want to say to the council members, thank you for being on the call. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you guys, everyone, and the work in their districts. And so we'll start with, and then if you want to, you can either speak now or you can speak during the item that you want to speak on. So the first was Commissioner Hauser. Council Lady Hauser. And she's on here.
Yes, okay. Yes, thank you. I have one item on the agenda today. The property 7335 Old Charlotte Pike. I had sent the reviewer some wording that I thought was incorrect on that. As it is written, it mentions that the ingress egress is from Charlotte Pike, and it is not. It is from Old Hickory Boulevard. They'd have to go over 2 other pieces of property to get to Charlotte Pike. And I drove by over the weekend just to make sure I didn't have it wrong. But it actually goes through they have a current development, and this is an addition to the current development. And they will be exiting from the new development through the current development onto Old Hickory Boulevard. And I wanted to make sure that gets written up properly.
Thank you, Council Lady. Lisa, are you on the line?
Lisa, this is item 36.
So I didn't know if that means it need to be deferred to be those adjustments made, or if we can just make a note on it today.
Hi, this is Lisa with planning. Hold on just a second. I'm getting there in my staff report.
Thank you. Yeah, the person, and I don't remember now if it was you or who it was listed as the reviewer. I emailed them last week and pointed out which pages the errors were on, and then said I was going to go back out and check and make sure I wasn't putting it properly. And when there's a way for them to get to Charlotte.
So this project has access on Old Charlotte Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard.
Only on Old Hickory Boulevard. There's not access on Old Charlotte Pike, and there is not access on Charlotte Pike. Neither of those 2 streets. The access is only from Old Hickory Boulevard.
I believe there's an emergency access from Old Charlotte Pike. You can see that on page 170 on your staff report. The full access is on Old Hickory Boulevard.
Yes. Okay. The report that I got did not say Old Hickory Boulevard. It said Charlotte Pike on it.
I believe it's just a typographical error, but the plan is correct in the report.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure because I noted in 2 different places it was referring to Charlotte Pike instead of Old Hickory Boulevard.
No, it is Old Hickory Boulevard.
Okay, great. I'm fine then.
Thank you, Council Lady. We really appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Anything else, Council Lady?
Sorry, I already moved it. No, that was the only thing I wanted to mention.
Okay, thank you, Council Lady. Next I saw on the app was Councilman Hager.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Thank you very much. I've got 5 things on the Planning Commission today. Item 4, item 9, item 17, I think they're going to be deferred. Then I have item 37 and 38 that are not on consent that we'll discuss when we come to those 2 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and I'm assuming you'll be on the line for those items.
As long as it's not 1 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, we'll try. All right, the other council members, you heard that. You can't talk very well. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, Councilman, I'll recognize you for sure when your items come up. Next I saw was Council Lady Van Rees, Nancy Van Rees. Council Lady.
Hey, good afternoon, and it's good to hear you're back in action.
Thank you, Council Lady.
Thank you again, commissioners, for your support to keep our city moving. There are 2 items on the consent agenda, and as is my ilk, whether present or virtual, I like to just chime in, even if it's on consent. Items number 19A and 19B concurrent with each other on a property at the corner of West Due West Avenue and South Graycroft Avenue. The virtual community meetings went very well, as well as additional community engagement. In fact, well over 700 unique views of information regarding this on the socials. And so it has our full support. And just wanted to chime in and say hi, and hopefully we'll keep everything in District 8 on consent for another year. We'll try our best.
Thank you, Council Lady. I really appreciate you joining us today. Next, we have Councilwoman Toombs.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I am calling in about item number 45, which is a rezoning request at 9th and Clay. The actual site of the project is actually in District 21, and I'm calling in support of Councilman Taylor. One side of Clay Street is District 21 and the other side is District 2. So when this project was proposed to Councilman Taylor, he invited me as well as the District 2 residents in the area to the community meeting that was held, I believe, back in December of last year. The project was well received. The community was excited about it. I don't recall any negative feedback. I believe the developer is trying to rezone one of 3 parcels from R6 to commercial. The other 2 parcels are already zoned commercial, and even though it's in a neighborhood maintenance area, it makes sense for that last parcel to be rezoned to commercial to be more in sync with the other 2 parcels. And again, the community was very excited about it and liked the project, so I think that it should go forward. And I will leave the rest up to Councilman Taylor.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And we have Councilman Swope.
Thank you, Chairman Atkins, and welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
I believe I have 2 items. I think one of them has been deferred, and I'm not sure. Item 42, 2020Z071 PR001. Is it still on the agenda, or did they defer this?
My notes are showing deferral. Let's just, Director, is that a deferral? Item 42?
That's correct. Item 42, the rezoning for property at Old Hickory Boulevard near Woodlands Avenue is deferred to August the 27th.
Excellent, thank you. The other thing I have that is not on consent is item 46. 2020Z ADPR. This is a change on 126 acres, which encompasses several hundred homes in and around Granbury Elementary, from R15, R20, and R40 current zonings to RS15, RS20, and RS40. We have had 2 of these properties already have had houses knocked flat and 2 or 3 homes put up on them. And that has caused quite an uprising in the community to the extent that we had a community meeting on this before the coronavirus locked us all in our homes. And almost 300 people showed up. It was almost unanimous to do this. This has immense community support. There are 5 or 6 homes that have opted out of it, and we will be substituting this because I have 2 more homes in my hand right here that need to be pulled from this. But I would ask your support tonight on this. Again, this has massive community support to keep the community exactly the way it is, 1 home per lot. These are all large lots, predominantly large lots. And again, I would ask your support and pass this tonight.
Thank you, Councilman. Next,
thank you,
is Councilman Sean Parker. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. I will wait for the Foster Street item to come up, and I'll share my thoughts then. But I appreciate y'all for having me.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Councilman. Appreciate it. Next, I saw Councilwoman Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'll add to that welcome back chorus. And thanks to the whole commission for being here today. I have 3 items on the agenda. So if Larry needs me to step in past 1 a.m., I'd be glad to do that. Items 10 and 13, I believe, are going to be deferred to the August 27th meeting. And then item 40 is on the agenda for today. And I'd like to speak to that when that item is addressed.
Okay, we'll do that, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
And I didn't see any other director. Did I lose
Councilman
Councilman? Councilman, how are you? I'm sorry I didn't see.
No problem.
I didn't. I've been trying to keep up with everybody, but it's a long list. You're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. No, I have 2 items on the agenda tonight, number 41 and number 45. They're both on consent. We may have some, not sure, Lisa, are we planning to have some discussion on number 45? If so, I can wait until that time.
Hi, this is Lisa. That item will be presented.
Thank you, Ms. Milligan. So yeah, I'll wait till that time. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Councilman, and I apologize for that.
Oh, no problem.
Your name on there.
I'm a newbie. I'm still a newbie.
Oh, no, we're all newbies. Thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure. Did I miss any
Chairman,
others?
Chairman, I see Councilwoman Porterfield on the line as well. We were just texting that her item has been deferred, but you might see if she'd like to speak.
Council Lady Porterfield, are you on the line?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that that item was deferred, and I'll be logging back off now. You guys have a great day.
Oh, yeah, I figured you'd stay till 1 a.m. with us. Sorry, Council Lady.
That's okay. I appreciate the work that you guys do, but I'm still catching up on my rest from our 2 a.m. meeting. So best wishes,
Yeah.
And may the odds ever be in your favor. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you, Council Lady. Anyone else, Director? Any other council members, Lisa, that I've missed? I haven't had.
Give me a moment. I'm scrolling through. I don't see any.
Okay. Let me scroll through one time, make sure. Commissioners, did I miss any council members? You guys got to keep me straight.
I think we're good.
All right. Well, that concludes our recognition of council members. But like I said, when we get to the item, the council members always able to speak, and want to make sure that every council member has adequate time at the end of each item. So I appreciate y'all being on. Next is items for deferral or withdrawal. And I believe Lisa is going to go through those items. Lisa?
Hi, yes, give me just a second to get my agenda pulled up. Okay, we have the following items for deferral or withdrawal. Item number 1, 2020 CP 010001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. And I will note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item number 2, 2019 SP 009001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 3, 2020 SP 030001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 4, 2020 SP 032001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 5, 2015 S 166002. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 6, 2018 S 209001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 7, 2019 S 086001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 8, 2019 S 234001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 9, 2020S041001, and this is on page 7 of your agenda. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 10, 2020S054001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 11, 2020S066001. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 12, 2020S098001. Staff recommendation is to withdraw. Item number 13 on page 8 of your agenda, 2020S113001. Staff recommendation is to defer to August 27th. Item number 14, 2019 HP 001001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 15, and these are on page 8 of your agenda, 2020Z 082PR 001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 16, 2020Z 083PR 001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 17, 2020Z 069PR 001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. And I will note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. On page 9 of your agenda, item number 19, 2020S119001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. On page 10 of your agenda, item number 22, 2015 SP 084003. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 23, 2016 SP 055002. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 25, 2020 SP 031001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. On page 12 of your agenda, item number 33, 95P 025006. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th meeting. Item number 34, 6576P 001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. On page 14 of your agenda, item number 39, 12383P 001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting. I would note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item 42, 2020Z 071PR 001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, Lisa. And so, commissioners, we'll go real slow because there are a lot of items here. And Lisa, make sure that I get these correct. And commissioners, so items for deferral withdrawal are items number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 23, 25, 33, 34, 39, and 42. Is that correct, Lisa?
Item 19 is not deferred.
Item 19 is not deferred. What is item 19? Is it going to be?
It's under the consent item. 19A and B is on consent.
Perfect. I thought I heard you say 19. Okay.
It is not for deferral.
All right. So it's item 18, 22, 23, 25, 33, 34, 39, and 42. All right, commissioners, you've heard those items to be deferred or withdrawn. Is there a motion to do so? Raise your hand and your icon hand. And Vice Chair? Vice Chair, you're recognized for the motion.
Sorry, I was so proud of myself for raising my hand. I forgot to unmute. Sorry, I make a motion that we accept the items for deferral or withdrawal.
The proper motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Second, that's Commissioner Lawson. Thank you, sir. Any discussion? If you'll raise your hand or verbally say you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, now we will vote on this item when I call your name. If you'll vote. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it. And this item, these items are deferred. I appreciate y'all very, very much. And now we are on to the next item, which is the consent agenda. Lisa.
Okay. As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items. The following items are on the consent agenda. Item number 19A, 2020 CP 004001. On page 9 of your agenda, Madison Community Plan Amendment. It's a request to amend the Madison Community Plan by changing from T3 Neighborhood Maintenance to Transition for property located on Graycroft Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 19B, 2020Z 072PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS20 to ON for property located on Graycroft Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 20A, 2020 CP 006001, Bellevue Community Plan Amendment. It's a request to amend the Bellevue Community Plan by changing from T3 Neighborhood Maintenance to T3 Community Center for a portion of property located on Highway 100. Staff recommendation is to approve. The associated case 20B, 2020 SP 017001, formerly 2020Z 052PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS40 to SP for property located on Highway 100 to permit a restaurant. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. On page 10 of your agenda, item number 21, 2020Z 010TX001. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code, the zoning ordinance, to clarify language within the downtown code relating to the bonus height program and transfer of development rights. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 24, 2018 SP 027001, 12558 Old Hickory Boulevard. It's a request to rezone from AR2A to SP for property located on Old Hickory Boulevard to permit up to 2 residential units, office, retail, warehouse, and building contractor supply. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. On page 11 of your agenda, item number 26, 2020 SP 033001, Second and Monroe SP. It's a request to rezone from IR to SP for properties located on Second Avenue North to permit a mixed-use development. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 27, 2020S 114001, a resub of parts of lot number 84, 85, 86, and 87 on the plan of Kenmore Place. It's a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots on properties located at 1223 and 1225 Kenmore Place. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 28, 2020S 117001, Plus Park Section 17 resub of Lot 21. It's a request for final plat approval to create 3 lots on property located on Plus Park Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 29, 2013 UD 002024, Murfreesboro Pike UDO Green Pastures. It's a request for modification to the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay front setback and perimeter fencing requirements for property located on Murfreesboro Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve the 3 modifications with conditions. Item number 30, 2020 HL 002001, 701 South 6th Street. It's a request to apply a historic preservation overlay on a portion of property located at 701 South 6th Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 12 of your agenda, item number 31, 2020Z 086PR 001. It's a request to rezone from CS to MULA NS for property located on Inslee Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 33, 2020Z 087PR 001, a request to rezone from SP to R6A for properties located on North 6th Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. And that's it. Oh, I'm sorry. And under other business on page 16 of your agenda, item number 47, certification of bonus height compliance within the DTC for 909 Division, Gulch South Development.
Thank you, Lisa. And could you, was it item 32 or 33 that is being?
32 is on consent.
32, okay.
Yeah, 33 was deferred.
Perfect. All right, Commissioners, so here we go. Lisa, make sure I'm correct. Items 19, these are items on the consent agenda. Items 19A, 19B, 20A, 20B, 21, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 47, and 51. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I failed to read 51. I apologize for my dog barking as well, but that's it. Yes.
Your dog loves you. That's good. Missing you. All right. So, Commissioners, you've heard those items on the consent agenda. Are there any questions? If you'll raise your hands, and if there are no questions, how about a motion to accept the consent agenda? Commissioner Sims, you want to make a motion?
The items on the consent agenda.
Perfect. And Commissioner Johnson, you want to make a second?
Yes, I second the motion.
Perfect. Any other questions? It's a proper motion and second. And now we'll do roll call for the vote. Please say aye or nay. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted. And now we are on to items that we are going to hear. And I believe, let me go through this. Lisa, why don't you go through the items that we are going to hear? List the items.
Okay, yes, we will be hearing the following items. Items 35A, B, and C. Item 36, 37, 38, 40, 41, 43, 44, 45, and 46.
Thank you, Lisa. And that is for the commissioners and also the viewing public. And so now we are on to the item H, which is items to be considered tonight. And so now.
Mr. Chairman, this is Lucy. Forgive me for interrupting you. I noted that Councilwoman Vercher has joined the meeting, and I wonder if we might see if she had her hand up a moment ago and see if she wanted to speak. I didn't know if you had seen that when she joined.
I didn't see it. Thank you. And Councilor Vercher, I'm sorry I didn't see it. We have a long list, so my phone doesn't. Would you like to speak now?
Totally understand, and thank you, Director. I was just basically seeing if my agenda item has been deferred. I don't know if y'all gotten on that or not.
Yeah. Lisa?
Okay. I see item number 39, Canyon Ridge Phase 3 is deferred to August the 27th.
Okay, so that's
and
all
then
I need.
Okay, I'm just checking real quick to make sure you didn't have any other items. Okay.
Hi, Councilmember Vercher. The Payne Road Estates subdivision was also deferred.
Thank you so much. I didn't realize that was on the agenda, so thank you.
We take care of you. We're full service at the Planning Commission. Councilor.
The one-stop shop.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. The neighbors will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady.
Y'all have a great meeting.
All right, thank you. Any other council members, Director, that I missed? We'll make sure we.
No.
Okay, thank you for going through the list to make sure we get everybody. So now we're moving on to the items to be considered. And just I want to note a few things that for the listeners at home, we have provided multiple ways to participate in the telephonic meeting because we think one of the, we've had lots of discussions on this with the director and council members. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can under the COVID circumstances. So normally we would take the applicant first, then the supporters, then the opponents. But because of the different ways for people to participate, we'll be taking supporters and opponents together. So it's important that everyone that is listening in and you want to speak on a particular item, you need to make sure that you say whether you are for or against it, and then it will help you if you don't say that. As usual, we took emailed comments through Tuesday at 3 p.m. Is that correct, Director? I think that's what we did.
We did, but we also, we prefer just for the listening public to get the emails by 2. That really helps the staff and it gives the commission the time to review the comments. But we have received comments after that and we forwarded those to the commission as we got them.
Perfect. And just to also note, at the start of each public hearing, Lisa will give a summary of how many email comments that we've received, and then obviously commissioners can ask questions about those particular comments. We also have a call-in number for members of the public who wish to call in and testify. Please wait until the public hearing for your item begins before calling, and it's in a queue, so we don't want you testifying in the wrong particular case. If you're calling, please be aware that there is a legally required 30-second delay. That means that if you are watching your screen while commenting, what you see will be slightly behind you. It works best if you focus on talking to us and ignore your screen at home while you're talking. So it's live verbally, and the screen is slightly behind. For each item, we will let you know when to call in. I'll ask Lisa for a count of emailed comments on each item, and then give you time to call and talk to the operators. So we went over the items that we are going to hear tonight, and let's see. So we are now ready to begin the first item. Also, just so everybody knows, all of the staff is working remotely. And so Lisa will operate those particular, the slideshows. So we are now on to our first item to hear, which is item 35A, B, and C. We will have to vote on the A, B, and C separately, but we will hear the comments from the staff for all three items. And who's the staff reviewer of this case?
Hi, Chair Atkins. This is Anna Greider. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. I'm Anna Greider with the Planning Department. I'll be presenting item 35A, a request to amend the East Nashville Community Plan. There's an associated zoning case and PUD cancellation that Logan will present next. The request is to change the policy for the 9.5 acres shown here outlined in red on property in East Nashville at the terminus of Foster Street between Ellington Parkway to the east and a CSX rail line to the west. We're just northeast of downtown between Dickerson Pike and Main Street. Next slide. The site was the home of the Nashville Pottery and Pipe Works, which was established in the 1890s, and some of the industrial structures remain on the property. McFerrin Park and the McFerrin Park neighborhood are to the west, along with MDHA's Sam Levy Homes. Douglas Park is across Ellington to the east. There is a pedestrian bridge which connects the two sides of Ellington and spans across the site. The site itself does not have direct vehicular access to Ellington Parkway. Next slide. The applicant's request was to change the T4 Urban Neighborhood Evolving Policy to T5 Center Mixed Use Neighborhood on the parcels outlined with the dashed line in order to support their rezoning request. Next slide. Through the analysis and community input process, staff and the community had concerns about the amount of intensity T5 Center policy allows. In its place, staff is recommending Urban Community Center policy along with a supplemental policy. Next slide. Therefore, staff's recommendation is approval of T4 Urban Community Center and a supplemental policy. Next slide. Looking at the current policies in the area, you can see the progression of the transect from the most intense T6 downtown in the pink to the T5 on the East Bank in the light brown, and then the T4 transect, which covers most of East Nashville, including the subject property. T4 neighborhood evolving in purple is applied to the subject property and the directly surrounding area, with neighborhood maintenance in beige on a wider area of East Nashville. The T4 neighborhood evolving on the site does not support commercial uses, which is why the applicant is requesting this policy change. Next slide. Today, the site is zoned industrial and is set apart from the adjacent neighborhood. This policy change and rezoning would allow the site to better become part of the neighborhood. Next slide. The applicant team held a number of meetings over the last 18 months with the community to discuss the proposal for the site, and these were held both prior to and following the required planning-led meeting. Next slide. On May 26, 2020, the planning-led virtual community meeting was held. Approximately 25 people attended, including Councilmember Sean Parker, the applicant and development team, along with many attendees from the community who were residents, mostly of the McFerrin Park neighborhood. The meeting was available via WebEx and streamed live on Metro Nashville Network's Facebook page. The recording was subsequently uploaded to Metro Planning's YouTube channel to be viewed by those who were unable to attend the live meeting. To date, the recording has received 73 views. At the meeting, planning staff outlined the plan amendment request, and the applicant presented plans and renderings for the specific plan rezoning. Following these presentations, questions from attendees were taken, and the questions centered on two main themes: concerns about the impact of additional traffic through the McFerrin Park neighborhood in order to access the site, and concerns about the intensity of development allowed by T5 policy. Immediately following the meeting, a survey was sent by planning staff to those who attended in order to better gauge the level of support or opposition for the plan amendment. Of the 6 responses received, there was general support for the proposal. However, the concerns about neighborhood traffic and the intensity of the policy were reiterated. Next slide. After receiving this feedback, the applicant deferred the planning applications to make revisions and continue conversations with Planning, Public Works, Councilmember Parker, and the community. During this time, planning staff recommended replacing the applied for T5 policy with T4 Community Center and a supplemental policy. The supplemental policy would allow for punctuations in height at certain locations in order to preserve and repurpose some of the architecturally interesting buildings on the site. Staff drafted the supplemental policy language and shared it with the applicant, the council member, and community for input, following which minor edits were made. Next slide. My analysis will focus on the application of T4 Community Center policy to the site, which staff believes is a suitable location for this policy based on 4 main factors: guidance from Nashville Next, the appropriate application of this policy, the existing and planned transportation infrastructure in this area, and the policy's guidance on addressing appropriate intensity, which is enhanced by the proposed supplemental policy. Next slide. The first of 2 key pieces of guidance from Nashville Next is from the Growth and Preservation Concept Map, which is shown on your screen. The plan amendment area is located less than a quarter mile from 2 Tier 1 centers, shown in the dark orange, and applied along Main Street and to the East Bank area. These Tier 1 centers are intended to contain a dense mix of uses, and infill development, such as that proposed on this site, is encouraged around these centers. The site itself is designated as neighborhood, and while these are primarily residential areas, they also include smaller civic and employment areas and small neighborhood centers, and could include areas used and zoned for uses that are incompatible with the surrounding uses and that should transition to more compatible uses over time. In this case, the current zoning of IR and the distinctive industrial buildings currently occupying the site are unusual within the surrounding neighborhood area. Next slide. The second key guidance from Nashville Next is from the housing element and relates to the provision of housing in strategic locations, such as that proposed at this site. The neighborhoods in this area are compact and walkable with a range of housing types from single family to apartments. And this diversity of housing types, which is typical of many East Nashville neighborhoods, provides housing to people at many different phases of life and at a variety of price points. This site is an opportunity to follow the guidance from Nashville Next and provide additional housing in the urban core. Next slide. The second piece of analysis looks at the appropriate application of T4 Community Center policy, which is a policy intended to create urban centers in densely populated areas that are designed to serve the surrounding neighborhoods by providing a mix of uses, housing, and services. These centers are typically high density and intensity, with preference given to vertically mixed-use buildings that use land efficiently and provide combined opportunities to live, work, and shop. Next slide. The plan amendment area is located in a part of East Nashville, which is typified by compact walkable neighborhoods, a generally gridded street pattern, short blocks, and a diversity of housing choice. Applying a higher intensity policy within the T4 urban transect, such as T4 Community Center, is appropriate at this densely populated location in the urban core. Next slide. The third part of the analysis looks at the existing and planned transportation infrastructure in the area. The 3 main corridors that traverse East Nashville, which are Dickerson Pike, Main Street / Gallatin Pike, and Ellington Parkway, are all within a quarter mile of the site, as is an interchange with I-24. Dickerson and Gallatin Pikes are both classified as arterial boulevards on the Majoring Collector Street Plan, and as immediate need high capacity transit corridors in Nashville Next. WeGo currently provides a number of bus routes and stops in the area, as you can see on your screen, and a future Greenway connection is planned along Ellington Parkway. A robust sidewalk network exists on both sides of Ellington, including the pedestrian bridge that spans Ellington Parkway. All of these mobility-related factors make this location an accessible multimodal site and suitable for T4 community center policy. Next slide. The final piece of analysis looks at the guidance from T4 community center policy related to addressing appropriate intensity of development. Due to the site's location, preservation of architectural elements, desired uses, and buffers from adjacent residential areas, a case can be made for allowing more intensity than that which is commonly found in urban centers. To assist in addressing development intensity, staff is proposing a supplemental policy that provides guidance in greater detail on how and where additional height may be appropriate on the site. Next slide. The supplemental policy states that the overall intensity of the site should be consistent with T4 community center policy. Additional height may be allowed at certain locations subject to the following: incorporating historically or architecturally interesting buildings, improving connections to the site through the McFerrin Park neighborhood, across the CSX rail line and to include neighborhood traffic calming, and improving the experience for pedestrians crossing Ellington. Next slide. Two main design principles are elaborated on within the supplemental policy. Those are building form and site design and connectivity. Next slide. Given the analysis just reviewed and the guidance of the supplemental policy, staff recommends approval of T4 Urban Community Center and a supplemental policy. This concludes my presentation, and Logan will present the rezoning and PUD cancellation.
Logan, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Anna. My name is Logan Elliott, and I will be presenting items 35B and 35C, the associated rezoning and PUD cancellation application. Next slide. Item 35B is a request to rezone from industrial restrictive to specific plan to permit a mixed-use development. And item 35C is a request to cancel a portion of a planned unit development. These are separate items that will need separate votes. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to approve the SP with conditions and disapprove without all conditions if the associated plan amendment is approved, and disapprove if the associated plan amendment is not approved, and cancel the PUD if the SP is approved, and disapprove the PUD cancellation if the SP is not approved. Next slide. The site sits at the terminus of Foster Street and is bounded by Ellington Parkway to the east, the CSX Railway to the west, and the site currently contains one industrial building. The site is accessed via Foster Street currently, and the site is surrounded by a mixture of residential housing types. A pedestrian bridge that is owned and maintained by the Tennessee Department of Transportation passes through the site and connects Marina Street to Douglas Park over Ellington Parkway. Next slide. The 9.5 acre property is zoned industrial restrictive and is partially within an older Res E residential PUD. The Res E PUDs were adopted in the early 1970s to recognize existing public housing developments that were put in place prior to comprehensive zoning. There was never a master PUD plan adopted for any of the Res E PUDs. Next slide. The property is currently within the T4 neighborhood evolving policy. Next slide. Looking at the plan proposes a mixed-use development with up to 490 multifamily units, 125 hotel rooms, 123,000 square feet of office space, and 62,000 square feet of mixed-use commercial space. The plan proposes to refurbish the majority of the existing warehouse, to construct a 7-story hotel over the existing warehouse structure, construct 2 mixed-use buildings up to 12 stories, and construct a 1-story mixed-use building. The plan also proposes to add an access point to the site with an above-grade rail crossing at the north end of the property connecting to Marina Street through the adjacent MDHA property. The crossing is proposed to be private, and the project does not propose any additional public streets beyond what currently exists. The plan also proposes right-of-way for a trailhead intended to serve a future Metro Parks Greenway planned to run north and adjacent to the CSX railway. Next slide, please. Here we see a perspective that's been flipped from the last slide with Ellington Parkway now on the north side of the screen. So this is looking south or towards downtown. And we see a 3D rendering of the proposed access point from Marina Street. And we see here that the above grade crossing. Next slide, please. The project is broken down into 4 phases. Phase 1, which is shaded blue here, includes the refurbishing of the existing warehouse, the construction of the 8-story hotel. All of the internal private drives are constructed during this phase, including the additional above-grade access point to Marina Street. Phase 2 is shaded red here and includes a podium-style mixed-use building that may rise up to 11 stories. Phase 3, shaded green, includes another podium-style mixed-use building that may rise up to 12 stories. And Phase 4, shaded orange, is the northernmost portion of the property and includes a single-story mixed-use building with stormwater facilities occupying most of the site. Next slide. In staff's analysis, staff finds that the proposed mixed-use development is consistent with the proposed urban community center policy and the Foster Street supplemental policy. The proposed building heights exceed building heights normally permitted in the urban community center policy area. However, the Foster Street supplemental policy identifies that additional height may be appropriate for new buildings as long as the overall massing of the buildings on the site is consistent with the massing normally permitted in the urban community center policy area. Essentially, punctuations for additional height are permitted provided that they meet the guidance in the supplemental policy. Staff finds that the proposed plan meets the guidance for additional height, and staff finds the overall plan to be consistent with the urban community center policy and the supplemental policy. Next slide. Staff's recommendation is to approve the SP with conditions and disapprove without all conditions if the associated plan amendment is approved, and disapprove if the associated plan amendment is not approved. Additionally, staff recommends to approve the PUD cancellation if the SP is approved, and disapprove the PUD cancellation if the SP is not approved. One more reminder for what Chair Atkins mentioned earlier is that these are all separate items, and the plan amendment, the SP application, and the PUD cancellation will all need separate votes. And thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And is that all of the presentations for item 35A, B, and C? Is that correct, Director?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So is the applicant on the line?
I am.
Yes.
All right, perfect. So welcome. And you have 10 minutes. And of the 10 minutes, you can save 2 for a rebuttal. And so you're recognized. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Barkley. I'm a local real estate developer here in Nashville. My company is City Development Company. And just want to say I'm really very excited, very pleased to be here for this meeting this evening. And I know I'm saying that on behalf of our entire Nashville-based design team that's worked really hard on this project for a long time. But real quickly, I want to say thank all of you under these trying circumstances at times to be participating on the call, and everybody that's worked to help us get to this point. Just as I think staff has pointed out, that the structures on this site are very rich in history, and the original structure dates back to the 1880s. And that's one of the things that really attracted me to this site several years ago. And I love historic buildings and buildings with character. And just the original structure in the 1880s housed the Nashville Pottery and Pipe Works. And I'm sure it was there because the railroad track was already there, and that's why this industrial site wound up being there in the 1880s and continued to be so through this moment, which is about 135 years later. The building's been added onto in the 1950s with additional industrial bow truss type structures, and it's been reused for a lot of industrial purposes over the years. And right now, it's just underutilized, and we believe that this is an opportunity to give it new life and preserve these buildings and make this repurpose this area so that it does become part of the surrounding neighborhoods, East Nashville, as well as the adjacent immediate neighborhoods of McFerrin Park. And so this, obviously this site has complications. As staff was going through their presentation, you can see that they said, we're bounded on the west side by CSX Railroad, and we are bounded on the east side by the Ellington Parkway. And MDHA, the Sam Levy neighborhood, is also the immediate neighbors and then adjacent to this site right across the tracks. And so it's a complicated site, and we're here today after almost 4 years of trying to figure out how to get this done and to work with everyone through this and go through this process. And we're very happy to have done that. We have successfully worked through agreements. The real key things I think was pointing out is that there is with the CSX Railroad, we plan to have a bridge at Marina Street that will give us unencumbered access to the site. And we've got that agreement signed with CSX, and then MDHA has not given us, but is selling us an easement on their site. They've been very helpful and worked with us to help accomplish this, because I think they sense that this type of connectivity for the neighborhood is really important. So I just wanted to highlight that. We continue to have conversations with TDOT, and you'll notice on the plan that's in front of you, there is the running east-west is that pedestrian bridge that connects to the Frederick Douglass Park, and then ultimately just short distance away is the McFerrin Park. So you're connecting two parks and greenways and adding pedestrian access. We began our community engagement process 18 months ago, and we started with our first meeting was with McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association, and there was the previous council member at that time. And since then, we've had 4 additional community meetings, and interrupted obviously by tornadoes and the COVID virus and all kinds of unbelievable events. But we also had the community meeting that was alluded to on May 26th that was called for by the Planning Commission staff, and that was a virtual meeting. And we've maintained communication in spite of all the isolation and difficulty. We've sent out weekly email updates. We've posted signs in the area with phone numbers where people don't have computer access. They could actually call us if they need to. And we've reached out to the community on the other side, on District 6, across from the other side from us. And Councilman Brent Weathers has participated in a lot of our meetings. And so we've tried to keep everyone abreast of what we're doing. And we're very appreciative of the neighborhood leadership and the folks that really helped, allowed us to meet with them, whether it was in person or virtual meetings. And Councilman Member Parker's attentiveness and input we've received through this process. And when he came on board, it's been, we've incorporated those things into our plan. And we agree, just want to make a statement that we do agree with staff's recommendation for the T4CC policy. And so through our meetings with community members and neighbors, in addition to the required transportation improvements that are noted in the traffic impact study that we did hear a lot of interest from the neighbors about traffic calming, and we support that. Since the July 3rd, 2020 email received there was one received from a Lishi Avenue neighbor and requesting traffic calming improvements on Lishi. And you may have seen that in your packet. We've been able to work with Metro Public Works and the Planning Commission staff and to develop specific traffic calming plan, which places a priority on traffic calming for Grace Street initially, and then it identifies additional funds for traffic calming measures in the immediate vicinity up to an investment of $60,000. And we worked with Public Works on that budget number. We didn't just come up with that. And we feel like that's adequate. They feel like it's adequate money to allow flexibility for Metro Public Works to work effectively with the neighbors and to achieve their and our joint goal of safety in the neighborhood. So I just want to say our team is really excited to provide this vision for this, we think is an engaging, welcoming, thriving center for the neighborhood. And it provides new housing options without any displacement to existing residents. And it includes active commercial uses. It provides open air courtyards and plaza space activated with retail. And this is really important in the post-COVID environment. So creative office, entertainment, while maintaining the industrial character that's already there. It's been a part of the history for 135 years. That's what attracted us to this site years ago, and we're real excited about being able to hopefully implement this plan with your support. So I just want to say that also special, I just want to say Councilman Parker, we appreciate your ongoing participation, and we appreciate also the support that Councilman Brett Weathers has given us. And I'd like to save 2 minutes for our rebuttal.
All right, Sean, does the applicant have 2 minutes left?
Yes, Chair, there are 2 minutes remaining, so we'll save those for rebuttal.
Okay.
So how many minutes was it?
Chairman, just checking in with you to open the public hearing. I believe, I heard a mumble, but then I didn't hear the direction. Commissioners, just give us a moment.
Whoops, I was on mute. I apologize. Sorry about that. So we are now taking calls from the public. I was on mute. I went through a whole speech. I apologize for that. So we are now on the presentation, take calls from members of the public. Can you hear me now, Director?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, perfect. So everybody, please call in now. You do not need to wait to call in because you'll be set up in a queue. As a reminder, please only call on the current case. When you begin your testimony, please state your name, your address, and whether you support or oppose the item. We're not able to display the timer visually, but Sean will keep track of the time. She will give you a 30-second warning when your time is nearly up. She'll also let you know when your time is up so that we can disconnect and move on to the next caller. Everyone gets 2 minutes. While we wait for the callers to get in the queue, Lisa, did we receive any emails?
Hi, Chairman. We received one email in opposition, and we also received an email in support from Councilmember Withers.
Okay, perfect. And we also are saving 2 minutes for just to note for the applicant as well. So now we are on to callers at this time. And Sean, did we have any callers for this item in the queue?
Chair, we do have callers, and as we're getting ready to place the first person in, I'll just remind the public that you do not need to wait until you hear the person before you finish speaking to call us. Just go ahead and call, even if someone is actively talking. Because of the required lag, we don't want you to miss the call-in time. So don't wait till the person finishes, just go ahead and call now. And with that, we'll place the first caller into the meeting.
Perfect. Thank you, Sean. Great reminder. I appreciate it. All right.
And Chairman, you have the first caller.
Okay. I want to welcome the first caller. You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Adam Vollrath, and I live at 322 Wilburn Street, which is in McFerrin Park, pretty close to the site. And I'm here to support item 35A. I have mixed feelings about 35B, and I don't understand 35B. So the community amendment, we did have a long process, and we really appreciate how the developers met with the community and other stakeholders. And I think they set a good example that other developers should take note of, that if other developers engage the community that much, they will be much more likely to succeed in the Planning Commission and the City Council. The T5 request was, I thought, kind of outrageous, and I guess I wasn't the only one, because T4 anything is much more appropriate for this site, and I'm supporting it because I appreciate that it was changed. And the supplemental height is probably okay because the site is lower than the surrounding communities, but it won't stick up as much as it would in other places. And that's about it. Thank you all for the work you do.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Sean, do we have a next caller?
We do. And you have the next caller now.
Welcome, caller. Appreciate you calling in. You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your address and your position. Go ahead.
So this is Ingrid Campbell. I'm the president of the Fern Park Neighborhood Association. I live at 313 Grace, and I appreciate to discuss this. I'm calling in support of the Foster Avenue project. They have taken the time to convene with the neighborhood association and to also listen to the concerns we had, especially with the traffic calming, and have tried, even with the COVID-19 and other complications, tornado, and so forth, reached out to the community. It, wanted to give the support in that, and again, it's great to have someone that actually understands that it's a community event and not just a project for those developers. So.
Thank you. Is that it for you?
That is it. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for calling in. Don, next caller.
Bye-bye.
Chair, at this time, we don't have any other callers in the queue. So as is our practice, we will take a brief pause just in case anyone is in the process of trying to call in, and I'll check back in with you shortly.
Okay, perfect. We'll take a brief pause for about a minute or two.
Chairman, I'm going to tell ITS that we need to have some music or something playing during this for 15 minutes. We can talk about music and,
that would be nice. Yeah.
kind of like smooth jazz maybe, or,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, that would be good. Oh, gosh, we do have music.
Just a little light, right?
Was that you, Commissioner Tibbs? I appreciate that.
Chairman, I did also want to remind you that Councilman Parker is on the line, as is your practice, to have him speak up at the end. I believe he's still on.
Yes, and so Councilman, just a reminder, we'll take you very last. So we'll let the developer go do a rebuttal, and then the council will recognize Councilman Parker for sure.
And so, Chair, we still do not have any callers. So that was a good long pause. But I think we can move back to the applicant rebuttal portion.
It's there. That's why.
Okay, perfect. And now we are. Is the applicant on the line? You have 2 minutes left.
I am on the line. Thank you very much. I just want to say again that we're aware that there was a letter or an email that was received from a neighbor at Lishee Avenue and requesting traffic calming on Lishee, and that we have been able to work with Metro Public Works, and we're still doing that with planning staff to develop specific strategies for calming a plan. And we have identified additional funds for traffic calming measures in the immediate vicinity, and up to the investment of $60,000, which is a number that we worked out with Public Works, and they feel like that's more than sufficient. So we're happy to do that. Someone had called, I think Adam Ballrath was one of the callers, and he had some concerns about 35C, and staff can kind of straighten that out, but so that he understands, to clarify, the reason that's there is so that we can vacate a PUD that was in effect on the site. It just needs to be vacated. And that's why 35C is there. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate all the support from the community.
Thank you, sir. Now is time for Councilman Parker. You're recognized.
Hey, thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for being here this afternoon. First, I want to thank specifically Anna Greider and Logan Elliott for their work on this proposal. This has been a really, since March 3rd, this has been a really challenging environment to engage the community within. And, to be honest, I was a little bit skeptical about our virtual community meeting around the plan amendment. We had great attendance. It was full of people in the neighborhood, names that I recognize and some that I asked around about and was told that they are indeed neighbors in the neighborhood. So just pulling that off, I think was really impressive. And sort of the volume of emails that have gone back and forth over this and coordination with Metro departments and stuff has been really impressive. So thanks to staff. I also want to thank, the McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association and the neighbors for being so engaged in this process. And the president of the association, Ingrid Campbell, I really appreciate how much Ingrid was engaged with this, and Adam and other neighbors. And this project is so this site for years I've heard kind of rumors about and thoughts about, and this was going to happen there. And every time it came up, I said, well, the ingress and egress and the traffic is what you're going to have to deal with. Those are the big question marks here. So, this plan does address those things. Specifically, here in the last maybe 6 weeks or so of work on this project, we've really kind of honed in on the traffic considerations, and the development team has been receptive to suggestions from the neighborhood. I appreciate that they've committed to working with Public Works to help kind of mitigate some of the impact that this proposal would have on the neighborhood. And for our neighbor on Lishee, who sent the letter in opposition because of the lack of specific measures along Lishee, that is front of my mind. I know the development team is front of their mind, and I assure you that we will be working on that and addressing it as we move forward. This project includes hundreds of residential units. It does not displace a single household that is there currently. I'm really pleased with that. The student projection says 172 students for the Maplewood cluster, which I'm very, very pleased to see that. I mean, those projections are kind of iffy, but even if that's off the mark by 30%, that's still a great addition of students for our cluster, which is largely well under capacity right now. And, you know, I just, again, I want to thank the development team for being so engaged through this process and kind of bringing us something that was almost fully baked and then being receptive to the changes that the community wanted to see. And for all those reasons, I would ask that the Planning Commission approve items, 30, A, B, and C. I don't remember which number they are, but all three of these that are associated with this proposal, I'm in support of. I think we have broad support in the community for these items. We have a little more work to do on a couple of things, but I'm confident that we can get that done. And I just very much appreciate y'all's time, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. And we appreciate it. And this is items, it will be for items 35A, B, and C. And as the staff team presented, we'll vote on these items separately, but we'll discuss them together as the commission. So thank you, Councilman. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare this item closed for public hearing. And now we are on to discussion of the commissioners. And so why don't we start with Commissioner Vice Chair Farr.
Sure. So I have to say I was almost did a double take trying to figure out how all of this was going to get onto this small piece of property. And so I'm quite impressed with the plan overall. And all the, you know, it's a productive use of a unique property. And, you know, given the level of community support and support of the councilmen, you know, normally with such a large project like this, and especially in this part of East Nashville, we've got a lot of community input, and it seems as though that community input has been addressed through community meetings. And so not only is this an interesting use of property, but it seems to be well supported by the community. And so with that, I am in favor of supporting staff's recommendations for the three associated cases.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And before I call on Commissioner Blackshear, I do want to take a very brief personal privilege. I want to say I'm glad to be back with Commissioner Blackshear, and I'm glad she's back as well. So we are finally together. Commissioner Blackshear, you're recognized.
Yeah, glad to be back virtually anyway.
Yeah, virtually, yes.
Right, and glad to have you back in the chairman seat. Like Vice Chair Farr said, I mean, I like the plan. I think it's a great plan, not only obviously within the plan itself, but I think a lot of thought was put into integrating it within the neighborhood. So I really don't have that much to say. I mean, I did have some questions around the traffic calming measures, but I do understand and I trust the expertise of Metro Public Works in devising traffic calming measures that will be effective for the neighborhood. And I know that's to come. So there's really nothing more to say about that. And I don't have any other comments other than I am in support.
Thank you. Commissioner Gobble.
I agree with Commissioner Farr and Commissioner Blackshear. I think it's an excellent application of a very difficult piece of property. And I'd like to congratulate the staff, the developers, the design team, and the neighborhood. I think it all came together very well, so I support it.
Excellent. Commissioner Johnson.
Chair, I echo previous commissioner's comment, and I think this is a very well thought plan, and really appreciate, under these difficult circumstances, did reach out to the community and incorporated all the concerns, and as well as try to work with the community installing a traffic calming measure. That is a very, very important aspect for the neighborhood, and really appreciate that point. My question is just about the height, and I think it says maximum of a 12-story. And is this absolute maximum, and is there any specific height limit? Because sometimes when we say story, 5-story, 6-story, 10-story, 12-story, we imagine, but do we have actual maximum height? Is there any discussion about that?
Director, who should answer
that? I can answer that with regards to the policy, and then maybe Logan can add information in regards to what's in the SP. The supplemental policy does state up to a maximum of 12 stories. Within that language is within the supplemental policy, and then I'll let Logan respond to what the SP states.
Logan?
Yes, the SP plans do have total maximum heights for the structures. So for example, the 11-story building has a maximum height of 132 feet, and the 12, which is the more northern podium building, the southern one south of Foster Street, has a maximum height of 144 feet. So there are regulatory standards included with these plans for the height.
Great. Appreciate it. Yes, I was looking at the actual SP and, kind of box and showing like a box figure to show the height difference. And I think it is very, very helpful. So I just want to make sure that's the intent and that's the regulatory and condition. And so that is a really well thought out plan, and I really appreciate that. And I'm inclined to support.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawson, you're recognized.
Yeah, not a whole lot I can add, other than it's always been refreshing to me when you have staff, community, and developer working together to come out with positive results. And I think this is an excellent plan, and I'll support it.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Murphy? Councilor Murphy? We'll come back.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Was multitasking. Forgot I had another call that I told them I could not be on. So I do have a few questions. Could you go over for me again? First, I do want to say this is a site that I've driven by a lot because I've done a lot of work in House District 51 that this borders. And so I take Elmington a lot, getting back and forth from East Nashville to West Nashville. And I've always thought this site had potential. So I'm excited to see it being used and developed. And the pictures y'all are showing us on the screen are so much better than what I have printed out in black and white. It makes so much more sense now. But I do have a few questions. So it is a lot of density with what appears to be very little ingress and egress. So if y'all could just run through and confirm to me, there's only one street, it looks like, that comes into this, and the rest are pedestrian bridges?
Hi, this is Logan again. So currently the only access point is Foster Street, which is the southern access point. The applicant is proposing to add a second access point through the above grade crossing at Marina Street, which is more northern. This access point, as the applicant indicated, will be unencumbered. There won't be the opportunity for the train to stop in the railroad track for this access point, and then the kind of third access point is the pedestrian bridge that doesn't actually land at the property, but it lands at the landing of the proposed second vehicular access point.
Okay, and I know that sometimes we, just for my clarity and the public's clarity, when you say propose, that means that it isn't built yet, but it will be built, or that they're hoping it will be approved and built?
It will be built with the application during phase one. So all the access improvements and internal private drives are included with phase one. So that's something that will be built with this project.
Great. And I was glad to hear that it sounds like it worked out, that or that at least Councilman Parker can also report back during when this comes to committee at council, the traffic calming measures and things like that, because that is, again, this is a lot of density put in a underused place, but I want to make sure that the neighborhoods that border it are protected. Logan, can you also walk me through the proposed future greenway in this area, and what is the developer contributing to that?
Sure. So the developer has reached out to Metro Parks and the Greenway division there to talk about what they could contribute to the planned future greenway that will run north along the railway. In between, I believe it's planned for in between Ellington and the CSX line. At this time, they don't have any, construction plans or finalized designs. So the applicant has agreed to leave space for a trailhead on Marina Street, and they've agreed to continue coordinating with Metro Parks so that they can, when the construction plans come in with the final site plan for this, that they can leave space for the greenway at what time it ends up getting built.
And so the development is only going to provide space and pay for the trailhead, or will they be developing or committing to providing funds for a portion of the greenway that is on their property?
They are just leaving space for the greenway and the trailhead.
Awesome. Okay. So I and this is something that I need to probably have more conversation with the planning committee at council and Nashville Greenways and our Greenways and Open Space Committee and Commission. I've served on that commission my first term for 4 years. And what was very apparent to me is that we might get the easements, but the problem is that, really these greenways that are built and on development such as this that has a lot of that even as part of the presentation, which is a positive, has open courtyards and things like that. The greenway really becomes an amenity for the development, almost more so than the neighborhood at times. And I really feel that there needs to be a condition on here a little bit stronger, and then that hopefully could be worked out before this gets to final reading at council, where the development is providing more of the either cost or infrastructure of the greenway that is on their property. Because just the easement alone, well, yes, that is valuable and nice, and I think a first step when greenways were first coming about, but I think that all Nashvillians, I can't speak for all, the majority of Nashvillians would agree that greenways are a fabulous amenity, and we all want them in our neighborhoods now. And as I'm seeing more and more of these developments occur around, next to, connecting to greenways, they ultimately become taxpayer funded amenities for private development. Yes, the neighborhood gets to use it too. It's public access and all of that. But I think that there needs to be more of a partnership and an ownership on both parts, rather than just giving over of an easement or setting up the trailhead. And so I would love to hear other commissioners' thoughts on some sort of condition around that. And then hopefully Councilman Parker and Nashville Greenways and Cindy Harrison over at Parks could talk more about that before we get to final reading at council. Because again, this is a great development, and that Greenway is really going to add to the development. And using, you know, I just feel like the trade-off is there, and when they've got their big concrete trucks out there and they're doing other infrastructure things, we all know that it's not as big of a deal to go ahead and do some of the preliminary things that could help the Greenway in the long run that they are going to ultimately benefit from. So other than that, I think it's a great use of the land. And I'm inclined to support it, but I would like to see, and again, I don't know exactly how to phrase that condition other than that they need to work something out before third and final reading at the council. And maybe that is something we work on at the council level.
Thank you, Council Lady. And I think we probably also need to, I don't disagree, and I think those are some really good thoughts and ideas, but make sure that, you know, get some comments from our attorney as well to make sure that it's all on the up and up. But I love the idea. So next is Commissioner Sims.
I too want to join my colleagues in just thanking people when they come together like this. We all benefit from it. I only have one question, and that has to do with this whole plan appears to me to be based on, particularly the height, around making sure that it has an historical implication. And yet when I see phase one, it says that they're going to refurbish the majority of the existing warehouse and relocate a small portion of it. And I wondered where we actually had what was happening historically. How was that being preserved? And I'm glad I went before Commissioner Tibbs because he's the expert here on this. But I would like to see that addressed a little bit because it is such an important contingency to this whole plan.
Director, do you want to address that?
Forgive me, there was a technical issue and I did not hear the last part of what the commissioner said. I apologize. Would you mind repeating that?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Much of this plan is contingent upon, particularly for the height variance, on being able to ensure that it is historically and architecturally interesting. And yet there's no real plan for this. I don't see where historic was actually conferred with or what any kind of more concretized way of making sure that, I guess I'm just getting old and I'm getting senile or something, but I see so many places promise neighborhoods things, and then when it gets down to it, we really couldn't make that happen. And because this is such an important contingency, I think we've got to do something to make sure that this really is an historical and architectural preservation here.
Hi, Commissioner Sims. This is Lisa with Metro Planning. I did want to jump in to say that Metro Historic Commission would not be commenting on this, as this property is not within a National Register district. It's not National Register eligible. It's not noted as worthy of conservation. The supplemental policy mentions architecturally interesting buildings, essentially. They're not sort of historic capital letter H, the way that we think about some things. And so this is only a preliminary, but we would be reviewing with final also to ensure that buildings are the architecturally interesting buildings are being maintained sort of in concert with any sort of extra height. That's what the supplemental policy requires. And so this isn't as much a historic preservation as it is preserving the architecturally interesting buildings in concert with new construction.
Yes, I appreciate that clarification. I just think it's easy to promise a neighborhood that we'll do some things and you'll give us a lot bit more height than you really should be getting, and then not be able to keep that. So I just want to make sure as a matter of record that we are truly going to do something that reuses historically or architecturally interesting buildings on this process.
So Commissioner Sims, this is Lucy. I'll say, just for the record, you're right, words like architecturally significant or interesting, can feel a bit gray. What we would be looking at is to make sure that the materiality of the plan is interesting. They're using diverse material palettes that draw on the historic buildings. We would be looking at the function and the form of the new additions and seeing if they overpower the older structures. We would be making sure that they maintain the very, very interesting interiors of the space. Not all of the elements, obviously, because some of them have degraded, but the idea that the form of the warehouse and the older structure there it's really interesting on the inside, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it evolves, but that we're maintaining that character. The open space qualities that Councilwoman Murphy spoke so eloquently about, making sure that those are intact and well integrated and accessible to the site. I just wanted to list out, I don't know that those are all of the measures that we would use, but those are the kinds of things that we will be looking for. And for a project like this that has been in front of the community this many times, we will hold them to task on this issue.
Thank you, Director. That really helps a lot. And do you think this SP is strong enough to give you and the staff what you need to hold them to that?
I do. Okay, I think the conversation that Councilwoman Murphy raised about sort of the greenways is really important. I'm interested in that discussion. I think in principle, we are 100% on board with parks and the greenways for Nashville. I think the way that, because they're building a system, if you will, whereas we're looking at projects one at a time that can contribute to that system, that's where I think there's some good work to be done. But otherwise, and with a clarifying condition, yes, I think the SP is good.
Thank you. And just quickly, I want to thank the person that lives on Leashy for writing the letter and for the developer actually paying attention to it. I think it's so important when just one person's voice can be heard. It really assures the neighborhood that we've got a good plan here. So I'm excited about it. I just want to make sure, and you ease my unease with Lucy with how you're going to hold them accountable to this historically or architectural interesting building. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tibbs.
So Commissioner Sims did get a couple of the concerns I had. I do want to point out too, though, that this developer, Mr. Barkley, does have a history of what he said in the beginning of paying good attention to, and actually he's been very successful in some of his historic projects that he has carried through. So honestly, just him getting involved in this gives me a not just a comfort level, but just excitement on what's going to happen. So I wanted to just say that in the beginning of it. And I do appreciate the adaptive reuse of that existing building. That is something that's both good for the environment and good for communities to be able to do that. And that's going to leave, as Lucy pointed out, the historical features of the interior are going to be maintained. So anyway, there's been so many great comments already that anything more I say would just kind of pile onto that. So I do appreciate the process. I appreciate the developer. I'm gonna say I was gonna make a motion, but I wanted to make sure if Councilman Murphy, if there's something you wanted to add into a motion first, to make sure that you got the part about the Greenway in there, and then I could second that, or however you want to do that, Councilman Murphy.
Thank you.
Let me let's
Chairman, if we could hear from our attorney, because I know we can't require like super off site things, but this is a greenway that is going to be on this property, and it might be that we just do a very loose condition here and we tighten it up when we get to council.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure we don't run afoul of the law. So is Alex or Quan want to take that?
Hi, Chairman. This is Quan Poole from Metro Legal. And I think the most important thing is just to consider what the Planning Commission's role is. for this plan amendment, as well as for the associated SP, and tying. You can apply a condition as it relates to how this relates back to the general plan in Nashville Next, as well as if there's going to be, for example, increased foot traffic or increased use on the roadways. You can sort of tie in conditions as it relates to those things. It may be that we say, it may be that it's more appropriate for a more specific condition to come at the council level, where there's a little bit more authority, or it's easier there than it would be as we're trying to relate things back to the general plan. But I certainly think that the commission's will can certainly be noted in the motion, and I think the council can then take it up once it makes it to that stage. Hopefully that made sense.
Yeah, no, I think it did. Council Lady, what are your thoughts on that? Maybe it's that we urge the council to. I don't know how you want to word it.
Chairman, this is Lucy. Sorry to jump in. I just wanted to make sure to clarify too, in the event it helped make the conversation more productive, that the trailhead is being constructed. So we can clarify this with the applicant, but it's not just the land for the trailhead. There will be construction. And so if I'm understanding Councilwoman Murphy's comment, it's not only the trailhead but also the greenway itself through the property. So, Councilwoman, forgive the interruption, but I thought that would help make the conversation more productive.
Council Lady?
Yes, thank you. I think that we can tie, I don't have my Nashville Next binders in front of me right now, but I think that we can very clearly tie that the traffic count is over the daily trips expected with this development from changing to IR to SPMU. So again, this is for the item, I guess, B and C, and y'all tell me which B or C or both it needs to go on. But I think the fact that the traffic changes between IR and SPMU, the daily trips are estimated at over 9,444. And then I think we could also cite the fact that we're expecting to generate more students, and meaning that there's going to be children living in this area that need areas to play outside of their apartment. Now more than ever, do we know that in COVID from my friends who have small children. And so I hope that those are two things that we could point to, as well as just the overall Nashville Next and Plan to Play and open space and mixing up my words, open space and greenway planning documents that we have really should have plenty of information and justification in there to justify that we urge that or require that the condition that the council create something for the final before third and final reading of the developer. I don't know. Help me out here.
Well, Council Lady, how about we I think what would probably be best, because I don't want us to go to court on such a great project, and that, as Quan said, our attorney, is that we urge that for all of those reasons that you mentioned, between Nashville Next and more traffic, more foot traffic, that we urge the council to include it as part of the project. It is what I would feel comfortable legally. And I think that then at council, you and the councilman can work through this with the developer, because I think our authority is a little bit limited on requiring it, and potentially I like your idea. Maybe we look at greenways as a requirement moving forward, but in this particular issue case, I think in the motion, we urge the council to include the construction of the greenway for all of those reasons.
Yeah, no, I think that covers me and covers us, because again, until we and the councilman primarily has conversations with Parks and Greenways. I don't want to tie our hands too much. So at this point, I think a strong urging would be appropriate.
And so I know Councilman Parker's online. I'd just like to make sure he's on board with what we're saying. Councilman, are you on the line still?
Yes, Chair, I'm still here, and I've been following this discussion closely. I am more than happy to work with the applicant and with Parks and Greenways, specifically around the stuff Commissioner Murphy has brought up. So
okay.
I'll be more than happy to explore that, and we'll have plenty of time across 3 readings to look at that.
Thank you, Councilman. I just want to make sure that everybody's on board. All right, so we'll need a motion. Councilor, you want to try to, well, so we have to vote on 3 different things, and I think that Greenway would be, Lucy, would it be on item B? Is that where we would put that?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we start with item 35A? Councilor, you want to start maybe a motion or to approve?
Sure. 35A, is that right?
Yeah.
The plan.
The community plan amendment.
The major plan amendment. I would move for approval.
That's a proper motion. And is there a second? Commissioner Tibbs?
Second.
That's a proper second. Any other discussion? If you would raise your icon hands or verbally state discussion. Seeing no other discussion, we'll now go into a vote, and we'll start with Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy. Aye. Okay. Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and 35A is adopted. Now we're on 35B. And Council Lady, this is where the, including in the motion is that there would be a, to urge the council to include the Greenway construction in the project as well, or whatever y'all determine. But we urge that construction be done as well. Will you make a motion?
So, yeah, and remind me, I'm making the motion on B and C. They're the same.
No, C is the HUD cancellation. So.
Okay. Got confused on that. I'm not used to so many letters. So, okay. Yeah. So I'm making a motion on item 35B and yes. To approve it with all conditions, with an additional condition that the council works out some further Greenway, I don't know, definitive or benefit to this.
Yeah, that the Planning Commission urges more Greenway.
Yeah, more Greenway.
May I offer, just to cover, I believe I understand the councilwoman's goal here, just to sort of cover us, because I haven't studied the site with just the perspective of understanding exactly where the Greenway is located. And it's possible that the trailhead is on the site and the Greenway might be slightly off the site or may not be on the site, or portions of the Greenway may be on the site. I think we just need to look at that. And so I want to give you language that's broad enough. And so one idea would be to say the commission urges the council prior to final site plan approval, which is a specific benchmark that we all understand, that the applicant coordinate with Greenways and the district council member to identify planned Greenways on the project site and potential construction or something like that. And that will help us know by what point it needs to be addressed.
Council Lady, are you okay with that?
Sure. Lucy was cutting in and out, but I trust what she said, and that can be my motion.
All right, Lucy, will you repeat?
Yes.
Prior to final site plan approval, let me start over. The commission urges Metro Council to adopt a condition that prior to final site plan approval, the applicant shall coordinate with Metro Greenways and the district council member to identify the planned greenways on the project site and identify opportunities for construction.
All right.
I would think opportunities for construction, and contribution to construction, or is that going too far, Greg?
I think let's stick with the director, and then you all can hash it out at the council level.
Okay, you're the attorney.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to get sued again.
Thank you for indulging me.
We get sued
I'm
a
always
lot.
going to push. I'm always going to push that boundary. So that works great for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Lady. Thank you, Director, for clearing up the language for us. And that's the motion. The commissioners have heard the motion stated from the Council Lady, stated by the Director. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. That's Commissioner Lawson. And is there any other discussion? We want to make sure that it's a big project. And if you'll raise your icon hand or state that you want to discuss it. Seeing no other commissioners or hearing other commissioners, we're on to the vote. So Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy. She made the motion. Commissioner Sims.
Sorry. Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs. Ayes have it, and 35B is adopted with conditions and the conditions stated by the director. Now we're on to 35C, which is the PUD cancellation. And Commissioner Tibbs, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion for the PUD cancellation.
All right, is there a second? Vice Chair Farr?
A second.
Any other discussion? Please raise your, that's a proper motion, second. Any other discussion? You'll raise your hand, icon hand, or verbally state you want to discuss. Seeing none, we're on to the vote. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and there was no other discussion. And item 35C is adopted, and that was the PUD cancellation. And that finishes our first public hearing case. And so now we are on to item number 36. And
okay, this is Jordan Donovan. I'll be presenting item number 36. Next slide. This item is a request to rezone from R15 to SP to permit 28 multifamily residential units. The staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next slide. The property is located along Old Charlotte Pike and Bellevue. There is an SP to the east and to the south. And the property to the west is AR2A, and the property to the north is R40. The SP to the east is a microbrewery, and the SP to the south is residential townhomes of 49 units at 12 units per acre. And there's also another large SP nearby to the west of 122 townhomes. Next slide. The policy is T3 suburban evolving and conservation policy. The T3 suburban evolving policy aims to create comprehensive neighborhoods, taking in a holistic approach with an awareness to surrounding context. Next slide. The plan proposes 28 multifamily residential units at 12 units per acre. The plan provides internal sidewalks and a connection to the adjacent SP to the south, which was previously approved by the Planning Commission. Next slide. The staff recommendation is to approve. The proposed plan is consistent with the T3 evolving policy. The development proposes to connect with the SP to the south. This meets the goals of the policy. This development will create housing diversity. It will enhance the pedestrian infrastructure and provides connectivity to the surrounding neighborhoods. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant on the line?
Yes, this is Adam Sager. Can you hear me?
Adam, we can hear you, and you have 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. You're recognized. Please state your name and your address.
Perfect. Thank you. This is Adam Sager with Dale & Associates. We're at 516 Heather Place. We're the applicant for the case before you, and appreciate all your service, especially during these trying times. A brief history on this project. This was started well over a year ago, and we held a community meeting in the spring of 2019. There was about 5 or 6 people in attendance, and everybody was in support of it. There was no opposition at that time. And then the client decided to put the project on hold themselves for a while. And then this winter, spring, they kind of revived the project again. And so we reactivated with y'all, and now it's back before you. We've deferred it a few times because of COVID, and just wanting to make sure that there was plenty of opportunity to have feedback from the community. We have held the second community meeting online. It was a Zoom call, and we didn't have anybody in attendance. That tells us that I guess everybody's either in approval of it or indifferent, but we haven't had any opposition at the meetings. And so the plan before you kind of tags on to an existing SP that we did to the south, and you can see on the screen where the drive is going to access to this existing SP to the south. That SP has already been approved. It is under construction, and it has been modified to allow this access. That access then goes out and connects to Old Hickory Boulevard, where most of the traffic is heading anyway. And like Councilman Hauser said earlier at the beginning of the meeting, there is an access out to Old Charlotte, but that is for emergency access only. It is not to be used for normal vehicular traffic. And so I don't have a whole lot else. I think the layout probably speaks for itself. If you have any other questions, just let me know, and I will leave the rest of the time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now we are, and we'll save 2 minutes of your time for rebuttal. We are now ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show the call-in number now. Please call in now. You don't need to wait. As we have said earlier, your call will go into a queue. And remember, there's a 30-second lag when you on the screen, so focus on talking to the commissioners. Lisa, now tell us about emails. What did we get for and against?
Hi, Chairman. We received 2 emails in opposition.
Okay, thank you. And since we just asked callers to call in, Sean, do we have any callers at this time?
Chair, we do have someone on the line. We're working on putting them into the meeting, and I'll let you know as soon as we have them in, sir.
Okay, perfect. We'll wait for that. We'll wait a few minutes. You let me know.
All right, Chairman, you have the first caller.
Hello, welcome. And we appreciate you calling in. Please state your name and your address and whether you're for or against the project? Thank you.
Hi, this is Rick Murphy. I'm at 7630 Charlotte Pike. I've been living here about 3 years, been in the 37209 for about a total of 5 years. I strongly disapprove of this site plan. The density is the real issue that comes up when me and some neighbors that are concerned about that sort of thing. Also have a little bit of experience in my old neighborhood with Dale and Associates, some other site plans that they did that were just absolute clusters. And I went to all the meetings, and we were actually allowed to go to meetings and shake hands and see things up close. And a lot of things just fell to the fray with them in my last neighborhood. So I just wanted to call and say, just, give my opinion that I think that this site plan is way overly dense, and I disapprove. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Sean, do we have any other callers?
Chair, we don't have any callers in the queue at the moment, so we'll take a pause in case anyone's trying to reach us, and I'll check back in a bit.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take a pause. All right, Sean, any other callers?
We have no further callers.
All right. Well, having no further callers, the applicant has a 2-minute rebuttal. And then just before we do that, the council member, if Councilor Hauser is still on the line, which she is, I see her on the line, she'll speak after the rebuttal. So the applicant, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just to address a few items that were brought up by the caller. Density, we have an existing approved SP we're tying into that is no less or more dense than this one. And we are pretty much right in line if you look at the overall area of what's to the left and what's to the right of us, and especially in an evolving policy. We are kind of right in the middle of what's going on around us. And so we feel that the density is appropriate for this area. I think one of the earlier plans, we even had a few more and one of them a few less, and this kind of ended up right in the middle. I'm sorry to hear he didn't have a good experience with our firm. I don't know what project that was on. Wish we were in person and we could have a chat and find out. But other than that, I can say that we held a community meeting in the spring of 2019. We held another one as best we could through all this COVID stuff on a Zoom call. We sent out notices well beyond the minimum required distance from Planning Commission, and nobody showed up there. I haven't had any phone calls or emails. I take that back. I did have a phone call from a gentleman who lived a couple miles down Old Charlotte. But other than that, we haven't really had a whole lot of feedback. The minimal feedback we've had from the immediate neighbors has been positive, I can tell you that. But I think this is a good plan. I think it's appropriate for
Applicant, you have 30 seconds.
Thanks. And I agree with staff's recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Hauser, you recognized?
Sorry, I'm slow on getting that unmute button going. The fact that this is basically an extension of the existing subdivision, if it were not, I probably would not be for it, but I see it as just sort of phase 2. I do have some questions of the Planning Commission, and please excuse the fact that I'm a newbie on the board, on the council, and so I haven't put that many things to the planning.
Yeah, no, please.
When we talk about density, because we have a density of a specific project and we have a density of a community. And so I want to make sure that going forward, that when I look at a project, I'm not only looking at that specific project and does that density similar to the surroundings, but how that impacts the whole community. And by that, I mean, saying yes to this may mean I have to say no to something else because the overall community density has now become more than the traffic can handle. Is that a correct way of looking at it, or can you guide me on that?
Well, everyone has their own opinion, but I think the director can allude to some things. But I think the commission has had those discussions, about density. I think you're onto something, and a lot of times, if a project pushes density in one place, it pushes out others for traffic and other things. But the director can allude to how we've handled that in the past. Director?
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa.
Lisa. Lisa's good too.
Thanks. So the way that we consider things, and of course, the recommendation that the Planning Commission would make is going to generally be focused on land use policy and what is or isn't appropriate based on the land use policy. In this case, the land use policy is neighborhood evolving, which would anticipate that there is going to be some change. So when we're looking at things in regards to density, in some cases, we may be looking at surrounding areas to sort of guide what might be an appropriate density on a particular piece of property, but it really depends on what the land use policy is, which is the guiding document that the Planning Commission uses. In regards to traffic, anytime we're doing projects of a certain size, we of course look at traffic studies to determine what level of traffic will be created. Those traffic studies will take into account other projects that have already been approved, and so they'll generally account for existing traffic volumes as well. And so I think that the Planning Commission focus is going to be on the land use policy. Oftentimes, council members will focus on different things of importance to the community, but that's where the Planning Commission is going to look at.
Okay, and like I say, I'm kind of just trying to figure all this out because I know that this is a hot area. Charlotte Pike is lots of property people are wanting to develop. Unfortunately, Charlotte Pike is very narrow, and when I've checked with the state DOT, there are no plans within the next 5-6 years to do anything with it. So I have to look at each project of how many more cars is that putting on the road. So even though it may be okay for that property, it's not necessarily okay for the community. And one of the concerns that I've heard in regards to Old Hickory Boulevard from this side of Charlotte is the fact that you have to go right past Gower School in the morning and that the traffic backs up to Schroeder Brown already. And so just wondering if planning looks at that at all about like, okay, now we're going to have 28 more cars or maybe 50 more cars on that road going down very possibly in the morning. How does that figure into your approvals? And when you say what is the right density? In other words, it might be fine to have so many per acre, but how is that going to impact the safety? Or is that something that planning does not consider? If that's something that I need to consider as a council person on whether I back or don't back something.
Hi, council member. If there are certain projects that require traffic studies, and if a traffic study is required, then that is handled by our Public Works Department, and we certainly look at all of those impacts as well.
And one thing to note, Council Lady, is that you, as the council person and the council, ultimately have the final decision on rezonings. Now, subdivisions are a little different, but you and your constituents, we're really I would say, an advisory role, and then our staff and several of the commissioners are the professionals in planning. And so, like Lisa said, we look at we look at all sorts of different items, but ultimately, a rezoning is a council final approved item. So. That's all good discussion. What I would tell you, Council Lady, is that you should set up a meeting with Lisa and the director and talk through some of these issues and questions that you have. And then also the director, I know the COVID makes it a situation makes it a little harder, but they'll travel around your district with you. The director will. And I know that Lucy would love to do that when it's safe.
That would be fabulous.
Yeah.
I would be very pleased to do that. I have not been doing so in the COVID time, but I did meet with her predecessor and so know the area, but would be very, very pleased to meet with you, Councilwoman, and talk about the planning process and sort of how we can work together on the issues that you've raised.
That would be absolutely fabulous. If you would look at your calendar and email me some times that would work for you, I will make it a priority.
Thank you, Council Lady.
Because I know that is one of the concerns with Charlotte Pike being so narrow and the development that's being requested. So literally, if I say yes to one, I'm going to have to say no to somebody else. Unless we change it. And I need that assistance and clarity.
Thank you, Council Lady. So any other comment on this particular project, Council Lady?
No, thank you.
Okay, perfect. And so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. So now we are on to discussion by commissioners. How about we start with Commissioner Tibbs?
Yes. You know, it seems like a pretty straightforward case, actually. I was when the one caller that had was opposed to it. I was interested to see what I may have missed by it, and I still am not sure. It seems like it's pretty clear, and it seems to fall right into the policy of that area. You know, I think we all sometimes get, and I'm not excluded from that, get concerned about make sure the traffics are, you know, we're not creating things, but I think that, you know, based on where we are, I think this makes sense, and I have no opposition to it.
Thank you, Commissioner Sims.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank Councilwoman Hauser, because the question she asks is exactly the right question. And because we are required to look case by case and don't have the advantage of having the legislative power to look at the whole district often, I'm really glad she's asking that question. And so thank you, Councilwoman. The other is I wanted to thank Sharon Hoover, who wrote almost a dissertation on the economic impact of really building on all of our natural open space. It was a letter that it's not often I have to spend a long time studying one of the letters that come in, but this was a really good, strong letter. And I think she raises a great question, which is, we do know there's an economic effect on building out every natural space we have. And she's raising those good questions. But other than that, I think this is a good plan. It is a natural extension of a current SP. I think it's got some good thinking going on and how they're going to fit all that into there. So I'm for it.
Councilor Murphy.
So I see one of the conditions is that all internal driveways are private driveways. We've had some issues come up at council and a resolution that actually come up to council about private driveways, and I wanted to ask about trash and recycling, since this is a private driveway, and I can't see enough to see if that's a dumpster like at the very back of the property, but I wanted to ask about trash and recycling for this development.
Hi, Commissioner. This is Lisa. That will be handled through private hauler.
Okay. That's what I assumed, and that's something that for another time and place at the council level, we've got to figure out a better way to make sure that's communicated to people buying properties like this, because evidently there have been issues in other areas. So, but other than that, I do feel it meets the policy, and look forward to what else other people say. Oh, there wasn't one of the emails, and I'm sorry if you covered this and I missed it. One of the emails said there was a timing issue on this or something. Is there anything to deal with the timing of this and going to council or anything like that?
There's not currently a bill on this item.
Okay. All right. I'm good to go. Thank you.
Commissioner Lawson?
I think the bases have been covered, and I'm for this application.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I think I have a question to staff. I understand this one is extension to existing SP to the south. So I have been looking at the original existing SP, and looks like that one is at the, want to say, each side of the phase 1 SP has cul-de-sac. And it seems like this proposed zone change new SP is connected to that cul-de-sac. Do you have a modified plan for how entryway from Old Hickory Boulevard to this property will be connected? So I'm guessing the cul-de-sac portion will be modified, but if you have some explanation or something that will help me to understand how it will be actually connected.
Hi, Commissioner. This is Lisa with Metro Planning. That SP was actually amended to change the cul-de-sac into a connection, and so it is already approved that way.
Okay. Okay.
You can actually see, if you're looking at your screen, where this ties in. Here, where I'm pointing, it ties into the drive that then goes back out to the main road. So that's already been done.
Okay, so that's what I was imagining, just wanted to make sure. So having to that second question, what I have not seen on the new proposed SP is landscaping proposal. So do we have any Class C or Class B buffer alongside of the, perimeter of the property?
Commissioner, there is a 10-foot landscape buffer on the north and south side of the property edge for this project.
Okay, north and south. Okay. So that's good. Any other active community amenity, like I see like a phase 1 in open space. Is this passive open space or active open space?
Hi, there is active open space within phase 1, and these two projects will share open space.
Okay. So as far as fire is concerned, because cul-de-sac is eliminated, now emergency access will be Old Charlotte. So that will satisfy our fire marshal regulation, correct?
The fire marshal has approved the plan, yes.
Okay. All right. That was all my question. Although I'm very sympathetic with that area, because that area has so many SP coming in, but the policy is neighborhood evolving, and property to the south is commercial. So I would agree with other commissioners. I think, although I know some people, neighbors, are a bit allergic to the density, but that property, this project is policy-wise appropriate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gobble?
Sorry, this thing makes sense to me. I'm okay.
Perfect. Vice Chair Farr?
I don't think I have any further comments. I think everyone's covered it.
Okay. Commissioner Blackshear?
Sure. For the reasons previously stated, I would be in favor of staff recommendation of approval with conditions. We got a letter from a community member, and it kind of indicated that maybe they were not aware of all the things that were available online for them to view. For example, they didn't know maybe where to find the comments, and didn't understand what conditions that staff was recommending with approval. So if staff could just speak to the information that's available to the community online, and when they could access those documents, that would be great.
Director?
Hi, this is... So we published... It's really hard when Lisa and I can't see each other. Normally we have a thing that we give each other an eye look, and we know who's going to answer what question. Lisa. So we publish the staff reports online, and you can go to our website, and then you can also go to Development Tracker and see more detailed information. And then as the project moves to Metro Council, those conditions will also be published online at the council website. Lisa, did I miss anything?
I was going to add as well that we have a tool called Development Tracker where community members can pull up full copies of the plans that are submitted for all of the projects, and you can search those by council district. So if you live in a district and you're particularly interested, you can also put in an address, and it'll show you projects that have been entered, that have been applied for nearby. And so that will cover anything that comes before the Planning Commission.
Thank you. That was extremely helpful, and hopefully someone listening who didn't know about those opportunities now are aware and can pull plans that they're interested in.
All right. What about a motion, Commissioner Blackshear?
Sure. I saw Commissioner Tibbs' hand was up and he put it down. Maybe he can second. So I make a motion to approve staff's recommendation of approval with conditions.
That's a proper motion. And Commissioner Tibbs?
Yes, I second that motion.
All right. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion? If you would raise your hand or verbally say that you want to discuss. Seeing none, no other discussion, we're now ready to vote. Commissioner Blackshear?
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr?
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Sims?
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs?
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 36 is adopted. We are now on to item number 37. I think is Patrick going to present the case?
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me? Just checking audio.
Yes.
Okay. Lucy, can you hear me to check audio where you are?
You're all good.
Okay. The next item on this evening's agenda is item 37. Next slide, please. This is a request to apply a residential accessory structure overlay district. Next slide. Staff's recommendation is to approve amendments to Title 17 and approve the residential accessory structure overlay. Next slide. The zoning for this area is residential single family and requires a minimum of 30,000 square foot lot. I will also note that the existing zoning is not proposed to change with the inclusion or addition of the overlay. Next slide, please. The land use policy for the area is T3 Suburban Neighborhood Maintenance Policy and Conservation Policy. And in this instance, the conservation policy identifies the presence of streams throughout the area. Next slide, please. The residential accessory structure overlay provides appropriate design standards within residential areas necessary to maintain and reinforce established form and character for accessory structures. This overlay will regulate the number of accessory structures with a maximum permitted to be 2. The location of such structures, they shall not be erected in required setbacks and must be located to the rear of the principal structure. It will also regulate the wall size. The combined gross floor area of all accessory structures on a lot shall be no more than 30% of the total gross floor area of the principal structure, or 1,200 square feet, whichever is less. Height will also be regulated. Accessory structures shall not exceed 1 story or 16 feet in height, whichever is less. The top elevation of an accessory structure shall not exceed the top elevation of the principal structure. Materials will also be regulated. Accessory structures greater than 150 square feet in gross floor area must be considered in like manner to the principal building in terms of roof style. Materials such as metal, plastic, vinyl, concrete units are prohibited as the primary siding materials for accessory structures greater than 150 square feet in gross floor area, except for the materials, the primary material on the principal structure. Next slide, please. The proposed text amendment to Title 17, which established the residential accessory structure overlay, required parcels to be contiguous and include an entire block. The amendment will remove this requirement for the entire block and will not require the entire block face. However, will require parcels to be contiguous when an application is submitted for review. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the application of a residential accessory structure overlay, which regulates form, location, and materials, is consistent with the underlying T3 neighborhood maintenance policy, and therefore staff recommends approval of the overlay and amendments to Title 17. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate that. And so we'll open this item for public hearing. And is the applicant on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. That's Larry Hager.
Oh, hey, Larry, are you the councilman? You're the applicant? Go ahead.
I am.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank y'all so much for allowing me to speak about this residential overlay. I'll give you a little history about Brandywine Farms. Brandywine Farms was established in the 70s. It's bordered by Old Hickory Lake and Chute Lane, which across the street from Chute Lane is the Andrew Jackson Foundation, so it's next to the Hermitage. All the property in that area is zoned RS 30, and what started this was some buildings were coming into the area that people were calling me about, complaining about. Most of the homes under the old restrictive covenants that are gone now were required to be, I believe, 3,000 square feet and up. So we have houses that some of them are up to 10, 12,000 square feet houses. So this particular overlay, what I did is the city of Goodlettsville has a similar overlay there as well for accessory dwellings. And theirs is based on a 30%. But because we have houses that are 10 or 12,000 square feet, we limited to 1,200 square feet. To put that in perspective, 1,200 square feet, a car is going to take up about 200 to 250 square feet. These lots, most of them are all 1 acre lots. And the reason for the overlay was to control some of the height, the size, and the building materials on these accessory dwellings. Now, this does not apply to somebody that wants to add a structure to their house. So if somebody wants to add on to their house, they want to build a garage onto the house, as I understand, as long as it's attached to the house, this does not apply. It only applies to detached accessory buildings. So, and then we decided that it should be similar to the material that the primary residential housing is as well. And that's why we filed this, is to keep everything in conformity, because we have such big lots. And I've had a community meeting with WebEx on this, had the majority support for it. And because of COVID-19, we started the petition that was given around to the neighborhood. I'm thinking there's probably about 150 signatures on those petitions. There was a lot of emails that came in. During the WebEx meeting, I think we had 4 people that were not in favor of it, but a couple of those folks had already built the buildings that we're talking about here. So we believe this is, for this neighborhood, is a good overlay since we don't have any restrictive covenants. And this would be in conformity with that neighborhood and the surrounding areas. So I'd appreciate support for this, please.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate it. And so if there's anybody else speaking, we'll let you talk at the very end. Okay, Councilman?
Thank you much.
Yes, sir. And now it's that time that we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should now show the call-in number. So please call in now. As a reminder, you don't need to wait. You need to go ahead and call now and get into the queue so that we can make sure that you have a public comment. Remember that you can only call in on the current case. And please state your name and address and whether you support or don't support or oppose this particular item. Another reminder, we're not able to display the timer. Sean will keep the time. So, Lisa, while we wait for folks to call in, Lisa, tell us about the emails on this project, on this item.
Hi, Chairman. We received 2 emails in opposition and 46 emails in support, including a petition, prior to the deadline for emails.
Okay. Thank you. And Sean, do we have any callers now for this particular item?
We do have callers, and we are placing the first caller into the meeting now.
Thank you. Thank you. And for the caller, welcome to the meeting. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and if you could state your name and your address and whether you're for or in opposition. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Richard Hardaway. I live at 101 Mont Shannon Drive, right here in Old Hickory, 37138, in the Brandywine Farm subdivision, and I am against this proposal. The reason I am against this proposal is because I bought in this neighborhood 1 year ago today for this sole reason, was to build a building in my property. The restrictions are a little too harsh, 1,200 square foot, and has to be built like your home. That's a little too far-fetched, considering that this place has been around here since the 60s, and there is so many different types of homes in this neighborhood. There's buildings already. There's houses with stucco. There's houses with wood. There's houses with brick. There's houses with siding. It's not really going to make too much of a difference, in my opinion, with all that's already in this neighborhood to build a building that's up to code standards. I understand we still got codes in Nashville, and that's all grand and dandy. I don't have a problem with what they tell me I can't do, but I do have a problem with this overlay, and the whole reason this overlay is on here and to begin with is because someone put up a red barn and people don't like it. Well, I'm sorry. There's no restrictions. There hasn't been any restrictions in this whole neighborhood since it was built, other than one restriction and made it from a 2-dwelling home to a 1-dwelling home. So my thing is, if the property rights are taken, so I can't build a building.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
To my likings, who pays for my losses? If I'm running out of time, you don't want to hear me.
Was that a question for the commission?
Caller, I verbally interrupt to let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, which I did. I've paused it right now, so you do have about 15 seconds left if you'd like to finish your thought.
I'm saying if you take my property rights as a homeowner, who pays me for my losses? Because now I can't do what I wanted to do on my property.
You do.
So do I get answers back?
Is it, we can, well, caller, thank you. And I thought that's more of a rhetorical question, but.
What do you mean a rhetorical question?
Are you talking about loss of value? I didn't understand the question, I guess.
I'm saying if you take my property rights as an owner in my deed, that there's no restriction, who's going to pay for my losses now that I can't do what I want to do? And on top of that, why are we even a historic zoned area when this place was built in the 60s and still building in 2020 right now in the same neighborhood? So why are we a historical area in the first place?
Well, the commissioners can address this in the testimony, but unfortunately, you get 2 minutes to talk, and you can also discuss this with the councilman. And if you don't like the course of the commission, you have a potential to sue the commission. So there's several ways to answer that.
I just don't understand what your whole purpose is to put an overlay on the community that hasn't had overlays or restrictions.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Sort of like power trip control.
Yeah. Well, you're out of your 2 minutes, and I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Sean, do we have another caller?
We do. We are getting ready to place the next caller into the meeting.
Hi, if you could
Thank you.
mute the TV behind you.
We're just reminding them to mute their television.
Our sound system, but
And Chair, you have the next caller.
All right. Welcome to the call. Please state your name and your address, and you have 2 minutes, and let us know if you are for or against the item. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lorette Geyer, and the address is 113 Cherry Branch Lane. And I am in support of it because it would meet the previous guidelines of the subdivision that were implemented at the time of the subdivision. So it would adhere to those same guidelines that have been in place for quite some time, since the beginning of the subdivision. Those were the covenants that most have expired at this point, but were in place up until the expiration of those. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. And Sean, next caller.
hi, caller. Are you ready to be placed into the meeting? Okay, if you could just mute the television or computer behind you to reduce feedback, that would be very helpful.
Chair, you do have the next caller, but very quickly, I just want to say that if anyone is waiting in the queue to speak, if you could mute your television or your computer while you're speaking with us, that will eliminate feedback. But Chair, you do have the next caller.
Thank you and welcome. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead. And you please state your name and address.
Hi there. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. My name is Chuck Vaughn. I live at 208 Rising from Maine here in Brandywine Farms, and I am in opposition. This overlay zone seeks to upend existing good law and install Metro codes as a surrogate homeowners association due to a handful of residents' aesthetic preferences. I think this is a waste of our time and resources here. The language of the overlay zone is rife with contradictions, ambiguities, and potentially exposes the planning zone to needless litigation. Now, the proponents of this overlay zone have failed to provide any credible data to establish a need for it. In the neighborhood discussions we heard about house values, there was no data for that. And we've heard about this petition. A petition is not credible data. Petitions are, to quote a great poet of the 20th century, hey, hooray for our side. There was a petition a couple of years ago to make Macho Man Randy Savage his birthday, May 20th, a national holiday. And it got 6,000 votes. There was another one that got 12,000 votes to replace the national anthem with an R. Kelly song. Petitions do not scientifically or in any statistically valid way reflect.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Neighborhood. The proposed overlay zone is just overly restrictive. It's unenforceable, unnecessary. There's already existing good code that draws a bright line distinction at 40,000 square feet, which is where the majority of the houses in this neighborhood lie. We should rely on the existing accessory structures code as it's written.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you calling in. Sean, we're ready for the next caller.
Hi, caller.
We're just getting them into the meeting now.
Hi, if you could go ahead and mute the TV behind you. The chairman will come up.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Okay, welcome. We appreciate you calling in. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. Welcome.
Okay. My name is Tim Campbell at 401 Rolling Mill Road, and I am very much in support. There's been probably 4 new accessory structures added in our neighborhood over the last 3 years. They keep getting bigger and bigger. The latest one is a big metal structure that's about 3 times the size of a standard billboard. So we need to have some sort of overlay. The current one is not good enough. And as neighbors, you know, our houses are our investment. There are, gotta watch the sales value of our houses over time. You know, these things are our investment for our retirement, for our kids. So we need to have some sort of restriction overlay than we currently have because it keeps getting worse and worse. That's all I have.
Thank you for calling in. Next caller. Sean, is there any other callers?
We're placing them into the meeting now.
Thank you.
And Chair, you have the next caller.
Thank you. Welcome, and please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me 2 minutes. This is Joy Lamberton McNaughton. I live at 109 Rising Sun Court since 1980. And I just wanted to say I've been very involved with several of the people in the neighborhood that have been here for a long time. We have a HOA that takes care of the street lights. We have a HOA that takes care of our main entrances and the common areas, but there's no fee for that. All of that is just purely volunteer and money that we raise, which Mr. Hager's been a huge part of, chili cook-off and a fish fry annual every year. People donate to that, and that money is what we've kept up the entranceways and all. I'm 100% for the overlay. I don't think it's very restrictive. You can build onto your house as long as it matches your home. I'm 100% for it, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you for calling in. Sean, we're ready for the next caller.
Hi, caller. If you could mute the television behind you.
We're just reminding folks to mute their television chair. We'll put the next caller in shortly.
Thank you.
And you do have the next caller.
Hello, welcome. And please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Peach McComb. I live at 206 Rising Sun Lane. Forgot for a minute. I just wanted to say that I am for the overlay, and I just feel that we need some sort of protection, simply because it kind of harks back to the original overlay that was in place, which is my understanding, back in the 60s and became obsolete. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Sean, next caller.
We're placing them in now.
Hi, caller. I'm getting ready to take the meeting. Thanks.
And Chair, you have the next caller.
Excellent. Welcome. And please state your name and your address. And you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
My name is Annette Hagel, and I'm at 318 Rising Sun Lane. And we built in 80. We've lived in the neighborhood a long time, and I like the feel of the neighborhood. The barn's right down the street from us. It's very disappointing. And so I am definitely in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers in the queue for this item.
Okay. Well,
hold on. We're checking one thing. There may be another call coming in. Bear with us just a moment.
okay. Yeah, let's give him a few minutes. Josh?
Bear with us. The phone has just rung again. We're working through. Hold on just a moment.
Okay. No rush. We'll make sure we get everybody.
Chair, we have just placed another caller in. I do want to say for the public that if you are planning to call on item 37, the residential accessory structure overlay, please call in now. You don't need to wait for this person to finish speaking. We want to make sure that you get to us while the public hearing is still open. So please go ahead and call. And with that, Chairman, you have the next caller.
Welcome. Please state your name and your address, and you have 2 minutes, and go ahead.
My name is David Van Buren, 115 Rolling Mill Road. I am for overlay, as are the majority of neighbors that I have discussed this with. Thank you.
And Sean, he broke out. Was he for or against?
Said that I was strongly in support of the overlay,
okay.
as are the majority of neighbors that I have discussed this with.
Got it.
All right.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sean, next caller.
Hi, caller.
We are working on placing them into the meeting.
Thank you.
And you have the next caller.
Welcome. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes, and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Davis. I live at 204 Barley Mill Road in Brandywine Farms, and I'm opposed to the accessory structure as the way it's currently written. I believe it's too restrictive, and my husband and I bought here 3 years ago with the intent of building a detached garage with a room above. On purpose, we chose this neighborhood because there were no covenants, restrictive covenants that would require us to get that approved. And we've made significant investments in the home and would like to be able to move forward with our plans. I don't completely disagree with it. I'm fine with some requirements to make sure that it, looks professional and matches the house, but I believe the restrictions on size, as well as requiring it to only be 1 story, is too restrictive and should be reconsidered. If it's not amended, I also recommend, I know Larry mentioned that if a structure was attached to the house, that it would not fall under this. So I would recommend adding the word attached. I didn't see that in there, but it should be very clear that this would not apply to a addition that was in some way, shape, or form attached to the primary home.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
I think she'd wrap up. Ma'am, was that it?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sean, next caller.
All right, we are placing them in. And you have the next caller.
Okay, welcome. And please state your name and your address. And you have 2 minutes, and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Regina Medley. I live at 305 Brandywine Drive. My husband and I have lived here for 17 years, and we absolutely love this neighborhood. We bought here for the large yards, the wide streets, and the older established homes in the neighborhood. The fact that people kept their homes neat, clean, tidy, and we have fantastic neighbors. We are absolutely for this overlay. We want to keep the integrity of the neighborhood. People out here do have some sheds in their backyard. As long as they're small for garden equipment, that's fine. But this is not an area for large industrial-looking buildings in the backyard of homes. And that's all I have to say. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you for calling in. Sean, any other callers?
Chair, we have no additional callers in the queue on this item.
All right, why don't we just wait a few minutes? Let's 1 minute or something, and make sure we get everybody, okay?
Of course, I'll keep an eye on the clock, and we'll check back in just a bit.
Okay, 1 minute's good. All right, Sean, do we have any other callers?
Okay, you have not had Chair, we do have someone on the line. We're trying to find out if it's for this item or a different item. And it is for this item, so we'll place the caller in just a second.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm going to go ahead and answer the meeting.
And Sherry, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. Please state your name and your address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is TJ Jones. I live at 302 Rising Sun Lane. I am in opposition Everybody knows I have the red garage. But I think what I'd like to know is the overlay first paragraph says purpose and intent is to make the neighborhood like. But our neighborhood is not like. It's not a historic neighborhood where every house looks the same. So could somebody, either planning commission or can it be amended so that what is like? There's a wood house, there's a metal house, there's brick houses, there's a blue siding house. Who gets to decide what like materials is? Does that go in favor of the owners when they try to build a detached structure, or who's going to decide that? Secondly, the 1,200 square foot is too restrictive. Yes, my garage is going to be attached, so this overlay does not count for me. But the pictures attached to the bill are of our house of an unfinished project. So I think people need to know that what the council has received is an unfinished project that is something that will be attached. But if you go through the emails, I'm interested to know, can it also be amended so that the grandfathered clause isn't just people who have already pulled a permit to build a pool house or a shed bigger, I think it's 10 by 10 or bigger than 150 feet, codes already makes you go talk to them, which seems okay to me.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Okay. The grandfather clause question is if you look at the comments, there's somebody on Barley Mills, all the new owners that bought property without restrictions. Can you not amend this to say that this will only apply to people who purchase property after, if this bill is brought in, if it's ratified, as opposed to just if you pulled a permit? It really is taking of rights of people, the new homeowners. The neighborhood has turned. I know there's people there from the 80s, 90s, 70s. My neighbor bought in 74, I believe. He doesn't mind my garage. But it really—
Caller, your time is up. Please finish your thought.
So my thought is about the grandfather. Can't this say that the people who purchased their property are grandfathered in, and anybody who buys property after, if it's ratified, would be under the restrictions? Because you really are putting a restriction on somebody's deed that they paid money for. It's just a government HOA at that point, and we don't have an HOA in our neighborhood. And the people who lived in the neighborhood in the 70s didn't.
Caller, thank you very much for your comments. Unfortunately, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, any other callers?
Chair, there are no additional callers in the queue.
All right, having no other callers, let's move on to the rebuttal. And Councilman, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody calling in for and against this. Y'all should have all the signed petitions that were turned in the last 5 or 6 days, which is about 140, 150 signatures that are for this overlay. Let me say something about, I know the first caller, Mr. Hardaway, I talked to him about this. He said he was going to build something pretty nice, but he wanted something a little bit bigger. And Lisa can correct me if I'm wrong, but if somebody wants to build something a little bigger, they can go to the BZA and have that approved. But Mr. Hardaway didn't know exactly how big he wanted it. I said, well, how big do you want it? Well, I don't know right now because I've got a commercial business and I want to store my equipment in the building because I'm paying money to store my equipment. And my statement was, you can't have a commercial business in the neighborhood. And he said, well, I'm not going to do that. Well, I told him, I said, well, you can go to the BZA if you want to build it bigger than 1,200 square feet. But he did say, I'm going to build it nice to go with the house. So that was a conversation with Mr. Hardaway. The second gentleman that called in has already built a detached accessory building. And of course, he's grandfathered in. As far as height and size, and I'll let Lisa correct me, they can go to the BZA if they want to. So neighbors don't care, then they can build it bigger and they can build different material. Or if they need to build it higher, they can. As far as the addition to the homes, this is not applicable if the building is attached to the house. I've explained that to everybody. Matthew Wilkerson was with the WebEx when we had that meeting, and doesn't apply if it's attached to the house. This is only for detached accessory dwelling, period. So the majority of the people in this neighborhood are for this overlay. And as far as somebody indicated at one of the meetings that they thought it was turned into an industrial building, but a neighborhood with some of the buildings built there. Miss Jones is grandfathered in, and she's the last caller that was in, and I've told her that she's grandfathered in because she's already built her building, which is, I don't know how tall it is, but it's taller than the house. It's a 2-story building. Her house is a single story with a basement. And they built it to store a bunch of cars and a tractor trailer type rig inside the building. That's her choice, but the majority of everybody that we had on the petition, the majority of the people at the WebEx meeting are in favor of this overlay. And if somebody's got a problem with the overlay, then they can go to the BZA, and they can get their blessings to do what they want to do, if they want to make it bigger or taller or material-wise. Let me say this bill can always be amended down the road as well, but I tried to keep it in conformity with the bill that Goodlettsville had. I had to put some type of size restriction on it because of some of the houses being 10 and 12,000 square feet. There's a lot of big houses in Brandywine Farms. But everybody I've talked to, they're in favor of this bill, and I'd ask for y'all to approve it. Thank you very much for allowing me to bring this to y'all to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. And now we are on to the discussion amongst the planning commissioners. So why don't we start with Commissioner Blackshear?
Sure. Well, I think all of us obviously live in a residence of some sort, and I think we all appreciate what the majority of the neighbors are supporting, which is some sense of conformity in the neighborhood. And the point is well taken that the houses are not like each other in the neighborhood, but it does make sense to have the accessory have some type of conformity with the house that's already built on the lot. I also am very sensitive to property owners who perhaps have not built something already on the lot and intended to. Obviously, I'm not exactly sure this is right, but if the grandfathering allowance applies to anyone who's pulled a permit, then perhaps there's still time for them to do that if they would like to build something before this is effective. But I am sensitive, just as a property owner, to not wanting your property rights being restricted. There was some mention, maybe from the first caller, about takings, and I know that there is some of the emails that we received in opposition talked about this being an improper taking. And I just would like for our legal counsel, Mr. Poole is here, to speak on just the legality of having an overlay applied to existing property owners.
Hi, Commissioner. This is Quan Poole from Metro Legal. So, basically a taking is, taking a person's property for public use. And in order to do that, you would have to give what's considered just compensation. Here, it's not really considered a taking because the public, the city or metro, is not using this property. It's really just rezoning it in a way, and it's applying those standards across a large number of properties. And so in instances like these, it's not considered a taking, and there doesn't have to be any just compensation given to the people in their neighborhood. It's just very much similar to rezoning this property from RS5 to R6 or from R10 to RS10. The overlay is just another zoning and land use tool or mechanism that applies to the property itself, as opposed to Metro taking some ownership into that property.
Thank you. That was extremely helpful. So all of that being said, and just as someone who has driven through neighborhoods and seen some of the accessories that perhaps some of the neighbors here are complaining about, I mean, I understand the rationale for it. I don't think it's too restrictive, and I do appreciate what the councilman said about the BZA being an avenue for those who would like to perhaps build something that's outside of the allowance for them to still have that done. So I would be inclined to support staff's recommendation of approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair?
Sorry, I keep struggling with my unmute. You know, it's hard. I think I took some reassurance from the discussion at the end that there was some options for going to the BZA for variances. You know, because obviously there are going to be some cases where, or some specific instances where, you know, a structure might be appropriate even if it exceeds what's laid out in the overlay guidelines. So as long as there is some process for that with some control over what that structure would look like, I think that will allow some flexibility for some of the callers that we've heard from that have a concern with the proposed overlay. You know, generally I've looked through the comments and the petition, and it does seem as though the majority of the properties impacted by this overlay are supportive. And so, you know, I think at this point I'm ready to trust staff's recommendation and the work that the councilman has done in this district.
Thank you. Commissioner Gobble?
Well, I kind of agree with Commissioner Farr. Councilman Hager, if you don't mind me asking, how did we get the standards that are written in here? How was that developed?
Commissioner Gobble, what I did is I took the overlay bill that the city of Goodlettsville has for the detached accessory dwellings, and we used that as a template. And the only biggest change I made was the restriction on the size due to the fact that we have houses in that neighborhood that are 10 and 12,000 square feet. All your lots in Brandywine Farms are predominantly 1 acre lots. Now, at one time, you could not build a lot of accessory detached dwellings in Brandywine Farms due to the fact that Brandywine Farms was on septic systems. So your overflow fields were in the backyards of a lot of these houses, and some still are. Some are still on a septic system. But about 5, 6, 7 years ago, Metro came in and put in grinder pump systems and hooked them up to the sewer system. So that kind of allowed people more flexibility to start building these detached accessory dwellings in the back of the yards. But to answer your question, I used the city of Goodlettsville, their template, as a base for this overlay bill. And as you know, the bill countywide was passed That was BL 2020-151, which makes it a countywide bill that any neighborhood in Nashville can use in a subdivision where they've got these large lots, which are predominantly in the suburban areas. But as I said, there's an out for them to go to the BZA if they want to build it bigger or use a different material. But that's what I used as a base for this ordinance, along with planning staff to work on it as well.
Thank you. So as far as interpretation of these standards, that'd be the codes department. Is that what are we thinking? I don't know who I'm asking, but.
Hi, Commissioner Gobble. This is Lisa. Yes, so this is much like, this overlay is much like something like the contextual overlay that we have had several of those applied. And so essentially an ordinance was adopted that created the standards. And then once that created the standards and the overlay, and once that's done, then it can be applied to different areas across the county. So what this is the first application of the overlay onto an area. What would happen is someone would go in to get building permits, and codes would review it against those adopted standards. And so this action tonight does not adopt any standards. It only applies the existing adopted standards to an area.
Okay, I think I understand that. Well, I mean, if I've got a process, I'm kind of agree with Commissioner Farr, so I'll listen to my other commissioners. I'm inclined to support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, hats off to Councilmember Hager. I mean, it's not easy. I understand majority of the neighbors agree with the overlay and support it based on all the petition, we received and so forth. But no matter what you are trying to do, you will never get 100%. So what do we do? If one person on that one street against it, so do we throw away all 99% of the agreement? So I think that's what, council member may be having and struggling, and, having brought this ordinance is hard work, and hats off to you. So I do understand, because the reason it's coming is already established a neighborhood. So the majority of the community would like to keep established neighborhood character. So have to have some kind of rule regulation to control, height and character, material, and size of the accessory dwelling. But I think what I'm a little bit struggling is, because under the Metro Code, we do have a floor regulation on the accessory structure. And also we do have a height regulation of the accessory structure. So I think this is a question to our legal representative. Do we have a material or a design regulation as far as accessory structure in our existing Metro Code?
Hi, Commissioner. This is Lisa with planning. No, there's not currently a material requirement for existing code, but there is within this overlay.
Okay, so it is. So in order for that specific neighborhood and community to try to preserve general character of the neighborhood, including a material or design requirement is, according to a staff report, I think that's an appropriate way to rather preserve the character. Am I reading right?
So hi, this is Lisa. So the way that we sort of look at these overlays is that we have created through planning and the council sort of a set of tools in the toolbox, different overlays, such as the contextual overlay or the corridor design overlay or the residential accessory structure overlay, so that neighborhoods can, choose what sorts of overlays that give additional design criteria to the neighborhood. And so, within the policy, which is maintenance, this is an appropriate application. But the council member and the neighborhood sort of work together to decide what's appropriate for their own areas.
Understand. Thank you. So yes, generally I agree with council member and staff recommendation. Height control and setback is already in the Metro Code, and floor structure maximum size. I agree with that. So I'm just a little bit struggling regarding material and maybe design, because if the main house is certain style of design, so accessory structure will have to mimic. But if size or height is subservient to the main house, maybe some people prefer a little bit a different material. Main house will be brick, but maybe the accessory structure will be brick and some sort of siding. So is there any flexibility if we have that overlay? Then again, if we don't have that kind of requirement, it will be all over the map and will not be able to preserve that general character. So that's a struggle. But I would love to listen to other commissioners' opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Lawson, are you?
Yeah, I was unmuting.
Perfect.
I have always wrestled with landowners' rights who have lived in a mature neighborhood and all of a sudden can't do what they may have been planned to do. And I realize there are some limits to that. And the thing I'm wrestling with is the Red Barn, and I've not seen it, but other accessory dwellings that already exist, to me, establish a standard. So I'm really wrestling with this one. I really am, and I do want to hear what some of the other commissioners have to say. And I understand the tenet of it, to me, I want to give you one example. When we were doing our own land use development out here in my neighborhood, the general consensus was that they wanted no lot sizes to be less than 2 acres. Well, if that was applied, then I would have to buy my neighbor's house. So I think it can go too far in one direction, and I'm just not sure how I'm going to vote on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. What I heard a lot of tonight is a lot of the things we hear every time an overlay comes up. And whether it's a historic overlay, conservation overlay, contextual overlay. And I think what is often hard is for council members and Metro staffers is that they are very different tools, but they are so similar in features and names that people get them confused. And so I think that, this is a good option for rather than where we've seen in East Nashville where a giant SP was done over a neighborhood, having this overlay is a better option than doing an SP here. And again, it's one of those things like Three Musketeers, all for all, one for all, or whatever. You just can't split up or patchwork quilt overlays, which sometimes make it hard. But again, being fair and having rules across the board that everyone has to follow is the fair part of overlays at time. And so, again, at the end of the day, when it comes to overlays and things like that, you have to rely heavily that the council member has done their work and done their support. And coming from a district that has fought over overlays for going back, Greg Atkins can verify, probably 20 years, there's still neighbors against neighbors that don't speak over overlays in parts of my district. And this one, I'm impressed that Councilman Hager doesn't have more angry people. That's not the best way to say that. I mean that as a compliment. And so I am very inclined to support this because it sounds like he's done his due diligence. And again, at the end of the day, it's hard to get everybody to buy in. But if it's what the councilman sees through his experience of representing this area for over 5 years as the best for the area, then I'm inclined to support him on it.
Thank you, Council Lady. And yes, these are always tough cases. Commissioner Sims.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to follow up with what Councilwoman Murphy has said, in that anytime I see a councilman get this much consensus, I'm always impressed with the level of work they've done to get there. It does look like the majority of the people here really want this. I know it's hard because I think beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and what looks beautiful to me may not to you. And so it's always hard in these kind of things. And having been in a neighborhood where we had to do a contextual overlay, it is very painful. But in the end, we're a democracy and where the majority rules. And I think he's got more than the majority. I have a question about a different matter, and I've talked with Lisa about it some, and I keep trying to get at peace with this, but I just can't. And that is, we're using a democratic principle here of where the majority will rule in terms of this overlay. And I think, again, that is the majority of the people here. But then we're doing a minor text change where there hasn't been much input into that. And I know it's minor, but there may be some neighborhoods who don't want to do away with contiguous and want it to. And so I'm worried that we are changing text, and I'm used to seeing this as 37A or B, and we're not. We're combining those. So I worry about whether or not we've had enough input as to whether that change of text is something other neighborhoods want. And I don't know how to answer that.
So let me speak to that for a second. This is Lisa with planning. The text amendment would not get rid of the requirement that something be contiguous. It would still be required to be contiguous. When the overlay was written, some of the standards for application of an overlay were used that applied to contextual overlays. In regards to requiring it to be continuous over an entire block. Now, that is something that's very important for something like a contextual overlay, where you're affecting the way that properties interact with the street, such as things like access, the height of the primary building, and you're wanting those buildings that are along the street to be contextual with each other. And so having an entire block face becomes important in a situation like that. With this overlay, it's more important for an area to be contiguous. And what I think that we will see with something like this overlay is that subdivisions would choose to apply this to an entire subdivision. And the way that subdivisions have developed over time, you don't always have a subdivision that includes an entire block face. You may have a subdivision that joins up with another subdivision in the middle of a block. And so you wouldn't be able to necessarily just apply it to one subdivision. You may have to start getting into others. And so the reason for this small change would be for that. Something would still have to be contiguous, but it just doesn't require that it have an entire block, which is more important for something that's street facing, like a contextual overlay.
Thank you, Lisa. I meant that. I meant, yeah, that we're asking for it to be contiguous, but not continuous. And I know that in in other cities where they actually are beginning to see alley streets because of the density of cities and alleys. Where I live on an alley with a lot of these accessory dwelling, I would want ours to be continuous as well as contiguous. And so I just am concerned that we don't have a part A and B that we can discuss. We're just lumping this overlay in with a change of the definition of what that means. And as long as everybody's okay with that, I just don't want to leave us open to some type of lawsuit over something like that.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sims, I also forgot to mention when I was giving that explanation that the application of the overlay, as well as this minor text adjustment, are in the same council bill. That was John Cooper, the director of the council office, indicated that it should be handled that way, or that it could be handled that way in one council bill. And so when the bill was filed, it included both items. And so that's why we have them grouped together.
Oh, that helps a lot. I didn't realize that's where it came from.
They're covered by one piece of legislation.
Okay. And if everybody's okay with that, and you think that's okay, I just wanted to call that to question in case it's not.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tibbs?
So I guess probably my 14 years on the Historical Commission is precedes me here as far as wanting to desperately give communities the ability to have some control over, particularly using a term we would use, outbuildings in this case. Being as Councilman Murphy mentioned, these overlays can be very contentious, and honestly, I really appreciate, as Commissioner Sims said, everything that Councilman Hager has done. I think that it's always a little difficult, and there are people who resist it, but honestly, I believe this is a good tool to bring some, try to get some order to what is happening in a neighborhood. And I think that in the long run, it'll be appreciated by the neighborhood that there is some control over it. And the fact that you could go to BZA if you have some concerns. I guess the only things I would say is I would maybe recommend to the councilman that before it goes to council, that if there's any other variations or anything that he thinks will be in the bill that could be beneficial to some of the comments that he's hearing, I think that could be worthwhile. And the only other thing is, in the Historical Commission, we do have that tool to be able to, we have design standards and things that we can get our materials. So I do, I do agree with it, but I do also say that can get into, well, we don't make this brick anymore. So this brick is brick, but it doesn't match, So you do have to be careful about design standards for, some of those requirements that you've got. And I think that may be something that once you get to council, you may work out maybe a better way to kind of think through that. But I agree with the idea, though, and I once again, I commend you for all the work you've done, and I think this would be a betterment to that community after it's put in place.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now we need a motion from a commissioner. Or is there more discussion? If you'll raise your hand, or Council Lady Murphy, your hand is up.
I'd like to move to approve.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? You'll raise your hand to second, or second it verbally. Vice Chair Farr?
Second that motion.
That's a proper motion. Second. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your hand or verbally. Seeing no other discussion, we are ready for a vote. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
No.
Commissioner Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
8 ayes, 1 against. The motion prevails. And item 37 passes. So we are now on to item 38.
Chairman Atkins, this is Commissioner Blackshear. I notified planning of this earlier, but I just wanted to say that I will have to log off at this point, and I hope the rest of the meeting goes well.
Thank you for everything, and we are so glad you're back. And thank you for all of your hard work on the commission, and we're glad you're back. So, not a problem.
I'm glad you're back. Thanks, Chairman.
See you next meeting. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, item 38. I think is it Abby that's going to present? I believe.
Yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, this is Abby Rickoff, and I will be presenting item 38, which is the 3233 Lakeshore Drive subdivision. Next slide. This is a request for a concept plan approval to create 13 cluster lots on property located at 3233 Lakeshore Drive, east of Old Hickory Boulevard and south of Old Hickory Lake. As a point of reference, we are located just west of Brandywine Farms, which was the subject of the previous item presented. Next slide. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. The site comprises 7.21 acres and is located on the south side of Lakeshore Drive. The property includes a residential unit, which is proposed to be demolished. Next slide. The site, which is shaded in gray, is zoned single-family residential, RS20, and is surrounded by single-family and 1 and 2 family residential zoning districts. The site is adjacent to 2 existing subdivisions, Brandywine Place, which is to the south, and Brandywine Farms to the east. Rising Sun Lane, an existing road located in the Brandywine Farms subdivision, terminates at the site's southeastern corner. Next slide. The site is within the T3 neighborhood maintenance policy. In order to achieve harmonious development, the Planning Commission has adopted subdivision regulations that include standards for specific transects. For T3 neighborhood maintenance, the conventional regulations found in Chapter 3 are utilized. Next slide. This proposal is for subdivision development under existing zoning entitlement. No rezoning is proposed with this application. The plan proposes a cluster lot subdivision with 13 single-family lots. Lots 1 through 10 are accessed from a proposed public road that extends from Lakeshore Drive towards the middle of the site before looping around a common open space in the center. Lots 1 through 10 are clustered down to a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet, but range up to 16,000 square feet, and are oriented around the new loop road. A second open space is proposed at the front of the subdivision adjacent to Lakeshore Drive. Lots 11, 12, and 13 will be accessed from Rising Sun Lane, which is the existing street in Brandywine Farms, which is proposed to form a cul-de-sac at the southeastern corner. Lots 11, 12, and 13 will each contain minimum land areas of 20,000 square feet, consistent with the minimum lot size of the site's RS20 zoning district, rather than clustering down to smaller lot sizes. Although cul-de-sacs are generally discouraged, the existing network in Brandywine Farms includes an interconnected street system that broadly disperses traffic to the surrounding streets, where meaningful connections have been established and a cul-de-sac may be appropriate. Sidewalks are proposed along the new road and along the Rising Sun cul-de-sac per the local street standards, and the sidewalk is also proposed within the open space to connect the 2 public sidewalks for enhanced connectivity. In cluster lot subdivisions, a minimum of 15% of each phase of development shall be open space, and approximately 1.61 acres or 22% of the site is proposed as open space. Next slide. In order to provide for flexibility of design, the creation of common open space, and the preservation of natural features, the zoning code permits development of cluster lot subdivisions in RS and R zoning districts. To permit creative design necessary to meet the premise of a cluster lot option, residential lots are allowed to contain less area than what is normally required by the base zoning district when certain standards are met. The cluster lot option does not allow more density than what would be allowed under the existing RS20 zoning district, but it does allow the minimum lot area for single-family lots to be reduced down to a minimum of 2 smaller base zoning districts. So from RS20 to RS10 in this case. Next slide. As proposed, lots 1 through 10 have been clustered down to a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. Lots 11, 12, and 13 are each proposed to meet the minimum lot area of the existing RS20 zoning district, which requires a minimum of 20,000 square feet. Approximately 22% of the site has been set aside as open space, exceeding the 15% minimum, and buffers are provided around all perimeter lots in accordance with the cluster lot provisions. As proposed, the plan meets all requirements of the subdivision regulations and the zoning code for the cluster lot option. Therefore, staff recommendation is to approve with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And now we'll go ahead and open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
All right, you have 10 minutes and you can save 2 of the 10 for rebuttal. And please state your name and address and go ahead.
Do that. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Dwayne Cuthbertson. Reside at 409 Merritt Avenue in Nashville. I'm here representing the developer and the engineer in this case, and we're asking for your support for this concept plan for you, as staff described pretty thoroughly. 2-phase single-family cluster lot subdivision that we're proposing, and we tried to craft it in a way that we feel like bridges the transition between the Lakeshore neighborhood to the north and then that Brandywine neighborhood to the south and east. We started this process quite a few months ago and started working pretty diligently with planning staff as well as other metro departments to create a layout that met the policy that everybody could support and that also worked for us. In that time, and maybe more importantly, we started a dialogue with the council member and the community. Despite the limitations imposed by this pandemic, developer, I feel like, has provided a pretty healthy effort to solicit input and gain support from the community. We started a Facebook page, had dialogue with the neighborhood association, there were a fair number of email exchanges, and she also went out and provided her own personal contact information to neighbors. As far as I know, she...
Excuse me, this is Lucy. Sir, may I urge you to speak up a little more into the microphone? Thank you. And speak directly into the phone. We want to make sure we can all hear you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Just a little better? Okay. Hopefully this is a little bit better. So the result of all that collaboration is this 13 single family lot concept plan. Again, we broke it up in 2 phases so that each phase is specifically oriented to its prospective neighborhood so as to maintain, if not enhance, the character consistent with the policy. Despite the distinctive orientation, we're still providing for some connectivity between the 2 phases and between the 2 neighborhoods with that pedestrian connection. We think the subdivision will contribute positively to both neighborhoods by adding some pedestrian infrastructure. We think the the development of this site will also help us improve stormwater management by working with Metro on how we deal with that runoff. We're also, you'll note that we're providing quite a bit of open space above and beyond what the cluster lot requirements provide for. You'll see that we have some pretty healthy landscape buffers around the perimeter of this subdivision. We've also got some landscaping proposed along both public streets. As a side note, this particular developer is somewhat of a tree nut, and she's made quite a few commitments to save as many of these healthy trees on this site as possible in those buffers, as well as on the single-family lot. We think the subdivision layout creates a building pattern, will create a building pattern that's consistent with the surrounding context. And so we've got we think we have a fairly high level of community support. We feel like we've got support from the council member, although I believe he's probably still on the line and he'll let you know what he thinks. As well, we've got a recommendation of approval from staff. So this was on consent on the previous planning commission agenda, but it was pulled when one neighbor called in just before the meeting with some questions. This particular developer sought that neighbor out, had some communication with him, answered all the questions, made sure that she committed that she would be available to him as this site develops. And I believe now that he is in support of this development. So with all of that support behind us, we're asking you to support the concept plan today. And I'll leave 2 minutes for rebuttal.
All right, thank you. And you'll have 2 minutes for rebuttal. And so now is the time where we are ready to take calls from the members of the public who wish to call in, and your screens should now show the call-in number. As a reminder, you don't have to wait to call in. As a matter of fact, it's really helpful if you call in now and you get placed in the queue so that we can make sure that you are able to speak publicly. Also, make sure that it's on the current case, which is item 38 that you're calling in about, and state your name and address and whether you support or oppose this particular item. Sean will give you a 30-second warning. I know it's kind of interruptive, but there's no other way that we can do that. So appreciate your patience with that and making sure that you get your full 2 minutes in. So as we get folks into the queue, let's find out about emails. Lisa, have we received any emails on this particular item?
Hi, Chairman. We received 6 emails in support of the plan as proposed.
And how many against?
We did not receive any in opposition.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. And now, Sean, we are ready for the callers portion. Do we have anybody lined up in the queue yet?
We do, and we are placing the first caller into the meeting now.
Perfect.
And you have the first caller.
All right, and welcome. Please state your name and address, and go ahead. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. This is Joy Lamberton McNaughton, and I live at 109 Rising Sun Court, and I am for the bill of Rising Sun Lane and Lakeshore. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Sean, next caller.
We are placing them in now.
Welcome to the call. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Caller, you can go ahead. You may not have heard the chair, but you have 2 minutes. State your name and address. Thank you.
Okay. This is Lorette Geyer. Address is 113 Cherry Branch Lane in the Brandywine Farm subdivision, and I am in support of this plan. I think they've worked really diligently to meet the requirements of our neighborhood so that it is a cul-de-sac and not a through. So I am definitely in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Sean, do we have next caller?
We do.
Hi, I am getting ready to place you in the meeting. You could just mute the TV or computer behind you to make sure there's not feedback. Be helpful. Okay, placing it now. Thank you.
And Chair, you have the next caller.
Excellent. Welcome, and please state your name and your address, and you have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Oh, Chair, it seems that caller was disconnected. I don't know if that occurred by accident or they're calling back. So bear with us just a minute. We'll get them patched back through.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes to speak, and you can begin now.
Yes, I am at 206 Rising Sun Lane, and I am in favor of the cul-de-sac. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Anyone else, Sean? Any other callers?
Chair, there are no other callers in the queue. We'll take just a brief pause in case anyone is currently trying to reach us, and I'll check back in with you in just a moment.
Thank you.
Chairman, this is Lucy. While we're on pause for a moment, I wanted to ask Lisa to help sort of clarify the written comments. As you know, as all of you know, the staff have been working really diligently to track comments, and that's been pretty challenging in the remote working environment as plans change. And so, Lisa, could you just clarify for the record feedback that we received on a previous plan and sort of your comments for today?
Certainly. As I mentioned, we had 6 letters in support of the plan as presented. As we worked through this plan with the applicant, staff had originally encouraged a connection that went from Rising Sun to Lakeshore Drive. The neighbors were adamantly opposed to that plan, which is what they're reflecting in those comments. If you'll read the comments, you'll see that they're in support of a plan that does not include the road connection, which is the plan that we are hearing and recommending approval of tonight.
And Chair, we have no other callers in the queue.
Commissioner, I was going to see if I could speak on this, please.
Yeah. Hey, Councilman, we'll get to you. Do you want to speak now or very last, like normal?
I'll speak last, then. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. I know Lisa had told me you're still on the line, and I'm sorry, I should have said that earlier. So we always want the council members to go last and have as much time as possible. So
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. So seeing no other callers, we're on the rebuttal. So the applicant has 2 minutes. Is the applicant on the line still? And then the councilman.
Hi, I'm actually going to go ahead and speak up. My name is Allison Lankquist. I live at 1101 Riverside Drive. I am the developer in Old Hickory, Tennessee, 37138.
Oh.
And as the rebuttal, I'll go ahead and take the other side from Dwayne. My family and I actually live in this area of town, literally less than 2 miles from this site. I've lived in this particular area for 13 years and been building homes all over Davidson County for 14. But we live in an area where the homes tap out at roughly 1,500 square feet in many areas. Therefore, if families grow and they need more square footage, they're typically forced to leave our community. These are my neighbors and my friends, and I'm trying very hard to help them with their next phase of life. With a target size of roughly 2,400 to 2,500 square feet homes on the lakeshore side of this development, we're hoping to provide the perfect opportunity for them to stay in the local schools and the community that they have grown to love, yet accommodate their need for larger housing. As a general contractor, I'm personally on my job sites every single day, and not many of my counterparts can say that. Because of my business work ethic, I take pride that I am readily available to address any issues and have done so throughout this entire process. With the passage of this proposal, you give me the pleasure of working in my own backyard to develop a beautiful property that has sat mostly overgrown and acted as a dumping ground for old cars, dilapidated buses, and rundown farm equipment for more than a decade. I'm a small developer with a huge heart for this area, and I look forward to making a beautiful development we can all be proud of.
Thank you. And Councilman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner. We had a lot of discussion about this with planning staff, Lisa Milligan. I appreciate all the hard work she done on this, because basically it was a discussion between two different neighborhoods, Brandywine Farms and the Lakeshore area. When I first got on the council, Lakeshore Drive, coming out to OHB, which is right down the road from this area, didn't have a red light, and we had all type of accidents that were occurring there on a pretty regular basis. And I finally had to appeal the denial of the red light, and got a red light there for Lakeshore, where it comes out probably about 800 feet from this development. The problem that we had with the road connecting through was we've got Andrew Jackson School, which is right down the road, and both communities, including Brandywine Farms and the Lakeshore people, didn't want people cutting through to those two different neighborhoods and using it as a cut through, which that would have probably have occurred. So when we came to discussion and Ms. Lanquist talked to me about it, I like concept plans. I like concept plans because they keep open space. And I've seen Ms. Lanquist's houses that she's built, and she's correct. She puts a lot of work into those houses. She uses nice material, and everybody I've talked to that's owned one of her houses sing praises for her work. So this was a collaboration between not only Brandywine Farms, but the Lakeshore area as well. I think it'll be a great development, and I fully support it, and I appreciate y'all supporting it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And now we're on to discussion. So why don't we start with Commissioner Sims?
Sir. Yes, sir. I'm really excited about this project, and Councilman Hager, I'm pretty impressed with how you can bring groups together. You need to give me a couple of lessons. I was about to give up on how to effectively use these cluster lots until I saw this design, and I think this is so right in terms of what we know primarily from places like the Urban Land Institute and places that smart growth in America, that this is exactly how we're supposed to be using this land. It does preserve some of the characteristics of the land. It still helps us with the economy of construction and maintenance. It allows for common spaces where people can get to know each other, and it makes housing in this area more affordable. So I just think this checks all the boxes for me in terms of a cluster. So good work, and thank you for meeting so hard with the neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Council Lady Murphy.
I just wanted to double check the three that are part of the cul-de-sac to the Brandywine Farms. I think we discussed this in the last case. They don't have like an HOA, right?
That's correct. We don't have an HOA in Brandywine Farms.
Okay, cool. I think that this has been responsive to the neighborhood concerns and a good layout.
Chairman, just checking in with you. We can't hear you. I see you're on mute.
Technical difficulties. Commissioner Lawson, sorry.
I agree. It's a great layout. It's good work, and I know I'll listen to the rest of the commissioners, but I would offer the motion to approve it.
All right, let's keep Commissioner Lawson. We'll come back to you on the motion. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council member and staff and the development team to working with the community. I think, you all of the result of the hard work looks like you have created win-win situation because, neighborhood, they know when they see cluster and it's like, typically, no, we don't like it, but it's so refreshing to hear, people calling in support. And so that's a great success concept plan and look forward to have, great development.
Commissioner Gobble.
I support the staff's recommendation.
Vice Chair.
Also support staff's recommendation, and as Commissioner Sims said to begin with, it's always nice to see a successful cluster lot development.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Yep, I also support it, and I will not leave Commissioner Lawson hanging, and I will second his motion.
All right, Commissioner Lawson, will you make the motion?
Move to adopt staff recommendation.
That's a proper motion and a proper second by Commissioner Tibbs. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your icon hand or verbally state, want to discuss? Seeing none, seeing no other discussion, we're on the vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 38 is adopted. And now we're on to item 40, I believe. Is that Jason? Who's the presenter?
Development. Next slide.
Hey, Jason, will you start over?
Yes.
You can
hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. This is item 40. It is a request to cancel a planned unit development. As you recall, this item was deferred from the June 11th Planning Commission meeting after public hearing was held. That public hearing was closed. Next slide. This site is approximately 4.5 acres and is outlined in blue. It's located in Madison area between Forest Park Drive, Lanier Drive, Old Hickory Boulevard is to the north, and Neely's Bend Road is to the south. The site is situated behind Robin Hood Condominiums. Robin Hood Condominiums has access to Forest Park Road, and the subject site is landlocked. Next slide. Staff is recommending approval of the cancellation. Next slide. This slide shows the approved plan unit development. It was approved in 1984 for 54 residential units. The plan was noted as phase 2 of the Robin Hood condominiums, which existed at the time the plan was approved. Next slide. The base zoning district is RM15. If the plan unit development were canceled, the underlying zoning would permit up to 68 residential units. Next slide. This is in the Madison Community Planning Area, and the policy is urban neighborhood evolving. Please note that the staff report incorrectly cited the policy as suburban. Urban neighborhood evolving is intended to provide a variety of housing types, including single family and multifamily. Supports moderate to high densities with location determining appropriate densities. The policy supports a form that is generally more urban in design with shallow setbacks and buildings that may be closer together than what you would find in the suburban areas. Next slide. Staff finds that the underlying RM15 zoning district is consistent with the policy. RM15 permits a housing type that is currently permitted, but with a slightly higher density. This allows for additional housing choice in the area. While the permitted density is slightly higher, it maintains an appropriate transition from the existing Robin Hood condominiums to the single-family neighborhood abutting the eastern property line of the subject site. RM15 also permits development that is consistent with the existing Robin Hood condominiums. So in conclusion, staff is recommending approval of the cancellation as the underlying RM15 zoning district is consistent with the policy at this location.
Thank you, sir. And we'll open this item for a public hearing. Is the applicant on the line?
The public hearing was closed.
Oh, sorry. Director, can you, so we're going right into discussion. We don't need to open the public hearing again, Director?
That's correct.
Sorry about that. I do apologize. So you've heard the explanation, and we are on discussion from commissioners. But I want to ask if before we get into that, the discussion, we always give the courtesy to the council person, and so does I believe that it's Council Lady Hancock. Would you like to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for hanging in there. I don't think you'll make it till past midnight, but you're certainly doing a grand job of, having a long agenda, just like council these days. I just want to do a very slight review. I'm sure you guys all have your notes in front of you, but mostly for the listening audience, that we did have the public hearing last month, and it was deferred with two goals. One, because there was a lot of stormwater concern from the constituents that called and wrote and emailed in, and I had a meeting with Robin Hood Phase 1, several members of the HOA, as well as with Metro Stormwater on Juneteenth to discuss that. There's a stream that runs through Robin Hood Phase 1 that needs some maintenance. They'll need a permit from the state, and that's something that they're looking into. They really want to do. They also are kind of in a floodplain with, if you look at any of the FEMA maps, and one for sure, and maybe two or three others of the Phase 1 buildings actually have standing water in their basement. So this is just a huge concern with the stormwater with any new development for those residents. And one of the things that they requested is if any environmental studies can be done, maybe that's a part of the development, I don't know. And also environmentally, if the health department could check on animal displacement, because this is a large acreage that has a lot of deer and a lot of feral cats. So they're concerned. Some of them are concerned about the animals themselves, and some of them are concerned about the animals, encroaching on other properties once this development happens. The second reason we deferred was to give an opportunity for us to have a community meeting with the developer. And we had that on Wednesday, the 15th, at Yazoo Brewery. We had a socially distanced outdoor meeting where everyone was wearing masks. And it was a great opportunity for the folks, not only the folks that live in Robin Hood Phase 1, but also some of the constituents that own in Robin Hood Phase 1 and rent those out to other individuals. We're there to listen to the plans. We had Daniel Smola from one of the engineers with this developer, and he was fantastic at handling questions from the constituents. One of the things that everyone agreed on is they really don't like the PUD, but then their nervousness about removing the PUD is that there is no commitment to the plan that he is presenting to the constituents. They all like the plan that he's presenting. They like the fact that it would be single family homes. They don't want this new development to exit through Robin Hood Phase 1, and this developer's plan is to exit elsewhere. So they're all in agreement on that. But they're really concerned that there's no commitment to this plan. They're wishing that it was an SP so that everything could be decided together and at once. And when it comes to this plan, the only modification any of them even suggested is in the transition plan. They would want more townhomes and no flats when you're transitioning from Robin Hood Phase 1 to Phase 2. And again, with the single family homes, everyone's in agreement with that. But the concern is, what obligation does this developer have to stick to the plan he has right now when they're just canceling the PUD? But overall, I don't think the PUD itself is a sticking point. It's the stormwater and what's going to be built. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Council Lady, and thank you for keeping us straight on the public hearing. Just to be clear, there's no public hearing. It's already taken place, and we are on to discussion. And since we've already heard this particular case, and I believe the Council Lady explaining it very eloquently, I'm going to try to, let's try to see, I'm going to ask if there's any discussion. So if you'll raise your hand, on this particular issue, if you want to discuss or if you want to make a motion. We won't go through everybody's name. So commissioners, if you raise your hand, icon hand in the app, if you would like to discuss or make a motion, we can try that. No one's raising their hand.
Well, I make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I believe Commissioner Johnson had a hand up.
Yeah, let me ask, hold on, Commissioner Austin. We do have Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I have a question probably to staff. If I remember correctly, at the last public hearing, the access to existing Robin Hood condominium is expired. So currently, this a particular parcel is landlocked. So if we cancel PUD, where does those access point will leave that parcel?
Hi, Commissioner.
This is Jason Slider.
Go ahead, Jason.
You want to take that, Lisa? Okay.
Nope, you got it.
Okay. So as you said, the current plan had access to Forest Park through Robin Hood condominiums. We have not researched whether or not that access easement is still there. So that would be something that the property owners would have to discuss amongst themselves. What we do have is a plat that shows that access easement, and it was recorded several years ago. I think I have that slide. If you go down, Lisa, a few slides if you're interested in seeing that. So this is the plat that recorded the easements to the back. So as far as we know, those easements are in place, but if there's something that superseded it, then that would need to be taken up by the private property owners.
Okay, thank you. Because I remember one caller specifically stated those easements are long expired. So they, the person wanted to know how exactly the access to the property will occur and so forth. So that was my question. I mean, policy-wise, it makes sense. Probably kind of transit. Only, my reservation is, like Council Lady Hancock said, if we cancel the PUD, whomever, on that person can develop according to RM15. So there's nothing for us to kind of hold the developer to the plan. So that would be my only reservation. So, well, thank you for the clarifying question.
All right. Is there any other discussion? And if not, we do have Commissioner Lawson made a motion. Is there a second to Commissioner Lawson's motion to approve? If you'll raise your hand, Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
I'm sorry, I struggle with the hand and the mute. I will second that motion.
Okay, there's a proper motion and a proper second. Any other discussion? If you would raise your icon hand or verbally state you want to discuss. And seeing none, we're ready for a vote. So we will start with Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 40 is adopted. And we are now on item 41, I believe. I think Abby will, and just a reminder, if everybody will put their mute button on if you're not speaking, that would be great. And it really helps with feedback. So I believe it's Abby.
Hi, Chairman.
Hello.
Yes. Hi. I'm here for item 41. Next slide. This is a request to rezone from single-family residential RS5 to 1 and 2 family residential alternative R6A zoning for property located at 720 Lena Street. As a bit of a reminder, at the May 28th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission deferred this case after a public hearing was held, following staff's recommendation of approval, as staff found the rezone request to be consistent with the land use policy. The deferral was requested to allow the applicant sufficient time to consult with codes to make a final determination on whether the site qualifies for a two-family use or a duplex, and to have further conversations with the council member about the request. Staff has received confirmation that the site is not duplex eligible and would not qualify for a two-family use should the rezone request be approved. As the R6A zoning district would not offer any additional entitlements beyond the existing RS5 zoning district, staff has updated our recommendation to disapproval. Next slide. Staff recommendation is to disapprove. Next slide. This site comprises 0.14 acres and is located on the east side of Lena Street, south of Booker Street, and east of 28th Avenue North. The property contains a residential unit and is served by a rear alley. Next slide. The surrounding area south of Booker Street includes residential uses and vacant properties, with non-residential uses concentrated near the intersection of 28th Avenue North and Clifton Avenue. Next slide. The site is in the T4 neighborhood evolving policy. Next slide. While the R6A zoning district is generally supported by the T4 neighborhood evolving policy in an urban neighborhood such as the site, staff does not support this request to rezone to R6A, which permits 1 and 2 family residential uses, given that the site will not qualify for any additional entitlements even if it was rezoned. Therefore, staff recommendation is to disapprove.
Thank you. And we will open this item for public hearing. And is the applicant, I believe that's right. And is the applicant on the line?
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized. You've got 10 minutes. And of the 10 minutes, you can save 2 for rebuttal. Please state your name.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you for the work that you're doing this evening at this late hour. Clearly, we're just at a crossroad with this particular case. You placed the burden upon us to go back and determine the eligibility for duplex. We are asking for a little grace here. Granted that we are just 200 square feet short of the 6,000 square feet that are required we would submit to you that this lot for 26 years was zoned as R6 by the city. When we go through the process of looking at property to develop or to do something a little bit more intense in terms of just the zoning, we have a choice to make. Either we go to codes or we go to the zoning desk, our planning desk. When we do that, we already know what the zoning of the property is. It's RS5. We go there and we ask the planning service desk if there's any questions about whether or not we can pursue an R6 zoning or R6A. Usually what happens in this process, planning staff will tell us based on the parcel viewer. I provided for you a copy of the parcel view, which says 6,000 plus square feet. That's the reason why we made the application. There was nothing to indicate to us that there was any reason to not enjoy a zoning that was previously the case in as late as 2000. For 26 years, this property was zoned R6. This property is actually, the intent of the property is to turn it over to be a helping hand to provide an organization that does affordable housing. Turn it over meaning selling it to them at a reasonable price. But at any rate, we're just asking for a little grace in this particular situation. And really, planning staff has already established that the current policy in the area supports it. The only thing is right now, a 200 square foot issue, which can be hashed out by the building standards through codes, as well as after only acquiring a variance for that 2,000, I mean, not 2,000, but the 200 square feet that's we're short. So we're basically at your mercy, but we're asking earnestly because there's an organization that has a great plan for the property. And so we're at your mercy. We just need the zoning. If we went to codes with a plan to build a duplex, they tell us that the zoning wasn't right. So right now, we're just trying to get the zoning in a place to where right now we enjoy a single family household. The variance, if we could get it acquired through codes, may allow us to go forward and actually get the eligibility, but we can't do it without the zoning. So we're just requesting the zoning of R6A in spite of the planning's recommendation to disapprove. We ask that you approve this particular request. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Thank you. And you have 2 minutes for the rebuttal. And I do know that the councilman is on the phone, Mr. Brandon Taylor. And Councilman, just a reminder, we'll call on you last and make sure that you have as much time as you need. Okay? I'll make sure that's okay. Okay. And so now we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show the call-in number. And so call and you can be put into a queue. We remind you that don't wait. Please call in now while we go through this. And I want to remind everyone that when you begin your testimony, to please state your name and address and whether you support or oppose the item. Another reminder is that Sean will give you 30 seconds warning for 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to speak, and we appreciate that. And so everybody call in now and we'll get you in the queue. And so now, Lisa, how about emails? Have we received any emails on this particular item?
Hi, Chairman. We received 1 email in opposition and 1 email in support.
Okay, appreciate that. And so callers again, call in. And Sean, do we have any callers in the queue yet?
Chairman, we currently have no callers in the queue, so we'll give a brief delay here in case anyone is trying to reach us. They can call in right now, and I'll check back in with you in just a moment.
Perfect. Any updates from our director on any other issues while we're waiting?
Well, a couple of commissioners have asked why sometimes there's a time lag when we're accepting call-ins, and the reason, and so I'll just do a little show and share. The reason is because it uses the same line, and so we have to wait for one caller to hang up before we can pick the other one up. Otherwise, we would just roll right through folks. So these are the things that we're learning these days.
All right. Well, it's a learning process. I think we're getting a lot better from when we first started to now. So I appreciate the staff team working so hard on this. And you know, commissioners, it takes a lot to make sure all these pieces fall in place. And then also, I want to thank the team for being really transparent out in the public and holding public meetings, helping developers and neighborhoods. So I just want to say thank you during this time frame, doing it remotely. It's been a real challenge. I appreciate it. All right, Sean, any callers?
Chair, we have not had any callers during this time, so I think you can move forward with the public hearing.
Okay, well, since there's no callers, there's not really a rebuttal for the developer, but how about the councilman can go, and then if the developer has any questions, we can.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing.
You have nothing. Okay, so would the developer, the applicant, like to say anything else? I'll make sure we.
I would just like to add that, yeah, we're a little short on the square footage, but of the 47 in the zip code that have been rezoned within the last year and a half in this district or in the zip code, there's about 4 that fell short of the square footage and flew under the radar for whatever reason. And then in the, Councilman Taylor's district, there's a total of 27. And granted, he's as he calls himself, a newbie. There are very few that have come in under his watch, but prior to, I believe that there may be 1 or 2 that are in his district that were short of the square footage. And so we're just asking for just a little grace given the circumstance and the parcel viewer that planning uses, as well as most developers in the city when they look at property. But this property has been held by my client for ever since 2014. So I think it's all on you all, and I'm here if you guys have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. And so, seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And so, how about we start with the Vice Chair? Vice Chair Farr, you're right.
I can do my one button at a time. You know, this is tough. I do want to state for the record that I watched that case because I was not present at the last Planning Commission meeting where this was heard. And I think kind of consistent, I guess, with the conversation. I mean, I'm very sympathetic to what it takes to try to make housing affordable and the need for density. And I do see that in this neighborhood, there is a lot of, I mean, things are a little bit all over the map in terms of lot sizes and how units are laid out. That said, there is a lot of vacant space in this area, and this whole, as noted by one of the comment letters we received, this area is ripe for redevelopment. And so I think it's really critical that we make sure to set the right pattern for that redevelopment that clearly is underway. So I guess I'll listen to my other commissioners and may have another question for staff as we go through this about kind of just clarifying the process and some of what the applicant shared with us earlier about meeting with codes. But I'm going to listen to the other commissioners who attended the last Planning Commission meeting, and then if I still have a question, I'll come back around.
Commissioner Gobble.
Well, I'm kind of in the same position as Commissioner Farr. I'm one of those that said I was only 5 miles over the speed limit, and still had to pay the fine. But I certainly understand where staff's coming from on this and understand why they got to this point. But I'll listen to other commissioners and see where we are. I'm probably inclined to support staff's position, but I understand the applicant as well.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is, I remember the conversation precisely because this one is not in the corner lot, and so existing applicant brought interesting point. Long time ago it was R, but I just want to clarify, I'm not a historian, but if I remember correctly, when we Metro studied zoning, we don't have RS zoning, either residential or commercial industrial, very, very simple. So all the residential zoning is R. And then time goes by, 80s and 90s, several council members downzoned and, changed the zoning, kind of match up with what's on the ground. So some zone change from R to RS to support single family. And doing so, several duplex grandfathered in. So therefore, there's some duplex in the middle of single family zoning. So I think I just want to make it sure that's why we do have R. So not like that's the progress. So having said that, I thought it was kind of strange to see the analysis. It says not duplex eligible. So what do? So duplex eligible, and we zone change, and then just kind of. But this time, court is clearly determined it's not a duplex eligible and surrounding areas RS. So I'm inclined to support staff recommendation.
Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Lawson, are you there? There you go. Commissioner Lawson? Hey, Director Kemp.
Commissioner Lawson, give us 1 moment. We're going to unmute you from here. So ITS, okay, so you're unmuted now. Okay, there you go.
You must have been talking to my wife earlier. I know the importance and the need for good affordable housing. And in an era where we used to try to bend over but not break certain things to make that happen, it's a very difficult decision. I probably would be inclined to view this in another way if we had a tangible plan or something in front of us that said, this is what we're going to do. Not seeing that, I am going to have to support staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. I want to clarify. I've heard it said that they don't have 6,000 square feet, and so they're not duplex eligible. The staff report says that the staff received confirmation that the site is not duplex eligible. Is it they are not duplex eligible because of the 6,000 square feet, or are there other conditions that they did not meet to meet duplex eligibility?
Lisa, can you help clarify that one, or Abby?
Sure. Hi, this is Lisa. Yes, that is the case. The reason that they are not duplex eligible, within our districts, two-family units or duplexes are uses that are permitted with conditions. The very first baseline condition is that you must meet the minimum standards of the zoning code in regards to lot area. And in this case, it would be 6,000. So yes, that's why they're not duplex eligible, because the lot is under 6,000 square feet.
Okay. So here's the situation. Zoning is created for various reasons, and rezonings happen for various reasons. Areas are upzoned and downzoned, and planning documents and policies change as communities change and the needs of the communities change. At the end of the day, this area was zoned RS5. And no matter what it used to be, it's RS5 now. Now, it appears to me that the developer wants us to rezone it R6A, so then he can go make his case at the Board of Zoning Appeals to say, well, the Planning Commission said it should be R6A, so y'all should give me a variance. At BZA, you have to prove the hardship and the variance to get it. And just being short of the square footage, now I'm not a BZA member and I'm not an attorney, but all the time I've spent at the BZA, that's not enough to become duplex eligible. You know, if I want to be a size 2 and I change the size tag in my pants, that doesn't make me a size 2. At the end of the day, this property is not duplex eligible if we change it. We should not change it to R6 just so they can then go gamble or use our position at the BZA and almost pitting one board and one commission against each other. I think it's inappropriate. I think the comments that have been made about Councilman Taylor tonight and at the previous meeting have been inappropriate. I found Councilman Taylor to be extremely on the ball when it comes to zoning, extremely eager to right wrongs in his area and do the right thing for his district. And to imply that others have slipped by him is I don't think a fair characterization. Now, that's obviously not what I'm here for tonight, but what I am here for tonight is that this simply does not fit the zoning. And so changing it does not make any sense. And quite honestly, the note that I had written down last time was, this sounds like a waste of time. And I think it is, again, wasting our time asking us to change a zoning that doesn't change any entitlements for that property or that parcel. And so I wholeheartely think this needs to be disapproved.
Thank you, Council Lady. Commissioner Sims.
First of all, I want to thank the staff for going back and doing this. The definition of an expert is to work and rework, and y'all are really experts at being able to help us think through things carefully. And I agree. I couldn't have said any better than Councilwoman Murphy said it. And to the developer, I want to say there's two definitions of grace. One is that you kind of get what you don't earn. The other is to refine the way you move. And so I think this is a challenge for you to find another way to move in this.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tips.
I agree with everything that has been stated, and I appreciate Councilman Murphy kind of breaking it down. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to disapprove.
That's a proper motion. And is there a second? Councilor Murphy, you want to make a second?
Yes, I do. I will second that motion.
All right, that's proper motion. A second. Any other discussion? If the commissioners would raise their icon hand or verbally state they want to discuss. Give you a few seconds. I don't see any hands, so seeing no other discussion, we're ready to vote. And Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Sims,
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 41 is disapproved. We are now on to item 43. And I think the presenter is Logan, I believe. Mr. Elliott.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, my name is Logan Elliott, and I will be presenting item 43. Next slide. The request is for a concept plan approval to create 8 cluster lots, a public street, and open space. Next slide. Staff's recommendation is to approve. Next slide. The property is in the Inglewood neighborhood of East Nashville, contains 3.37 acres, and currently there exists a single house. The site is zoned residential single family RS10 and is surrounded to the north, west, and south by other RS10 zoning. RS10 zoning requires a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. The properties to the east that front on Moss Rose Drive are zoned RS20 and require a minimum size of 20,000 square feet. Next slide. This application is for a cluster lot subdivision, which is an option that is provided in the subdivision regulations and in the zoning code and can be applied for under the existing zoning entitlement. No rezoning is proposed with this application. The cluster lot subdivision does not allow for more density than what would be allowed for under the RS10 zoning. The cluster lot subdivision does allow for a reduction in lot size to work with the existing topography, environmental features, and to create open space. Next slide. Included here is language that's pulled straight from the zoning code. Here we see the basic criteria necessary for applying for a cluster lot subdivision and the language that describes how to determine the lot yield for the property. Essentially, the property must be zoned a R or RS district, and it must have 10 times the minimum lot area for the existing zone district. If these conditions are present, then you can apply for a cluster lot subdivision, which allows for the proposed lots to reduce 2 smaller base zoning districts in terms of minimum lot size. Once you have this determined, you can calculate how many lots are eligible under the cluster lot subdivision. And to do this, you take 85% of the total acreage of the site and divide it by the minimum lot size of the existing zoning district. Next slide. Here we see the numbers of this particular application applied to the cluster lot subdivision code. This property is zoned RS10, which requires a 10,000 square foot lot. 10 times this is 100,000 square feet. Here we see that 3.37 acres is about 146,000 square feet. So they meet both the criteria of having an RS zoning district and 10 times the minimum lot size. So then to determine the number of lots that this property is eligible for, you take 15% of the gross acreage out for the purpose of streets and infrastructure, which leaves us with 85% of the total acreage, which is about 124,000 square feet. When you divide this by the minimum lot size of the existing zoning district, you get 12 lots. This is the maximum number of lots that are eligible for the cluster lot subdivision on this property. However, the subdivision would still be required to comply with all other metro requirements, which could reduce the number of lots that could be applied for on the site. Next slide. When we review subdivisions, we use the land use policy in a limited fashion. The land use policy is used to determine the appropriate section of the subdivision regulations that the application should be reviewed against. Here, the site is within T4 neighborhood maintenance policy, so we use the regulations found in Chapter 3. Next slide. Here we see the proposed subdivision. The plan proposes 8 single-family cluster lots with 1 lot fronting onto Ivy Drive and the remaining 7 lots fronting onto a newly proposed dead-end street. The lots that are fronting onto the newly proposed street are proposed to be a minimum of 5,000 square feet, with the lot that fronts onto Ivy Drive, Lot 1, being about a half acre. The plan provides for the required stormwater management facilities and the required landscape buffers around the clustered lot. Next slide. Staff reviewed the proposed subdivision against the standards found in Chapter 3 of the subdivision regulations, and staff found that the proposed application met all standards in the subdivision regulation, and all agencies have recommended approval or approval with conditions of this application. Next slide. Because the property is within the T4 neighborhood maintenance policy, the subdivision regulations require that any lot that's proposed to front onto an existing street must meet the compatibility standard. For this application, that only applies to Lot 1. And essentially, the compatibility requirements state that the lot size, lot frontage, street setbacks, and orientation of the lots to front onto an existing street should be consistent with the other lots that currently front onto that existing street. Next slide. Again, here we see the requirements and then the proposed dimensions for Lot 1. The minimum lot size required by the compatibility standards is 22,892. The applicant is proposing 23,600. They're proposing to meet the minimum lot frontage and comply with the front setback and orientation requirements for the compatibility standards as well. Next slide. Staff's recommendation is to approve the application. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Logan. We appreciate it. So we'll open this item for public hearing, and is the applicant on the line? If the applicant...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You got me?
Yeah, welcome. And so you'll have
okay.
You'll have 10 minutes to speak, and you can have 2 minutes of the 10 for a rebuttal. And Sean will keep track of your time, and please state your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Sorry, I'm a little hoarse. My name is Michael Garrigan. I'm the civil engineer on the project. Address is 516 Heather Place. You all will likely remember this property from a couple of months ago when a larger proposal that included 2 other parcels was deferred at the commission. The main concern at that point was steep slopes and critical lots, which exist on the other 2 parcels, not on this one. So this cluster lot that's before you today has no slopes in excess of 20%, nor does it have any proposed critical lots. My client, who has not the developer from prior, but a new client, has purchased this 3905 Ivy Drive. He's toured the neighborhood, knocking on doors, and discussed this 8-lot proposal with some neighbors. There wasn't any direct opposition along Ivy Street that he received, but we have reviewed the online opposition, and I wanted to run through briefly those items one at a time. First is the density. Logan did a good job of explaining how you come to that, but essentially this zoning, the zoning that exists on the property currently allows 3.7 dwelling units per acre, and what's proposed before you is 2.4 dwelling units per acre, which essentially equates to 12 homes permitted. 8 lots are proposed. Next is one that I think you're going to hear a lot about there is a natural drainage ditch that drains through the back of Lot 1. It is not a stream. There was an environmental study done on it, and that was submitted to Metro Stormwater, and they approved it as part of this plan and their approval for this plan. But we are proposing to fill that in with the road, obviously, as it crosses it at a 90-degree angle. So that ditch will be piped with a pipe that, in working with Stormwater, will be sized for the 100-year storm event, so that we ensure there's no upstream or downstream impacts once it's constructed. The next item I've got here is damage to the tree canopy. We obviously are going to have to remove some trees to get the road in, and some additional trees to construct the home pads, but we don't plan on clear cutting these building setback to setback or lot to lot, simply just the building pad itself. And we've done a tree survey and analyzed that and found that of the approximately 47 trees that will have to be removed, 38 of those are hackberries, which are obviously invasive and not desired in the first place. So that's about 80% of the trees that have to be removed are hackberries. And obviously we'll come back in and plant probably 2 trees per tree removed, and those will be native species. That'd be at a minimum 2 trees per tree removed. The next item is there was a 14-foot retaining wall that was shown earlier on a plan that caused some concern with the neighborhood. So we've since gone back and revisited the plan, modified the road grades a little bit, and gotten that down to a maximum of 6 foot to 8 foot tall, which if we've talked to the neighbor downstream, and if we can work out an easement with him, we can simply tie the slopes down on his property and there'll be no wall whatsoever. And the last item I've got on my list is open space. It was in some of the online comments, it was stated that we weren't providing open space per the cluster lot requirements. However, we're providing almost double what the 15% that's required. We've got 29%, so nearly double what the code requires. So just in closing, this is a contentious project. We understand that. We've done our best to meet every code and every regulation, and we're here to do a good job and do what we can to appease everybody and to get everything addressed the best possible way. And I do have my client is logged into WebEx. Is he able to speak at this time, or would he have to come in under the general discussion?
No. I'm sorry, yes, give us a moment.
Okay.
Chairman, this is Sean at the call center. Robert Drimmer is unmuted and can speak if you would like to at any point.
Yeah, just remember, you guys only have, 10 minutes, so.
10 minutes total. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, members of the commission. Thank you for your consideration on this sensitive matter. My name is Robert Drimmer. I'm the owner of 3905 Ivy Drive and a resident of East Nashville for the better part of a decade now. I moved to East Nashville from the Northeast and fell in love with everything that our community represents. We are a diverse, creative, spirited, and welcoming community that I'm grateful to be a part of. In addition to being a resident of this community, I'm a real estate broker that specializes in East Nashville. I've sold and helped families purchase over 1,000 homes in our community throughout my career. I've helped residents find their first home and many find their homes. One of the things that I love about my job is sharing the neighborhood with those that are less familiar. For all the same reasons that you and I love our neighborhood and community, so do the many buyers that are moving here every month. However, one thing that has stood out to me more recently in my career is the need for a specific type of home. We have an extreme shortage of homes for growing families in our community. Many families who have lived here for several years want to find their forever home locally, but struggle to find one that fits their growing family's needs. This means that we lose our long-term community members to neighborhoods that can offer this type of home. I've always wanted to find a way to keep these residents here, and I never dreamed that it would be possible for me to do so. Many, many years ago, I fell in love with the property on Ivy Drive like many of you. I got to know the families that lived here and recognize how special this land is. I want to add to this community and not take away. I want to make sure that more families are able to be part of the community where there is one of the best schools, Dan Mills, a beautiful green space nearby, and a loving community surrounding. I also recognize the importance of more people moving here, specifically now more than ever due to the shifts in our economy. With additional families moving in, they can also support our small businesses, local restaurants, music venues, and stores. The more people we have in the community who can help support business and commerce, the better we have at keeping our community grounded in its core values. My plan is to build 8 single-family homes in a beautiful setting for families hoping to enjoy the East Nashville community in the Dan Mills School District. My goal is to preserve the natural setting and as many of the heritage trees as we possibly can. Members of the commission, I've studied the cluster lot concept and came up with a plan that complies with all slope, water, and green space regulations. We are hoping to preserve and add to this community and not diminish it in any way. I appreciate your consideration of our plan, and thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you. Sean, how much time do they have left?
Chair, there are 2 minutes and 26 seconds remaining, so we'll reserve the 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chairman, just checking in with you. Looks like you're on mute.
I'm on mute again. I'm getting rusty, I guess. I haven't been. I apologize. So we are ready now to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show in the call number. So please call in now. We can put you in the queue. You don't have to. Please don't wait until it's your turn to speak, to call in now. When you begin your testimony, please state your name and address and whether you support or oppose the item. And there's not a visible timer. So Sean will tell you when you have 30 seconds left. You have 2 minutes to speak. And we appreciate everybody calling in. So let's ask Lisa. Lisa, how any emails on this project?
Hi, Chairman. Prior to the deadline for receiving emails, we received 42 in opposition and 1 in support.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. And now we are on to the segment of actually taking callers for public comment. And Sean, do we have anybody that's called in yet?
Chair, we do have a number of callers, and we are placing the first one in the meeting now.
Thank you.
And you have the first caller.
All right, welcome. And you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address, and you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you. My name's Robert Goodwin. I live on Riverwood Drive, which Ivy Drive is just a block away. And I'm going to just tell you right out of the gate that I think this is a bad idea. And I'm probably going to have a few more questions for you than actually statements for you, but I'll start with my statements. I oppose this because it doesn't go with anything else in the neighborhood. The houses are, you know, they were built in the mid-50s. They're bricks. They have decent-sized lots. So that's my position on it. I oppose it. Now, the questions I have, and I don't expect you to answer them, but I do expect you to think about what I'm asking you, is how did we go from R10 to R5? And with just a few hundred feet away, they're R20. I mean, these are $1 million homes that are on the banks of the river, you know, sitting on a cliff. And this is just a few hundred feet away. The street is not wide enough to even have a center line on it. There's environmental issues that I don't even understand. I'm not a smart man, but I know that it's been brought up many times. And I have to ask you, do you ever get the sense that a developer is just shooting you a line? You know, they can't even get it right to say it's Ivy Street. No opposition on Ivy Street. Well, I don't guess so, because there's not an Ivy Street. It's Ivy Drive. And if they tell you that no one opposed this on Ivy Drive, they're lying. And I don't like the way the developer says, well, I don't plan to do this.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, fine. I just, you know, I oppose it. I would ask that you get in a car and go over here and just look at this. Put your eyes on this. They're going to tear down 2 magnificent-looking, beautiful homes to build this Motel 6 cookie-cutter houses that do not go with anything in the entire neighborhood. Thank you for your time. Sorry for my rant. Pretty passionate about this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for calling in. Sean, next caller.
Chair, we do have a number of callers lined up on this. It takes just a moment to tell them that we're placing them in. So even though I'm silent, we do have them coming. And you have the next caller now.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand that. We'll go slow. All right, so we have the next caller. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, and welcome. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Marshall Albritton. I'm an attorney for the neighbors, represent over 200 neighbors in the area, and I've been told that I would have 5 minutes as the counsel for these neighbors, but I'll make this as I possibly can. We sent a letter, and our objections to this are based on the fact that it does not comply with the standards that Metro has set out, respectfully. First, cluster lot subdivision is designed to create open space, provide more open space than would be provided by the conventional subdivision regulation. And so they have provided.
Sorry to interrupt. Chairman, if you'll give me a moment, we've interrupted the caller and asked them to speak into the telephone or hang up and use a telephone instead of the computer. We've advised everyone to use a telephone, but we're having trouble hearing him. So we're going to ask him to make an adjustment.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I'm back. I hope you can hear me better.
Chairman, hold on just a second, caller. I want to clarify that I stopped the timer while we were speaking to the caller, but I am starting it now. So caller, your clock has restarted.
Thank you. When you look at the map, this map using the cluster lot option does not create any additional open space than would exist by the conventional subdivision layout. My understanding of Metro's, and I serve as city attorney for a satellite city here in Nashville, is that open space subdivisions, cluster lots, are designed to cluster the lots together, and they're downsized, they're smaller, so that you end up with more open space around the lot. And if you look at this design, this does not create any additional open space. So yes, they have run the density calculations, but I believe that your standards under 17.12.0.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
I thought I had 5 minutes as counsel for the neighbors. I did last time at the last hearing. Do I not have that this time? Hello?
Hello. Generally, it's for not generally for the counsel, the lawyer. It is for a representative of a neighborhood group. Now, as the chair of the commission, we generally, the commissioners, we all try to be very lenient on that. But
nothing has changed from last time. I'm the same lawyer representing the same people. And
so I think lawyers like to abuse rules and take it to a whole new level. It's for neighborhood groups is the ruling. I allowed more leeway last time because I think that we try to be more transparent.
Yes, sir.
So do you really think that's fair? That
the reason for disallowing the time this time, then, if you allowed it last time?
Look,
if you don't have a reason and you just decided this time to give me 2 minutes, then I understand that's your ruling. I disagree with it. But if you have a reason, then I would be pleased to hear it. And I know my clients would as well.
Well, do you represent an individual or the neighborhood association?
It's a group of neighbors. I don't know that they've incorporated because they don't live in the same subdivision.
All right, so we'll give you 5 minutes. Just, but
I appreciate it.
Part of the rule is to also request it in writing. Did you request it in writing?
I sent my letter in.
I think you requested in writing the first time and not the second time.
I don't believe I did. No, sir, I don't think so. I don't have my first letter there, but I didn't have to ask for a specific additional allotment. But if I misunderstood that, I'm sorry to have caused a problem for you.
No, I would just think that you representing the neighbors should know the rules of the planning commission.
Well, I'm just trying to do what I did last time. I don't understand the hostility toward me, frankly.
I'm not being hostile. You were questioning the ruling of us giving leeway. And so but I'll give you 5 minutes because you represent a group of neighbors, but don't expect it next time.
I really do appreciate that, and I will try to make good use of my time and get to the point as quickly as I can. So the first objective.
Hold on, really quickly from the call center, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to be very clear. So the chair has authorized 5 minutes. You have already spoken for almost 2. You have 16 seconds of your original 2 minutes remaining. So I'm gonna set the timer for 3 minutes and 16 seconds to give you the remainder of the 5 minutes. That's what I've done here. I just want that to be very clear for the record. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please carry on.
Thank you. So the first objection we have is under 17.12.090 and 17.12090D. This layout does not create open space. It actually provides no more space than would be provided under a conventional layout. The second is the cluster lot option exists to provide for the preservation of natural features, and this layout does not do that. There's an alteration of the topography because of the massive retaining wall that's being built. Now, the documents that were available for me and for the neighbors to review did not include a redraw. So I don't know the reference that Mr. Gary made to some revised plans. Those plans were not available. They should have been on the website as of last Friday to review. The plans that we've been able to see show a retaining wall in height within 8 feet of the adjoining property that shows it to be within 10 feet to 14 feet for a distance of over 100 feet. That's a very massive wall, and it's going to be involving a lot of grading, and so that does not preserve the natural topography of the site. And then, of course, the fill that's being added to build up that wall and to cover up a drainage swale so the pipes can be installed also does not preserve the natural features of the land. And finally, there is an increase in density. So not only do you have the failure to create open space, but here, if you were to look at this plan and lay out a conventional subdivision, because this is essentially the only design that will fit, you could curve the road a bit, you would end up with 4 to 6 lots in a conventional design, and you would have no more open space and no less, and you would have a lower density with that. And so here you have an increase in the density. So finally, 2 other points. We see that water is draining to a pond, a detention pond on here, but there's no outfall for the pond that's shown. And so I suppose it just falls out over the side onto the neighbor's property, but the drawing doesn't show where it is. And then finally, the subdivision regulations require that there should be drawings showing the retaining walls that are going to be part of this project, and not just locating a line on the drawing, but actually the subdivision regulations say that drawings shall be fixed in 3.37 should be that including illustrations of each device shall be used. And so we haven't seen the types of walls that are being erected that will be basically very close to the property line. And again, the plan that was submitted that everybody had a chance to look at showed 10 to 14 foot in retaining walls. If the developer has submitted a new plan,
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
It hasn't been made available to the neighbors, then we would want the opportunity to look at that plan and to see those drawings. But regardless, as it relates to the design of those walls and description and illustrations, the developer has failed to comply with subdivision regulations in submitting that information to the commission. I thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Sean, do you have the next caller? And before we get to the next caller, I want to tell the commissioners that we have a policy through our rules that on getting an extra 5 minutes. Just because you're a lawyer and you represent more than 2 neighbors in the neighborhood doesn't mean you meet the definition. I really try hard as the chair to be as fair as possible over the last several years, and have probably let this rule get people use it and be really lenient. What I'm going to ask, and we can discuss this more as a commission, I don't think that it's fair just because you're a lawyer that you get extra time. I was doing that on controversial cases to be extra transparent and lenient and making sure that people get the time that they deserve. But when a lawyer tries to abuse the rules of the commission, I don't think it's right to all the citizens that only have 2 minutes. And so I'm going to make sure I'll work with Lucy, the director, to clarify and reiterate to lawyers practicing in front of the commission the rules of the commission. So at 9:15 at night, I feel like we need to probably tighten up the ruling. And I just feel like I've been as lenient as I can and always err on giving people more time. But I feel like it's starting to get abused by some of the attorneys addressing the commission. So we'll send out a letter to everyone, especially the lawyers that practice in front of the commissions and the commissioners, and reiterate what our rules are. And if the commissioners want to comment on it, I'll be glad we can take comments, but the rules are the rules. And, I'm sorry that I try to be as lenient as possible. So anyway, I felt like I should explain that. Sean, next call.
Chairman, may I also ask you at this time to give your prudent guidance to the folks who are calling in and to the staff and the commission to be professional? We just had to disconnect a phone call from someone who was cursing at the staff here. So,
Director, that's a really good, I think it's a very good reminder that as the chair, I do not allow people to be unprofessional. We will stop the meeting and we will not hear the case. We'll defer it. I think the commissioners volunteer their time and the staff works really, really hard, and we're not going to allow unprofessional behavior. So the other thing is, please try not to repeat yourselves as callers that call in with the arguments, and please keep your arguments concise. But we will not tolerate unprofessional conduct to the staff and the commissioners. And there was a couple of times during the testimony that there were names being called, council members being called out. It's harder for me to stop somebody from talking, but we will disconnect you if you're unprofessional. You need to stay on the issue when you're speaking to the commissioners. Director, did that help?
thank you, Chair.
Okay. Sean, next caller.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chairman, you have the next caller.
All right. Thank you. Caller, you have just a reminder, please be professional. And you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. And you can start.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jeff Miller, and I live at 4216 Brush Hill Road, approximately about a mile and a half from the subject property. and I just wanted to expound upon some of the comments, the written comments that I previously provided to the commission that are in the record. If you go to this property, you see it bends around a curve, Ivy Drive bends around a curve, and this subject property, the other one, the other meeting, all front that. From the street, all that land flows downward, significantly downward, and then it flows back upwards to the top, to the backs of the various properties, substantially. And as the neighborhood council previously pointed out, the requirements for a cluster lot subdivision are maintaining natural features, whereas the proposal is basically terraforming the natural features in order to get the result that they want. And it is my opinion, my family's opinion, that that is not consistent with the cluster lot option and should be disallowed. And we request that you oppose or decline the proposal. So, thank you.
Thank you. Sean, next caller.
Chair, as we put this next caller in, I would like to ask the folks that are waiting in the queue. I know you're trying to listen. When you will hear a voice pick up and tell you they're going to put you in the meeting, please try to mute your TV promptly when you hear that voice so that we don't have quite so much lag. We want to make sure that we get to all of you, and we know it's late and you've all been very patient. So, Chair, you have the next caller.
Thank you. And caller, you are recognized for 2 minutes. Please state your name and address and keep it professional. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Billy Wright. I live at 3915 Ivy Drive. I'm calling you tonight not to cite code or law, but just to convey a little common sense and to recommend that the commissioners not approve this plan. In the 1950s, one home was built on 3905 Ivy Drive. This lot had experienced natural erosion over the years, and the landowner was aware of this. It's a 3-acre lot, and the landowner decided that was only suitable for one home on the highest point. Today we're revisiting building on this lot. The proposed plan recommends that we truck in enough dirt to increase the height of the lot by 15 feet, almost 2 stories. The proposed plan also states that we're going to put a pipe underneath this 15 feet of dirt in order to fix the centuries of erosion.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I call on the commissioners to closely look at the plan and view all the illustrations that have been sent to you and to give them your consideration. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. Next caller.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Thank you. And welcome, caller. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name, your address for the record, and please keep it professional. Thank you.
Thank you. This is William Chess, and I live at 3815 Moss Rose Drive. And I oppose this plan, as do over 200 neighbors and our council person, Emily Benedict. It's just that cluster houses in this neighborhood are wildly inappropriate. A little bit of history in the 1930s. The local newspapers referred to this area near the bluffs of the Cumberland River as the Belle Meade of East Nashville. And I asked would cluster houses be allowed to be built in Belle Meade. I think not, and likewise, they don't belong here. This property is a mere few blocks from Roy Acuff's mansion on the bluffs of the Cumberland. And if Roy were alive today, I'm sure he would add his powerful voice to help put an end to this slapdash plan. This Ivy Drive property is the beautiful crowning pinnacle of the adjoining historic Riverwood Riding Academy, beloved in the collective memory of anyone like me who grew up in this area. And there's a very good reason that in the 100-year history of this neighborhood, no road or additional homes have ever been built on this property. The simple answer being that this property is not suitable for dense development. It's a fragile property with underground streams, 20-degree slopes, unstable Lindale soil. It's a natural working watershed for the 5 streets that surround the area. It's listed on all city maps as a conservation area, and its protection is vital to our local drainage and flooding issues.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
We've owned our home on Moss Rose Drive for over 13 years. The creek from the Ivy Drive property runs through our backyard, and I can attest with certainty that even now the creek is prone to overflow and create standing water in our backyard or flood the basements of our neighbors downhill. And we and none of our neighbors should have to suffer our backyards being turned into a swamp simply because one developer wants to maximize its profits.
Caller, your time is up. Please finish your thought. Thank you.
This plan just obliterates the natural features of this property, which is so beautiful, and it doesn't even apply to the standards set forth for cluster housing, which is just so inappropriate to begin with. Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, caller. Next caller. Next caller, please, John.
Chairman, you have the next caller now.
Thank you. And welcome. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is James Haggerty. I live at 1702 Riverwood Drive. I am directly across the street from Ivy Drive. And I spoke with all of you the last time this came up, and my concerns remain the same. I mean, you asked us not to repeat ourselves, and I was listening to the last caller, but basically the soil is unstable. There's runoff issues, there's grading issues, there's wildlife issues, there's natural beauty issues, there's quality of life issues, there's construction issues. It's unsuitable for this level of development, and it really feels like someone is trying to shoehorn in like an obvious, money-making opportunity on something that isn't appropriate. And because it's an open parcel and floating city, I feel like the rules are being not bent, like run right up against. Like, hey, we can do it because we got 5 feet. That's what it feels like. And I think more importantly, what should be looked at is the historical significance, the natural significance, the natural necessity of this land. Like many other callers have said, it serves as a natural runoff. Like the reason why it hasn't been developed till now is because it's not appropriate. That's already been established for 100 years. And this just seems like an obvious money grab, and I get it. We're all capitalists, but it's just not appropriate.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
It's not good for our quality of life. It's not good for the animals. It's not good really for anything except making money. And to me, that's just kind of gross. And, there are other ways to make money, and this just isn't the right place to do it. So thank you for taking my call, and please, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
I'm sorry. Are you the caller with the slide? Chair, we're just
You go ahead and say that when you get on the line.
This particular caller submitted some materials in advance of a staff requested deadline that they could have them shown while they were speaking. So if I could ask Lisa Milligan to pull up those slides when this person asks for them, and I will pause the timer while that is happening unless this caller chooses to continue speaking to you during that time. So I just wanted to make that clear, but you have the next caller now.
Thank you. Hello, welcome, and you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, and
thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have 2 slides as well. I'm hoping that Hunsinger slide 1 might be on the screen. I'll go ahead. My name is Robbie Lynn Hunsinger. I live at 4021 Ivy Drive. I urge the commission to disapprove this plan, 2020 S126001. This plan fails to follow several requirements in Nashville's municipal code and the subdivision regulations. The main purpose of the cluster lot is to preserve open space and protect natural features. Yet this plan turns that upside down, filling in our watershed with up to 14 feet of dirt and destroying our mature canopy while providing virtually no open space. This is already an extensive established drainage system in place for this area of our neighborhood. This plan would drastically alter the slopes of our drainage basins. As you can see on the slide, there is a lighter green area, which is the conservation area that goes right across our drainage channel, and the darker green area is a steep slope. To make this plan work, the developer has to grade most of this beautiful parcel, build a precipitous road with a 14-foot retaining wall nearly on the adjoining property line, which violates 2 of the subdivision regulations, remove most of our mature canopy, and bury critical 100-plus foot drainage pipes under as much as 14 feet of fill, which will then be maintained by the new cluster lot HOA. We also fear that this major grading project will damage our underground aquifer. There's an underground stream which breaks the surface on the adjacent property at 3901. I submitted TDEC hydrologic determinations for this stream into the meeting record. Could you pull up slide number 2, please? This is, these images are from the USDA's web soil survey for 3905 Ivy Drive.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. There is Morey soil, there is Lindell soil, and both of these soils are rated as very limited in supporting this street due to very low strength, due to flooding, and due to their depth of saturation. This plan proposes not only a street, but a 14-foot elevated street spanning a 20% grade supported by a steep 14-foot retaining wall built on unstable soils. We really appreciate your service, and we really urge you to please disapprove this plan. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Sean, next caller.
Chairman, you have the next caller.
Thank you, and welcome. You have 2 minutes, and please state your name and address, and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Maggie Gigandit. I live at 2403 Claypool Street in East Nashville, and I oppose the plan. I'd like to note no one has knocked on my door, and while I was listening to the applicant's statement, I thought of the Cool Hand Luke quote, "I wish you'd stop being so good to me." The fact that the developer is going to these lengths to build a mesa in the middle of Inglewood, build these homes on this land, proves our point that this land is unsuitable for this development. It's so unsuitable that he must try to create from scratch the conditions that this project actually needs to succeed. And this plan fails to satisfy those conditions and, in fact, makes our concerns worse. First, we were already concerned about drainage and flooding issues, and now we have an additional concern of erosion. Adding 15 feet of fill on top of slopes that are so steep they're critical, and on some portions of land that have Lindell urban soil and Murray soil, is a recipe for disaster, and it's a veritable house of cards. Our second point is that the municipal code 1708020A is a constructive. This land has a conservation policy on it, and this section of the code says that this policy is for areas which are, quote, unsuitable for urban scale development due to severe environmental constraints. Interestingly, the land that we have here meets all three conditions listed in this section.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Intolerant of development of significant intensity. That's steep topography, potentially unstable soils, and propensity to flood. So these were our concerns from the get-go, and they're only worse now that we plan to add fill on top of these slopes. I realize that there will be development here, and I'm not opposed to development. I just want this development to be pursuant to the RS10 zoning that this land is currently under and not allow these cluster homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Thank you, Sean, and welcome to the call. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and please state your name and address, and you can go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Matt Burgess of 2906 Shadow Lane. I respectfully ask that you deny approval for the 8 cluster lots. If the previous plan of 32 lots was in violation, then there is simply no way that this one should be allowed. Do not be fooled by the fewer houses. There is greater environmental impact and more violations than before. This plan does not preserve natural features. This plan does not create additional open space. This plan does not deal with substandard soil. It does, however, fill in a natural watershed and impact a stream. It is a stream. It has water in it at all times, and I've seen fish in it, especially since the flood. No developer came to my door to consult me, so apparently they're lying about that, and apparently they've changed the plans of their proposal without letting us see the new plans. If nothing else, there needs to be a new environmental impact study, as the city has since redone the sewer lines through this same natural area. Increased water flow, though it may damage the stream, it's certainly going to erode the soil around the sewer lines and create additional problems. I believe this developer is trying to use the pandemic to his advantage and attempts to sneak through a proposal that would easily be denied if we were able to present our case in person. Lastly, according to the USDA, the U.S. government,
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
The soil is ill-suited for construction. Just the existence of this type of soil proves that it is a floodplain, and that should be the end of the discussion right there. You want to vote it down as council members, you are protected. There is historical precedent. In the past, your very own Nashville government knew of this property and designated it for conservation on the parcel map. I urge you to follow your predecessors and disprove this concept. Thank you very much. I respect you. Thank you for doing your job.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Chair, you have the next caller.
All right, excellent. Welcome, and you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record, and you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lauren Pulley. I live at 2715 Bobby Avenue, right down the street from the Ivy Drive property. First, I would like to thank everyone for their time tonight. I've lived in Inglewood for 32 years, which is not nearly as long as my father of 66 years or my grandmother of 96 years. But I have lived here long enough to see investors rob us time and again of our treasured neighborhood homes, tree canopy, and acreage for animals to roam and for children. This plan is another example of shameless greed. As an environmental engineer, this plan is totally irresponsible and unsustainable for Nashville communities. Anyone who drives the streets of this neighborhood knows that this plan is vehemently opposed. The denial that opposition even exists makes it clear that Michael Garrigan nor his associates have spoken with any of my fellow neighbors. I suppose it's possible that no one answered the door the day they went knocking, or perhaps my neighbors politely smiled in order for them to go away. I'm totally confused by his claim of zero opposition, as almost every single yard in the neighborhood has a sign opposing this plan. As Mr. Garrigan should have observed, from his statements alone, it is evident how tone-deaf engineering and development team is regarding this plan and what is best for the neighborhood. I believe more investigation needs to be conducted regarding this plan, its supporting environmental impact studies, and calculations. I, like my fellow neighbors, disapprove of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Welcome. And you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record, and you can go ahead.
Hi, this is Jackie Rogers, and I live at 3815 Moss Rose Drive, and I oppose this plan. I believe anyone who views this property could easily see how inappropriate this plan of cluster houses would be. Nashville Next neighborhood plan states that a new development should fit the character of the existing neighborhood. There are no other cluster houses, no other non-brick houses on small lots anywhere near the long-settled neighborhood. City manuals say cluster houses belong near major highways and public transportation. This is nowhere near any major highway or bus line. You would have to drive several miles to even reach traffic lights. Ivy Drive is a small street surrounded by other small streets in the heart of a settled neighborhood and close to the Shelby Bottoms Greenway. Even if cluster lots were appropriate here, which again they're not, this plan also fails to meet the guidelines for that. I quote, cluster lots are used for the preservation of natural features. This absurd plan calls for the leveling of a massive canopy, filling in the beautiful rolling valleys under 15 feet of dirt, building an elevated mesa on top of the working watershed basin, elevated 46-foot wide road on top of unstable soil, blocking the natural working watershed with a 14-foot high retaining wall. This plan,
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
This plan it destroys the property's natural features. City guidelines state that cluster lots are supposed to create open space. This plan creates no open space. City guidelines state that cluster lots do not allow for more density than would be allowed with regular subdivision. This developer is attempting to double the density that would be allowed on this property with regular RS10 zoning. My home is downhill from this property. Its creek runs through my backyard. I can tell you right now that there are flooding issues.
Caller, your time is up. Please finish your thought.
Just that I've witnessed lots of flooding, and I can imagine it was several days of raining what this new development would do. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your hard work. Bye-bye.
To go. Thank you.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Hi, my name is Dwayne Henson. I've lived at 3907 Ivy Drive for the last 25 years, directly adjacent to the property in question. I'd like to start by thanking the commissioners for their service to the community. From what I've heard the last couple of times, you guys do not have an easy job, and I do not. I'd like to say that during the 2010 flood, my house was saved by the runoff that goes to this property. And if you look at the flood maps, there were no houses flooded out in this immediate area. It's because there was room for the water. It was a huge volume of water. It was well over a foot deep in the middle, and the channel that was flowing across my backyard was about 10 feet wide. So basically what this plan does is places a dam across an arroyo, which isn't a really good idea, even if it has floodgates, right? From the plan that we saw, which I understand now isn't the actual drawing that you guys have, I'm not sure how that works, but there's a 4-foot wall right at my property line. And then the retention pond, the elevation shown on that, again, is 4 feet above my property, that adjoins the pipe running from my property. I know you guys saw the drawing. I'm not sure how that works either. Now, the mission statement for the Planning Commission says, with a commitment to the preservation of important assets. And to me, wanting to keep my feet dry when I'm at home, this drainage channel is a very important asset. Now, according to the Water Services Stormwater Regulations, Volume 1.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
6.1, Section 2, it says maintain natural topographic and watershed divides, which this is not doing, right? It's a dam across an arroyo. And it also says that the system shall be capable of handling 100 years flood. Now, imagine a foot of water deep, 10 feet across, and let's think about what those pipes will look like. And on the unstable soil with houses on top of them, man.
Caller, your time is up. Please finish your thought.
Yeah, you guys are going to need to bring me dry socks if this gets built. I don't trust an HOA to keep those pipes clean, and neither should you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Okay, welcome. Please, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and your address for the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Laura Yankee. I live at 3931 Ivy Drive. First, I understand that it is late. Thank you all for bearing with us and listening to our concerns. They are grave. I wanted to speak to mostly the issue of the retaining wall. I understand that there has been a new plan submitted that changes the height from 10 to 14 feet to 6 to 8 feet. That still seems like a very high retaining wall. According to subdivision plan 337B, we are supposed to develop subdivisions that avoid creating precipitous grade changes that could result in safety hazards. And I dare say that building a 46-foot wide road by filling in, even if it's 8 feet of soil, is a severe grade change and could result in real safety hazards, not just for the homes on the street, but the homes that are being proposed to be built. Also, in 337C, the Commission can limit the height of retaining walls in or abutting residential developments, and should. And even 8.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Lastly, I wanted to speak to the tree canopy that's going to be removed. Almost 50 trees, no matter what kind they are, is going to devastate the natural area. Wildlife doesn't care if it's hackberry trees or not. And the stream being destroyed is severely going to impact the natural features that the cluster lot is supposed to preserve. Thank you so much for your time. I urge you to oppose this.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Chair, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record, and you can begin.
Sure. Hi, members of the Commission. My name is Carissa Stolting, and I do not yet live at 4023 Ivy Drive, but I'm excited to say that I just had an offer accepted on the house. I'm a first-time home buyer and a single woman. Ivy Drive felt so unique to me. It's a quiet and safe and beautiful and distinct place on the east side. I had a sleepless night after my offer was accepted because I remembered had this memory of these signs all through the neighborhood when I had gone on a jog earlier. And there's so many signs protesting development at Ivy Drive. And of course, that's how I came to realize that there's still a proposal that we're all talking about right now, to disrupt several acres of land at the end of the street, build a cluster lot, and to build a large retaining wall, and ultimately destroy the natural watershed and habitat there. I went and walked the area that we're all talking about a few days ago. I saw 3 male deer, 3 buck wandering around in the open acreage, tons of fireflies surrounded by dozens of beautiful, beautiful, irreplaceable old trees. It's my understanding that the Planning Commission's mission is to protect what is distinctive and unique and diverse character of our neighborhoods. In order to do this, you have to stop development initiatives that ultimately destroy the exact features that make our neighborhoods so different and special. There is no other place like Ivy Drive in East Nashville. It will be completely—
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Forward. And if this plan moves forward, we will have lost one of the sweetest, most unique pockets of our city, as well as disrupted a natural refuge and the natural watershed system for our part of town, which has existed for hundreds of years. Thank you for your hard work. I urge you to oppose this development.
Thank you, caller. And next caller, Sean.
Chair, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes to speak, and please state your name and address for the record, and you can begin.
Sure. My name is Ken Hughes, and I live at 3909 Ivy Drive for the last 30 years. And what I want to talk about briefly is the Nashville Municipal Code Subdivision Regulations of 2017, where it talks about the type of roads that can be on there, and it's talking about the grading and improvement plan. And plans shall conform to the standards required by this section and shall be approved as to design and specification by Public Works Department. Minor local streets shall be laid out to conform as much as possible to the topography to provide for the efficient dispersal of internal traffic and also for efficient drainage. The use of this word here is curvilineal streets shall be encouraged where conformance with existing topography shall minimize the volume of cut and fill. And what I am seeing on the plan is that is not happening at all. Nothing is minimizing the cut and fill. And the roads with the fill that they're going to use completely wipes away the topography. And if you could see that there is a driveway on this property now, and the way it
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
To the topography is beautiful. I will end it by saying these 2 things. Number 1, no one came to my door, and I live 2 doors from that property, to ask me anything. And the other thing is, a cluster lot development of this nature has no business being buried back in a subdivision. This belongs closer to the main thoroughways. I thank you, and I ask you to vote to oppose this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. John, next caller.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Thank you. Welcome, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Daniel Sobran. I live at 2403 Claypool Street, calling to voice my opposition to the usage of the cluster lot option on Ivy Drive. My main concerns are split into 2 points. My first point is that, like multiple people have said before me, is that I believe the cluster lot option is there to preserve open spaces, but to me, this plan simply attempts to take advantage of that option, this area is already very open, and this development will only reduce that open space no matter how you cut the percentage of the development density. In today's meeting, there was a previous cluster lot application approved, item 38, I believe. That lot was a little over 7 acres, and they included 13 houses. If you use the same density for our application, which is a little over 3 acres, the number of units would drop to about 5. My second point, as some of you may be aware, this is the second attempt at this option. The original application included an adjacent lot. If you compare both the previous and the current application, you will see they are equal. This is simply a copy, but reduced in unit numbers only due to the lot size. If this application is approved and the precedent that cluster lots can be developed outside of main arteries is set, someone may also build a cluster homes in the adjacent lot.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. In turn, you will ultimately be approving the same plan you originally indefinitely deferred. I understand development will take place here, and I believe the owner of the land should be free to build the amount of lots the existing zone allows. I urge you to please deny this application. Instead, favor RS10 zoning development. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Sean, next caller, please.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Excellent, and welcome. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and please state your name and address for the record. You may begin.
All right. My name is Heather Loth. I live just downstream of this property at 3819 Moss Rose Drive. I've lived here with my husband for a little over 10 years. He grew up in East Nashville. I'm a West Nashville girl, and we love living on Moss Rose. We love our neighborhood. One of the things that I want to bring to everyone's attention, and I want to thank the Planning Commission, y'all are going above and beyond tonight, but I do want to make sure that everyone is aware that our council person, Emily Benedict, opposes this plan. I know she wrote a letter. It's in the record, and she can't be with us tonight. So I just kind of wanted to speak on her behalf and just kind of raise that flag up that she opposes the plan. So do I. So does my husband. So does our cat. We are in opposition of this cluster development along with the other 42 people that wrote in. We feel that it preserves no characteristics of this very special property. There is no space for neighbors, unlike the plan that you guys saw earlier that people were excited about. We didn't have anybody come to our door to talk to us about it. We feel like this does not work with the existing topography. It's not harmonious. And I'm going to go.
You have 30 seconds.
And let you guys have 30 seconds back for your night. Thank you for hearing my comments. I hope that you will deny approval of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, next caller, please.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Excellent. Welcome, and you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record. You can begin.
Thank you, Commissioners. I am Sylvia Johnny Tropany of 3920 Ivy Drive, and I ask you disapprove the concept plan for 3905 Ivy Drive. In the analysis on the staff report, it says the cluster lot option allows for the creation of open space and the preservation of natural features. It also says that the proposed concept plan provides 0.98 acres of common open space, which is 29% of the site gross acreage. Now, when I look at the plan, I'm trying to identify where this 0.98 acres of common open space is. Does it include the drive and the required retention pond? Or does it include the long grass strip around the drive and the retention pond? I'm not clear that this plan provides the creation of open space. In order to drop the lots down to RS5 from RS10 and put 8 lots here, the land needs to be significantly regraded over Lindell and Morey soil. And the regrading includes the addition of a steep retaining wall. By doing so, much of the mature canopy of trees will be removed. The addition of the non-permeable surfaces of the drive and of the houses will make the, quote, preservation of other natural features, unquote, impossible. Never mind creating additional long-term water issues for neighboring properties. The number of houses allowed using its RS10 zoning was not completely included in the staff analysis. If infrastructure, road layout, functional lot configuration...
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
If all of those things were in the calculations, I seriously doubt this land would support 8 houses in RS10. The cluster option does not allow an increase in density over a regular RS10 subdivision. The idea of using a cluster lot option in this remote residential area far from any main corridor, amenities, and transportation is not a wise use of tool for density. Density over preservation of pristine green space is one of our existential questions as we look at the future of the soul of our city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Sean, next caller, please. What?
Jerry, you have the next caller.
Thank you. Welcome. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Brian Owings. I'm at 3920 Ivy Drive. I just have to say thank you, first of all, for listening to this case. I know you guys have been here all day, and I much appreciated your time. I just wish someone would use some common sense here, because long ago someone wisely designated this property as a conservation area, and there's a reason. There's only 2 houses there. There's going to be major drainage issues. There already is, and once concrete and asphalt is there, because right now there's only grass and gravel. Where's all that water going to go? Going to go further down Moss Rose and back on Ivy and Shadow Lane. You know, the idea that the Lindell soil and Morey soil that's there is unstable, and the developer's going to build a massive retaining wall and then a big road on top of it and a 125-foot drainage pipe under all this, and that's not going to clog up. That's just crazy. So I just hope you will disapprove of this idea and just strongly oppose it. Please vote no, because this is really a beautiful part of town, and I'd like for it to stay that way, and I know that the neighborhood would as well.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
The fact that every house on the street has a no new houses on Ivy Drive sign speaks for itself. So thanks for listening to the case, and please vote no on this idea. It's a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, next caller, please.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Excellent. Welcome. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is John Reed. I live at 3819 Moss Rose Drive in Inglewood. I've been a 40-plus resident of Inglewood, a proud Stratford Spartan, and I'd like to just join my neighbors in my community in opposition to this development. We've worked hard at trying to keep the neighborhood as it is as best we can. I think everyone's done a great job of pointing out so many difficult issues with development on this property. So I'll yield my time, just ask that you oppose this approval and stop this development. Thank you for your time and good night.
Thank you. Sean, next caller.
Chair, at this time, we have no additional callers in the queue.
All right. That means with no additional callers in the queue, it is time for the rebuttal, and the applicant has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Chair, we're unmuting them so they can speak to the commission now.
Thank you. Let me know when they're
Thank
on.
you, Mr. Chair.
There he is. Okay,
Can you
go
hear me?
ahead.
Okay, all right.
2 minutes.
Again, this is Michael Garrigan, 516 Heather Place. You've heard a lot about natural features, and there are natural features on the neighboring parcels, which were part of the original proposal. But this property contains no streams, no springs, and no slopes over 20%. Those were all on the other parcels. There will be some grading necessary to get the road in, transition back up to Ivy Drive. But once it is, lots 2 through 8, if you look at the grading plans, they'll stay at their natural grade and they will not be touched whatsoever. So really the only lot that's going to have any grading on it whatsoever is lot 1. You heard a lot about stormwater. We've vetted this plan with the stormwater department. They've recommended their approval of it. We've worked with the planning staff and they've recommended approval of it, and all other agencies have as well. It's far clearly underneath the density that's permitted under its current zoning, and it meets the subdivision regs as well as the zoning code. So we ask for your approval, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And Lucy, I did not see the councilwoman on the line, but is she on the line?
Right. No, she is not.
Okay, but she did send in a letter.
She did send in a letter. She was unavailable to attend tonight.
Got it. All right. Seeing no other wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. Now time for discussion amongst the commissioners. And how about, I try to start with different commissioners each time. So I think Commissioner Gobble, you haven't started yet. Why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was struggling to find the unmute button. I think that, this is a subdivision request, right? And we've had to deal with these. We have to look at, does it meet those standards? Am I right on that, staff?
Well, I think, Commissioner, you bring up a really good point. We probably should ask our legal counsel to opine on this, and I believe they opined on it last time. But this is let's have the legal counsel speak up from our legal obligation, and the director can add anything as well, for sure.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Quan Poole from Metro Legal. So when reviewing subdivision applications, the commission is taking on more of a ministerial role, or their review is more ministerial in that they aren't looking as much at policy and at natural next, and looking at more along the lines of a set of conditions, the subdivision regulations that have been outlined, and seeing if the applicant has met those conditions. Staff has made a recommendation that this proposal meets the subdivision regulations, but ultimately that decision is up to the commission. The commission has to review those regulations, review the application, and make its own determination if it meets the subdivision regulations. If the commission determines that it does meet the subdivision regulations and the recommendations, that you approve it. If the commission finds that it does not meet the subdivision regulations based upon material facts in the record, then the commission is to use those material facts and cite the portion of the subdivision regulations that the plan does not meet. The most important thing here is that the decision needs to be supported by material evidence. What courts have said is that opinions, generalized fears, or general disapproval of an otherwise compliant subdivision is not appropriate and it's not advised. So again, you don't really just listen to the beliefs, the opinions, the fears of neighbors, because those themselves don't constitute material evidence. You have to find that material evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Director, do you want to add anything to that before Commissioner Gobble? We'll get right back to you. I think this is important before you.
I thought it was very well said. I would only say that state law gives the commission the authority to adopt subdivision regulations. We've noticed, adopted, and held meetings on the regulations before you. And so when applicants submit projects under these regulations, the department undertakes a technical review. It is very different from a type of review that we would give a rezoning application, for example. And so this is proposed under the existing zoning, the existing entitlements. So no rezoning is requested. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder to the commissioners that we've been sued many times on subdivision regulations. So we need to have, whether you're for or against it, needs to be a very clear explanation with material facts, as Mr. Poole said. So, Mr. Gobble, please continue.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to backtrack a bit and say to the chair, I think you do an excellent job of allowing people to communicate. And and I think you've been overly generous with that, but however you intend to approach this in the future, I'll support you. To move on to this issue, I am, from a two-dimensional review, this does appear to meet the subdivision regulations. I am very much concerned about the extent of retaining walls and grading that has to do on this. I know in the adjacent area, and when we looked at this before, there's a lot of severe topography in this area, and I'm a little uncomfortable not understanding how that works. I know Stormwater has approved it, and generally they're very stringent, and I go along with their reviews, but so I'm a little concerned about that. Based on that, I'm just going to kind of listen to the other commissioners and see what they have to offer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Well, this one, because it's subdivision regulation, I have been doing lots of reading, and especially, Tennessee subreg and so forth. So after, reviewing this plan and, after applicant presentation and so forth, it reminded me of duplex. A few years ago, somebody interpreted, or I would like to say misinterpreted, of the duplex structure. I think back then it was, duplex shall share, 8 foot of common wall. So whomever updated definition of the duplex was little not specific with that shared 8 foot wall. So you may remember, in the Green Hills area or probably some East Nashville, there was lots of duplex popped up, 2 houses connected with, common wall. We, jokingly called it umbilical cord. And, after we saw so many duplex popped up, we decided that's unsightly. So therefore, we decided to cut the cord. So that's the, birth of detached duplex. So after, seeing this plan, I feel like this infill subdivision and cluster option, I think we are kind of stretching and interpreting and misinterpreting of the intent of a cluster lot option. And, as a commissioner, we do have authority to see infill subdivision and exception when it comes to a cluster subdivision. But just because we still have authority to decide if this subdivision is best option for that community, because subdivision regulation, state gave us. First, state demanded us we have to adopt a subdivision regulation, which we did, and then state gave us option for us to consider. When we are considering regulation, we can provide for the harmonious development or its environment. And also we were allowed to consider the distribution of population traffic, which will tend to create conditions favorable to health, safety, convenience, and prosperity. So full disclosure, I drove to that proposed subdivision. I went to 3009 Ivy Road. I drove it. I saw every single house had sign, and community are pretty united with knowing this subdivision does not meet with character of the community. Because under the subdivision regulation, we are encouraged to take a look at the big picture to, create best pattern of the neighborhood and community character and development, and especially thinking about new infill subdivision. And we have to consider if this new subdivision will enhance existing place and preserve significant resource and so forth. The way this subdivision is proposed, I do not think it does meet all this condition we brought up to our subdivision regulation, which we are allowed by state of Tennessee for us to consider. So for that reason, I am not in favor of staff recommendation now. I am more concerned about the fill retaining wall, and especially this particular property from the Ivy Street. I don't know exactly how many, but there's a really great dip to go to the house. And I believe house is located, proposed lot 3 or 4 in that area. So like Commissioner Goble said, it may meet a subdivision regulation or cluster lot option in 2 dimension, but 3 dimension, and actually how we develop and how house will be placed and how soil will be treated. I think with so many uncertainty, and certainly I am not comfortable, recommending knowing or rather unknowing. And I understand, public works and stormwater, because that's a conceptual plan, so that they will take a look at it when actual proposal is developed and come to their department. So as of right now, they do not have any detail, so they do not have any, T's crossed and I, those things or detail. So I think to having approved this subdivision at this concept, I think it's just premature, and I certainly do not feel like it's meet our own subdivision regulation and goal. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. And I'm going to call on Mr. Poole one more time. He needs to add another thing to his statement. Mr. Poole?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Quan Poole from Metro Legal. I wanted to touch on one thing because I think there was the idea that the cluster lot option, which is a right by Title 17, and it's a right in the subdivision regulations currently. There was a mention that maybe it would not be appropriate here, and the issue with that is it's sort of what courts have said, or it's moving the goalposts. I think it'd be very difficult, and my recommendation would be to not do this, to change the game midstream. On the day that the application came in for this Ivy Drive subdivision, the cluster lot option was available to them. Now, the subdivision regulations can be amended at any time by the commission. And so if it's the commission's will to address this cluster lot option or find that maybe it's not appropriate in certain circumstances, I think the commission is within its own power to have a workshop and to maybe change the conditions or change the standards. But courts certainly frown upon changing the game midway through or moving the goalposts midway through the application. And so, it would be my recommendation that these particular applicants, because the cluster lot option was available to them on the day that they submitted their application, that we honor it as a part of something that is entitled to them. That's the first thing I wanted to say. And then the second thing, I know the commissioner mentioned sort of like the general welfare conditions that are codified or that are in the subdivision regulations. And I just want to read an excerpt from a case, and this is a reported opinion. This is Merritt v. Wilson County Board of Zoning Appeals. And basically what the court said there is when an applicant meets all the specific criteria, the board cannot deny an application under the purposes clause because the general welfare would be affected if the permit was granted. The court specifically rejected this line of thought and said that you can't use the general welfare provision as a way to deny an otherwise compliant application. So it's not like they meet all the criteria and then the board gets to the end and you say, well, I don't think this will be in the the best welfare, or it's not in the general welfare of the commission or the county, and so we're going to deny it. If the board finds that it meets those criteria that are set out there, the recommendation is that you approve it and not add on or simply say, well, I don't think it's within the best interest of the community, even though they've met the conditions that we have set out. And again, that's Merritt v. Wilson County Board of Zoning Appeals.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. And just to reiterate, I really appreciate you bringing that up, that we are the final.
I'm sorry, yes. Before we move on, since our legal counsel brought up one example, there are another lawsuits going, and at the Chancery Court, Chancery Judge said, Planning Commission.
Commissioner, when a case is pending, we rely on our legal counsel with cases that have been resolved, and we've been sued several times on subdivisions and making the wrong decision, and I want to caution the commission to listen very carefully. I know you may disagree with what Mr. Poole is saying, and I don't know if you do or you don't, but every commissioner, this is a really important case. We probably will end up in court again, and we have lost on these subdivision cases when we don't have a very specific item in our subdivision regulations on why we want to either disapprove or approve a condition. Just because it's really unpopular in the community, that's not a reason to vote against it, as Mr. Poole stated. And so I don't look. I don't want to. I can't tell you how to all vote, but it's really important to listen to the specific words that Mr. Poole is saying, and that you have to give a specific reason on why you're going to vote against it. Now we'll get to that during the motion period of this discussion. But it's always been my goal to make sure that the commission follows the law and that we do not get sued all the time and lose. If we get sued, that's one thing, but we always want to be on the winning. We strive to be on the winning side of the case and listen to our legal counsel that are our advisor.
Certainly. Thank you. I appreciate that. So for that note, I forgot to mention one specific thing. So please allow me to add one thing that is concerned, which is our Chapter 16.56 flood control requirement. 1656-020 subdivision proposal review condition. It states the Metro Planning Commission shall review subdivision proposal and other proposed new developments to assure that all such proposals are consistent with the need to minimize flood damage. And so in that line, because as we know, under the 2010 flood, the properties, unlike not near the body of the water, such as facing the river, Cumberland River, not only those areas flood, because the hillside flood, because water runoff. So in that consideration, I have with a neighbor's testimony, I have very concerned about the flood on that lot and effect to neighboring properties. So if I can state that, so just wanted to put on the record.
Chairman, just checking in with you. It looks like you're on mute. Would you mind starting that over?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm starting
That's
over.
okay. It's like 10:30. It's
10:30. The buttons aren't going on quick enough. I appreciate that, Commissioner Johnson, and I believe that Stormwater has reported on this item as well. But I do appreciate those concerns, and we'll get to more discussion when we get to the motion piece on the legalities. But I do appreciate that. Thank you you did exactly what I said. Be specific, and I appreciate that. Next is Commissioner Lawson. Make sure he might be like me. He's on. I was on mute. Commissioner Lawson.
I've been unmuted.
Ah, perfect. There you go.
Oh, thank you. This is a situation that previous commissions have faced, and I think what we found in doing the commission's work and providing the counsel and the interpretation, number one, we worked, as I'm sure this commission has and its staff has, to build a consistent set of regulations that not only meet the community's need, but also the developers' need, because it's important to them as well. And I'm not saying I'm an advocate of all of that stuff, but it gets to the point that you have to set forward rules and regulations that we have adopted, we've legally adopted it, and it says if you do this, you can do that. Developers and other people are dependent upon that. So if they invest in a piece of property and come back and say, okay, I met your requirements and I've spent all this money doing that, and you say no, I'm screwed. It's not that simple, but at the same token, it speaks to the credibility of what we have done as a commission, what we have done as a planning commission over the years. It's tough sometimes. I know how tough it can be, but it's right. They have met the responsibility of the subdivision regulations, stormwater, and all of the other agencies if affected have said, yes, this can be done. I have heard nothing that specifically says it's not doable. So I'm in support of it.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. And I had failed to say that Mr. Lawson is a legend in in the planning commission world and the world of Metro. I appreciate your comments. Councilor Murphy.
Feel old, Chairman.
Oh, no, Mr. Lawson. Councilor Murphy.
Okay, so this brings me back to a case that was in my district on Woodlawn, and what really and y'all were gracious. The Planning Commission at the time was gracious and found our arguments compelling, and it was taken to court, and y'all were overturned. And so this hits close to home. This whole concept of that that a lot is created that fronts the existing road, and so there's the decision of does that meet the lot compatibility, and then the new road and the lot compatibility around the new road. And so I completely understand the neighbors' frustration of that you're like this whole situation, right? So what I have found on, the 6 months on Planning Commission that has happened more virtually than in person, I think, is that cluster lots, really, we've got to do some work at looking at them, because I don't think we have met a neighborhood that likes cluster lots. And I think that's something that we, from policy standpoint, need to look a little bit more at and make sure that really fits into what Nashville wants and needs as we're moving forward. So I've got a few questions before I dive in much further. But when we are evaluating cluster lots and the amount of open space they have to have, when I think of open space, I think the layman's term of open space would be kind of green space that's open. Does the road count as open space? And I guess I'm asking that to Lucy, Lisa, or Quan.
Hi, no, the road is not counted as open space. The open space would be the areas that are outside of the lots and outside of the right of way. So you would have the buffer areas and the open space areas here.
Okay. And yeah, looking at this, it doesn't look like there is a whole lot of open space. There looks to be a whole lot more of asphalt road and of parcels than open space. Okay, so can y'all flip to the slide if you've got one that shows where the conservation community plan is on this property? Do you have that?
Hi, yes, there is no conservation on this property. I can show you, here's the slope map. Okay. And you'll notice that 078 is this property here. The areas in green are not classified as conservation. So those are 15 to 20. The parts that are conservation would be the orange, the yellow, and the red. And so there was significant conservation when the plan included the 4 properties, but there's not conservation within this one property now.
Okay. And Lisa, can you stay on this one so we can so I can see the overview for some of these questions. Okay. So there is no conservation community plan on this one property. But I know firsthand that this area floods. It may not be on the flood maps or floodways, but I agree with the neighbors and things. I'm very familiar with a nearby road that I know for a fact flooded out. And it is frustrating because the 2010 flood stays in our memory but oftentimes when it comes down to the nuts and bolts and the regulations, the 2010 flood, thank God it was just 2010 and doesn't come around more often. Although I think most people would agree that we are seeing more and more flooding while development comes. And that is, although it doesn't put everybody's mind at ease, our stormwater regulations are better than they were in the past, and more stormwater retention will be required of any new development than the current development here or in the area or that is done in other places. So when we are looking at, we know that last time we looked at this Ivy Drive issue, it had the other lots and parcels as a part of it. How does the development of the lot we are talking about, or the parcel that we are talking about tonight, how does that development affect the other ones? Will this development be able to connect to development of the other two or other three parcels? Meaning, is this basically a phase one where someone could come back and do other phases that we had looked at before and weren't crazy about?
Hi, this is Lisa with planning. The plan as proposed does not indicate any stub streets to the surrounding properties. The road, as you see, ends in a cul-de-sac and it's not stubbed to the adjacent properties.
Could the adjacent property develop and connect to that cul-de-sac?
There's intervening open space here, which is part of this development. And so, I mean, I'm not sure that I could speak to every potential scenario, but this does not provide for a connection.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Lisa, wouldn't they need to amend the concept plan at the commission if they wanted to connect? I mean, they couldn't just do it. I know you're having to talk about sort of eventualities and various scenarios, but if they were to connect, I think it would go on this property. Lisa, do you want to share your take on that?
Yes, this would have to have an amendment to this concept plan to allow for connection.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, so yes, this is a concept plan and that's why we don't have all the details, but say this comes in for final site approval and we approve it and they start building and whatnot. And again, yes, this is calling for a lot of speculation. So once this concept plan goes through the final plan process, and then the next door parcel, could they consolidate and develop and use this cul-de-sac road to further develop next door?
They would have to amend this concept plan. This phase of this concept plan that we're looking at would have to be amended and come back to the planning commission.
Okay, so even if it was the final site plan and they had built it out, they would still have to come back to us for this plan?
Yes.
Okay. So they could not connect without further planning commission discussion, community input, and commission approval.
They would have to amend the concept plan and it would have to come back to the planning commission.
Okay. So remind me one more time, the buffers that are surrounding, what type of buffers are those? How deep are they? What class are they?
There are 20-foot C landscape buffers to the north and west of the property. That's along the clustered lots. There's not a buffer along lot one. It's not required because of the size of that lot. And so it's a 20-foot class C buffer.
Okay. So reading the analysis, I am not, and maybe I'm just missing things because it's late, but I am not seeing a lot of information about the cut and fill, the grading, and something that sounds like a massive wall. Am I missing that? in the analysis and description, or am I missing that when reading the site plan? Can you tell me a little bit more information of what we know about that?
Hi, this is Logan here. The applicant has provided a grading plan. You can't see the contour lines or the retaining wall in the site plan. So it might not have been very clear in the staff report what was exactly being done here grading wise, but they have submitted a grading plan that shows the retaining wall near the front of the property that is being used to retain soil so that the street can enter into the property. The applicant has provided 3 different points on that retaining wall to demonstrate the height of the wall from the ground immediately below it so that you kind of get an idea of how much of the wall is exposed. And otherwise, the applicant's provided contour lines for the property to show where the grading will be necessary with the final plan.
Okay, but we don't have that slide tonight.
Council member, for your reference, the retaining wall that Logan is speaking of is in this area here where I'm pointing.
Okay, and how tall is that?
Logan?
So it starts at 0 feet near Ivy Drive and it rises to 14 feet at its highest point for a total length of about 180 feet.
Oh, goodness. Okay, that was longer than I expected. All right. I know we talk a lot about changing the goalposts as things move forward. And last Tuesday night, we passed the street tree legislation. I wanted to know if legal has had time or staff has had time. Would the street tree bill apply to this subdivision? And if so, how? And if not, why?
No, it would not. The street tree regulations are for non-residential. The street tree regulations as passed by council are for commercial and multifamily within a certain distance of a center. It would not apply to single family.
Okay. So we touched on the cut and grading. So the wall that y'all pointed out that's at the front of the property that kind of parallels lot 1, is there more cut and walls anywhere for the 2 through 8 lots, or on across from them, or as a part of them? Or is it just in that across from lot 1?
The only retaining wall that's shown on the grading plan is the one by lot 1 to the south of the road near the front of the property.
Just also to clarify, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
During the final site plan, there will be additional technical information and additional information about the grading plan. So at this point, we sort of have a preliminary work and a preliminary indication of how it will be approached. And if the project moves forward, there will be more details in those phases.
Right. So, and I guess I just am saying this next question is almost like a disclaimer for the public, because again, we've had a lot of debate at the council lately, and there has been some state law because of it, but we've yet to see the effect of it. Would this be a private drive where it is, and I just want to confirm, it is an HOA that would provide its own trash and recycling and road sidewalk repair?
Hi, this is Logan again, and the road is required to be a public road through the cluster lot option. So the road and the sidewalks will be a public road.
Okay. So it will have public trash and recycling.
yes, the plans have a note that the pickup of the solid waste will be coordinated with the Public Works Department.
Okay. So I think this takes me back to what I was saying in the beginning is I had a similar situation in my district, and it is no fun when we have change happening in our neighborhood that we don't feel really matches the full character of the broader neighborhood. But ultimately, unfortunately, the decision I have as a planning commissioner tonight, it seems like the first question before me is, does the Ivy Drive Lot 1 meet lot compatibility with the other Ivy Drive lots? And I think staff has demonstrated that it does. And then the second part of this decision is, does the cluster lot subdivision meet the requirements of a cluster lot subdivision? And I think based on staff analysis and the information given, it does. And so while unfortunately I am not crazy about this, just like the neighbors, it's just like when you sometimes you got to read the rules of Monopoly and you got to play by those rules. And it sounds like these meet the rules of a cluster lot and of this subdivision. Doesn't mean I like it, but it means that I've got to comply with the law. I think it was Mr. Gobble who said something about driving and speeding, and won't ask him to disclose because I wouldn't want to disclose my own. But I will say that this is much better than, I am more comfortable with this than the previous plan that had a lot more of the encroachment into the conservation areas. But it still doesn't mean that I like it. But I do think that legally, under the current subdivision regulations, infill regulations, and cluster lot regulations, it means that I have to vote for it, whether I like it or not. So I will listen to, hopefully someone else has more eloquent points than I do, other than I don't like it, but I have to do it. But I think that's where I am tonight.
Thank you, Council Lady. Commissioner Sims?
It is always so hard to follow Councilwoman Murphy. She nails them all. First of all, Commissioner Atkins, I'm so glad you're back. We really missed you, and I just want you to know, for the record, I'm not an attorney, so I can speak as long as I want.
You can, because attorneys usually abuse their privileges, but that's okay. We'll get back to that later.
And I support you, any decision you make and how you run the meetings. I just love the way you do it. We've missed you.
Well, look, it's Commissioner Sims. We're in this together. It will be a group thing. I just, I want to be fair to everyone, and
absolutely.
Maybe, so, that's all I wanted to do. Commissioner Sims.
And I want to thank the community. It's been so inspirational to see how much they love and are committed, in the number of hours of meetings and waiting for their 2 minutes to talk through hours. It's just been so impressive. I want to thank Mr. Albertron, whose legal explanation really helped me tonight to try to think, what is it specifically that I don't like about this plan? And I think he's done a good job of trying to represent his neighborhood. And Robbie, I've known you and about you for a very long time. And to be quite honest, I'm surprised that this has gotten this far without community input, because you love East Nashville and you're a part of East Nashville. And I wish you had done a better job of pulling the neighborhood together. I don't think we would be here if you had. Okay, I know that we have to stick to the subdivision regs, and that for tonight, because of the number of lawsuits that we've had with state regarding this, I prepared 2 paragraphs I'd like to read, and then this is for the record, and then I'll come back and do what we have to do. There are 2 researchers that I really love, Dr. Matthew Gordon and Dr. Stephen Garcia with the University of Michigan's Law School. And they conducted a watershed study about how we can determine if a law actually violates the spirit of it, even if it doesn't violate the letter of it. I think tonight we actually have a case like that. And the letter of the law can be defined as any formal code, rule, regulation, principle, what we know in our subdivision regs. And all these laws are in place to serve, maintain, and protect the public welfare, which we all know. And in Nashville Next, we codified that spirit of the law as we defined the goals and principles of Nashville Next. These law professors not only demonstrated that breaking the law, the spirit of the law, is more important in the long term than breaking the letter of the law. And that breaking the letter of the law may be worth the penalty we have to take, even if we haven't violated the letter of the law. I think in clear times like this, I would rather go on record for not violating the spirit of the law than in trying to break the letter of it. And I know that's not going to say much, except that I think often, and particularly in our in these kind of new subdivision, these cluster lot options, we often do the letter of the law, but not the spirit of it. And so for the sake of the record, I do think this violates 17.12.090, which is to provide the flexibility. It says to provide the flexibility design, the creation of common open space, the preservation of natural features or unique or significant vegetation, that they can apply for cluster lots. And I think it probably meets the letter of the law here, but the preservation of the property, the pure motives of the neighborhood to try to protect itself, to protect its vegetation, has not been honored in any way. And so I feel like this particular case puts us in a dilemma where we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. And that's a terrible place for a developer to put us. So that's my comment. And I'm kind of with Kathleen Murphy. I don't like it, but I may have to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tibbs.
Well, first I'd like to say I do appreciate all of the neighbors for coming out and spending so much time, and that's what the whole part of the being able to speak at these events, these meetings, the whole public comment. And I know it can be spirited, but it's a good thing. People should care about their communities. They should care about their neighborhoods. That's what we push for. That's what we all want. And don't feel like, regardless of what our decision is, that what you did was in vain. I mean, this is the type of, when it's worse is when we don't hear from you. So I did want to make sure that was stated. I know a lot of that can be frustrating, but it's good, and we appreciate it. And we've had several classes and understanding the value of it. And you never know, too. There could be things that are brought up that we hadn't thought of, or that the planning department hadn't thought of, and that it can be brought up now and used as a specific point. However, and I think Councilman Murphy broke it down and is probably as best could, but there's really no real points that go against what is the letter of the law on the subdivision. So, I kind of agreed with Commissioner Gobble. I do have some concerns about that retaining wall, especially when it's 14 feet and 100-something feet long. But with the information we have now, it doesn't seem like it. I don't like it, but it doesn't seem like it violates what we are looking for in these cluster lots. So, and I do feel like if there's this breaks up the harmonious of the neighborhood, but not by the letter of the law. So although this is reluctantly, I have to vote for it, but it's no sense in saying more about it. I think you guys all know what our feeling is, but it does seem to meet the letter of the law.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Farr, let me finish this off here.
Sorry. I'm very impressed with some of the statements from my fellow commissioners this evening. I think there's been some really thoughtful points made. Commissioner Sims, I appreciate your comments just now. And I really don't have a whole lot to add. I don't like this. I also live in East Nashville. I've spent some time looking at this property since this case first came up a while back. I hate to see that open space, the green space, taken over. but I also don't think, it meets the requirements for the cluster lot. And I think staff has shown that in their report. So unless there is further discussion, I guess one other point I just want to say on the record, it does really bother me, and this is the same thing that happened with Council Lady Murphy's case, the idea that we can put in a new street and that changes the whole character of the neighborhood. I feel like the street placement should be something we are thinking about when we're thinking about character of the neighborhood, but that's a different story and something we'd have to come back to if we adopt new subdivision or evaluate our subdivision regulations. So with that, unless there's other discussion, I will reluctantly make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
So let's, Vice Chair, that's great. Let's make sure that there's no other questions. I want to make sure that does any other commissioner have any questions? If you'll raise your icon hand or verbally ask. I don't see anyone. I don't hear anyone. So that's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And that's Commissioner Lawson seconds it. And seeing no other discussion, we'll go down if you'll vote when I call your name. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Lawson.
Yes. Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Sims.
No.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so it's hold on. 6 ayes and 2 noes. And item 43 is adopted. Let me say this about that particular case. I don't disagree with the commissioners, and I think I would like for all of the commissioners to think about cluster lots. And then also, Director, if you can start thinking about cluster lots. We've had a lot of issues over the last couple of years on cluster lots, and then let's see if there's consensus. We'll hold a workshop when we can, and then discuss cluster lots. Let's put this on our list to look at and see if we want to change our subdivision rules, and we'll start that process if that's okay. I think that after several years of dealing with these and getting sued all the time, we need to add some clarity and get our legal team involved as well and try to straighten this out. So I really do appreciate every commissioner's comments tonight. I know it's a hard case, and so let's try to work on it. And please, if you have comments, please send them to Lucy. And Director, we'll try to figure out when we can hold the next workshop. It might be a bit, commissioners, but please start thinking about it, talking to your neighborhood groups, talking to developers. We want to talk to everybody and have a fair discussion on this particular issue. Is that okay, Director?
Absolutely. Well, I think we will look at cluster lots, and then I'd also recommend looking at the provisions around compatibility in new streets, especially in infill areas. And so it seems like those are two pieces that have given us difficulty and are not meeting the community's expectations. So thank you. I'll schedule that workshop.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll work on that. And like I said, we'll try to do that as soon as we can and as soon as, but please, commissioners, I beg you, if you have thoughts on this, we can get a head start on it before we do the workshop. And so send Lucy and the team and Lisa, send Lucy the director your thoughts, and we can go from there. So I appreciate that. All right, we are on to item 44. And that is, I think that's
Okay, you can go to the next slide.
Okay.
All right, this is a request to apply a contextual overlay at various properties along Quarter and Duggar Drive. Next slide. Staff recommendation is to approve. Next slide. The properties include various addresses along Quarter and Duggar Drive in East Nashville. The zoning is R10 and the surrounding zoning is R10 as well. There's an SP right down the road. Next slide. The policy is T3, suburban maintenance, and this policy is intended to preserve and protect general character of neighborhoods. Next slide. So contextual overlays are supplementary to the existing zoning district. They add another layer of protection to protect the neighborhood character. So these standards impact future development in terms of things like bulk, massing, vehicular entryways, and access from the road. These standards are established in the zoning code and cannot be modified. Next slide. Because this proposed overlay is within a maintenance policy, it's T3 maintenance, and that's intended to protect the character of the neighborhood and establish a development pattern that's consistent with the context. The overlay would meet the goals of the policy, therefore staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that explanation. We'll open this item for public hearing, and is the applicant on the line?
Hi, Chairman. The applicant is for bid.
Do what? I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Lisa? Lisa, can
Chairman,
you...
Chair, this is Sean at the call center. The applicant on this case is Councilmember Benedict, who is not on the call.
Okay, did Councilor Benedict, did she send a letter in? I'm assuming.
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa. Yes, the council member did send in a letter asking for support on this item.
Okay, perfect. And so we'll go right into our, we'll open this item for public hearing, and we'll go right into the public calls. We are now ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should now show the call-in number. So please call in now. No need to wait. Please call to get in the queue. As a reminder, please, when you call in to testify, state your name, address, and whether you support or oppose the items. Sean will give you a 30-minute warning, and when your time is up, you have 2 minutes. And so please call in now. Lisa, were there any emails?
Hi, Chairman. No, we did not receive any emails on this item.
All right. And now we'll go to Sean. Sean, any callers calling in on this particular item?
Chair, we do have a caller who's just called in. We're confirming it's for this item, but assuming that it is, that we'll be placing them into the meeting shortly. Hang on just a second.
Perfect. Thank you, Sean.
We requested 5 minutes and we'll take it. Chair, the caller who is entering the meeting has indicated that they are representing a neighborhood association and would like to request 5 minutes. So I'll leave that to your discretion. I'll run the timer according to your instructions.
Okay. So I'm always very lenient on this. I'll allow the 5 minutes, but what we'll do in the future is I'm going to review. There could be some more clarity on this particular issue, and I'm going to review it with the director. We'll work with all of the commissioners to make sure that obviously we don't want it to be too restrictive, but it's always about fairness and everybody getting the same amount of time. So um, usually it's reserved for the president of a neighborhood association, but that is not even specific in our rules. So I'm gonna work with the director to figure this out, and then work with the commissioners to make sure we're all in agreement on fairness. It's all about being fair and treating everybody completely equal under our rules. So we want to make sure that we are consistent with that. So I will allow 5 minutes, and hopefully by the next meeting, the director can add some clarification on that. There are some gray areas, but like I said, I want to be as lenient as possible. So let's allow 5 minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead, caller.
Oh, hey y'all. I will try to keep this short for y'all. Thank you so much for allowing this time. My name is Erica Gluck, and I live at 1403 Quarter Drive. And I'm very much in support of this contextual overlay. I was pretty much the liaison for my neighborhood in getting this to review, and I was so amazed by the encouragement and the letters of support that I received from my neighbors, as well as the support of our amazing Councilwoman, Emily Benedict. We've had neighborhood meetings pre and post COVID, and we have a unanimous yes to get this contextual overlay passed. We are a neighborhood built in the 1950s of brick ranches with lots of big lots and lots of big trees. Unfortunately, we are also a neighborhood that in recent years has been targeted by out-of-town developers. It seems like every week a brick house is being bulldozed and replaced by 2 new builds that maximize height restrictions and land coverage without care or forethought for our neighborhood's existing landscape. The clear goal is to maximize square footage at the expense of neighborhood aesthetics. Sadly, our houses are no longer homes. They're only paying for their tear down. Furthermore, whenever a brick house goes on the market here, the average buyer can't compete because these builders are coming in with high all-cash offers and no fees. They're making it almost impossible for the average folks to buy an original home in our sweet little neighborhood. And I'm afraid that if developers are allowed to continue our sweet pocket of East Nashville, which has mostly remained untouched, we'll lose so many of the charming characteristics that make it unique. So since we started this process, it's been amazing to see how many other blocks and neighbors have gotten involved. Neighbors from around the corner and all across Rose Cliff have actually now banded together and are working towards their own contextual overlay. I think it just shows how many people in this community want to preserve the character of Duggar Heights. And so I kindly ask for you to support this contextual overlay. It would mean so much to our community and would help us preserve what we have left. It would allow us to take our neighborhood back. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for letting me be a part of the conversation.
Thank you. Sean, is there any other callers?
Chairman, we do have another caller.
Okay, next call.
And you have the next caller on the line now.
All right, welcome. Appreciate you calling in. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes, and you can begin.
Yes, sir. Jordan Scott. I live at 1405 Quarter Drive, and I'm just calling in to express my support for the contextual overlay. I listened to Erica's presentation, and I agree with what she said, and would just ask that the commission approve the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you calling in. Any other callers, Sean?
Chairman, there are currently no other callers in the queue. We'll pause for a few seconds and see if anyone's trying to reach us, and then I'll check back in.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, we do not have any other callers in the queue on this item.
All right, no more callers, and there's not a rebuttal. That was the letter from the councilwoman. As the applicant, seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare this public hearing closed. How about we go to the commissioners? How about we'll start with Commissioner Lawson.
Oh, I think the community has spoken very well and has used a great tool to help define their neighborhood. And I'm going to listen to the other commissioners, but I am definitely want to approve this one.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Murphy?
Again, I think this is great when neighborhoods can use these tools that we created just for them. Although it is limited, I think it is important to go block by block and street by street to find things that work for that neighborhood. And so I commend the council lady and her neighbors that have led this effort to get this done.
Thank you. Commissioner Sims?
Sorry, couldn't get it unmuted. Yeah, I'm really grateful when a community can find its own voice and use what few tools we can give them, and I'm very much in support of this.
Thank you. Commissioner Tibbs?
No further comment. I support it.
All right. And Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to applaud our neighborhood because contextual overlay is, have to be complete block face. And sometimes it's so difficult because one or two neighbors don't want it. But actually, it's great to see everybody in this block face get together. So I'm in support.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gobble?
I support it.
Vice Chair?
I support it, and I can't tell if am I the last?
You're the last. It's a proper
I'm the
motion.
last.
Yeah.
I will make a motion that we approve, and thank you to the council lady for pulling this together.
That's a proper motion. And is there a second? Commissioner Tibbs?
I second that.
That's a proper second. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your icon hand or verbally state you want to discuss it. Seeing no other discussion, I will do roll call vote now. Vice Chair Farr?
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Councilor Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Sims?
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs?
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item number 44 is adopted. We are now on to item 45, I believe, for the presentation. It's Mr. Swagger. Jason, you're up.
Foot property is located at 1924 9th Avenue North. It's just south of Clay Street. Next slide. This is another view of the site, which is outlined in blue. It currently contains one single family home. Next slide. Staff is recommending disapproval. The existing zoning on the property is 1 and 2 family residential, R6. The R6 district on this property will permit a maximum of 2 residential units. The proposed zoning is commercial services. The commercial service district is intended to provide opportunities for a diverse range of commercial uses. This property is in the North Nashville Community Plan, and the policy is urban neighborhood maintenance. This policy only supports residential development. You can go up 2 slides, Lisa. Being that the proposed zoning district is a commercial district, then it's not consistent with the residential policy. Therefore, staff is recommending disapproval.
Thank you, Jason. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant on the line, Sean? Is the applicant on the line?
Chair, we do have an applicant representative and they are unmuted and able to speak.
Okay, the applicant, you'll have 10 minutes. You can use
Robert.
2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal, and you can begin. Please state your name and address. Is the applicant on the line? Hello? Sean, do we have the applicant?
Jay Fulmer, are you speaking? You're not muted. It's your turn.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought Steve Armistead was speaking on our behalf. Yes, we have a 3-parcel property, the southwest corner and the southeast corner of 9th and Clay. And the subject property that we're rezoning is part of the southeast corner of the project. It is zoned residential, and we're trying to rezone it to CS to be compatible with the other 2 properties. And it'll allow a mix of multifamily and with a small amount of retail to anchor that corner. And we understand that it's neighborhood maintenance policy, and this actually creates a great little neighborhood center intersection. There's a bus stop, and it's on the major collector street plan. And we're hoping that you will entertain it to be included in our project.
Hey, Jay, this is Steve Armstead. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not sure. Yeah, I was muted there for a few minutes. Sorry, Jay, you had to jump in there.
Go ahead, Steve.
And if you don't mind, I'd just like to say that, as a developer and partner in this particular project, that we have assembled a really good team to take this on. We're using certified construction. The Bradley Projects as our architect, and then Jay Fulmer is our civil engineer. And I think that we've taken a very intentional, very deliberate approach to this, given the neighborhood. We see this as an opportunity to provide some workforce, I think much needed workforce housing for this part of town. When it came to us, there were 3 vacant lots here, and we just think that it's the best approach. We immediately went to Brandon Taylor, who's been very supportive. We had a community meeting December 10th with approximately 70 people in attendance. Addressed Jared Bradley did a very good job of addressing the community, very thorough, and we have had no pushback of any consequence that I'm familiar with up to this point. And I think, again, it's just good community support. They've seen the plan. It's, again, very intentional, very deliberate. And we do ask for your support with this. It will help. It really helps this project out. We need it to move ahead.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
And I do believe, I think Brandon's going to say a few things as well, too, in our support.
Yeah. So, Councilman, I see Councilman Taylor is on the line. Councilman, we'll generally, we let everybody go, rebuttal, and then we'll give you as much time as you need very last. Is that okay?
That's always okay. Thanks so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. I think you might be the longest staying councilman on the call, which I appreciate.
I've been around a little bit.
Yeah, good. Okay.
I've been trying to keep up and pop back in every once in a while.
Good. Okay. So now, anything else from the applicant? I want to make sure they got everything in.
I think, Greg, that pretty much covers it. I'm trying to take the more global approach here, but I think it pretty well articulates it.
Okay, thank you. We'll reserve 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
Greg, I think the only thing I'd like to add is this is just one of the 3 parcels included in the project, and we understand that the policy is neighborhood maintenance, and that that's intended for it to remain residential, and so we understand that staff was forced into a recommendation of denial, but given the neighborhood support we've had, we hope that it can be considered otherwise.
Okay, thank you. We'll reserve 2 minutes for y'all's rebuttal. And now we are on the public call-in portion of the public hearing. We are now ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show the call-in number now. We have set up a queue, so you don't need to wait. As a matter of fact, it helps if everyone calls in right now to get you in the queue. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please only call on this current case. Please state your name and address and whether you support or disapprove the project. We're not able to display the timer, as I've stated before. This is a reminder that Sean will remind you that when you have 30 seconds left of your 2 minutes. And we appreciate everybody calling in, and please keep it professional. Lisa, emails. Did we get any emails on the project?
Hi, Chairman. We did receive 5 emails in support prior to the deadline, and we did receive 1 email in opposition after the deadline for emails.
Okay, thank you. Sean, do we have any callers in the queue?
We do, and we are putting the first caller into the meeting as we speak. So you have the first caller now.
All right, welcome. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address, and you can begin.
Thank you. My name is M. Simone Boyd, and I live on Steepest Street, about 4 blocks from the project. And I'm calling to express support and ask that the Planning Commission approve this request. While I appreciate staff's recommendation and so appreciate them helping us work to maintain neighborhood maintenance, I believe this project is thoughtfully considered an exception. If you look at the screen that's up now, staff presented what's across the street would make it consistent across, on both sides. In addition to that, workforce housing is something that our neighborhood desperately needs, and it would help meet us the goal of keeping our neighborhood economically inclusive rather than just building 2 additional high-price units. As been stated, they came and met with the neighborhood, and no one expressed opposition at that meeting. And in exchange for this request, they agreed to add sidewalks and complete the sidewalks, and add stop signs and improve the bus stop. And for me, this really represents a positive shift in development working to meet the needs of the neighborhood rather than simply extracting resources. My last point is that near a school, and currently there allows for liquor sales, and the applicant expressed also concerned about that because of some other property they own.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. They would, I think they could remove that allowance for the liquor sales during their middle school. So thank you so much for listening and for y'all's time this evening. It's been a long night. That's all.
Thank you. John, next caller.
Hi, thanks. We are working on placing them into the meeting now. And Chairman, you have the next caller.
Excellent. Welcome. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and your address for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, this is Elliot Perry at 1841 9th Avenue North, just down the street. I'm not really speaking for or against. I'm just looking for more information about the project that's happening down there on the corner of Clay Street. At this point, I've been trying to find more info, and I just can't, and that may be my own ignorance into the process. So if there's any more info that y'all can provide about the development, I'd love to, just to have a little bit more info before it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, next caller.
Chair, there are no additional callers in the queue.
All right, let's wait a minute and let us know if any more join in, any more call in.
Chairman, this is Lucy. I want to thank all the commissioners for their service tonight and staying late and working the remote meeting. Thank you very much. We're grateful to you.
We're grateful to you guys. It's been good. In these small silent moments, one of us may fall asleep.
No, I'm not going to let you do that. I also want to thank Charda, who's been with us the entire night from ITS, helping us resolve issues and working it. So ITS has been a great partner and help for us.
And Chair, we do not have any. Oh, sorry, Chair, we do not have any additional callers in the queue for this item.
Okay, good deal. Having no other callers, we'll go back to the applicant for a 2-minute rebuttal.
Okay, this is Steve again, guys. We appreciate
and then the councilman. I'm sorry, Steve. And then the councilman.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I just wanted to reemphasize, and Brandon may do this as well, but and Ms. Boyd addressed this too. There are 4 things that Councilman Taylor has requested, and we are going to provide these. And one was a 4-way stop, which brings traffic. It slows things down through the neighborhood. It's only a 2-way stop right now. We're also looking at engaging the Arts Commission on doing something across the walkway there, the crosswalk, which will add something really creative to the neighborhood. We're going to do a bus stop shelter. There's already a bus stop there, but we're going to add a shelter. We're also looking at a fence along the residential property line that has been requested by one of the neighbors. And we're also going to extend the sidewalk and continue to extend it from 9th to 10th from the alleyway. So just to show our support for the neighborhood, and per Brandon's request, we are going to address those items. We think it does improve the neighborhood, and it helps our project out as well.
Thank you. Anything else?
I think we just, we understand and we're sympathetic to the cost. We really are. And I think that Jay just addressed this, but however, we see this, if you look at it globally, it's good for the neighborhood and it's good for Nashville. It's providing good architecture, and this will be classified basically as workforce housing that will be good for that area of Nashville. It's much needed right now in a transitioning area.
Okay. Now
those are the final comments right there.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, sir. Councilman Taylor, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. You're recognized.
Look at you guys. We get a lot of practice with these late nights, so I'm excited to be here. So thanks so much. I'm not going to say a lot, but try to go quickly. When this was first introduced to me, I like to get community input on pretty much everything that I do. That's my #1 goal as a council member. And so we had a community meeting about this. Had a great turnout to that meeting, and we didn't really have anyone in opposition. As I followed up with the community, I did ask just kind of what are some of the things that they had thoughts on, because I wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence on my behalf to get the best information from the community. Also reached out to Councilmember Toombs for this meeting to invite her council district. I try to do that when I'm on the edge of our council districts to make my colleagues aware of what's happening right across the street and how it will affect their constituents. And so just to kind of let you guys know, we had the meeting. I sent 3 emails, we sent mail, and 2 robocalls just to make sure everybody gets out, because I'm big, again, on public information, and for me to receive that information. And then when the project went along after our meeting, there was a few things that we wanted to discuss. One of the major things was the PUD on one of the properties next door to the property in question. And actually, I've started a conversation with the developer. We're going to remove that PUD. And I've started conversation with planning to remove that PUD. I think that would be much more beneficial to the community. As the property in question, this is a CS on this lot there, or excuse me, in this area, those at this intersection, 3 of the properties are zone CS. So it's the property to the northwest is also zone CS, and then the property to the northeast is zone residential. And so it kind of put us in a tough place with the properties already having the designated zoning. That zoning does, of course, offer several opportunities for different commercial. And I believe one of the things that I do like about this project and that the community liked about the project is that it wouldn't use the majority of what is allowed in a CS zoning. So overall, my big thing was to listen to the community. I had support from the community, and one thing you guys learn about me: if I don't have support, I really won't talk about it. If I have high opposition, I wouldn't get this far. Is my goal. So right now, I just wanted to just give you guys just a brief understanding that I'm just kind of leading from within with the community. We've had a lot of folks that have reached out that said that they liked the project. I've had one person to reach out to me that does not like the project, and I'm willing to have conversations again with the community for more information. We heard one caller asking for more information, so I'm willing to reach out to him and share that with him. But thanks so much, you all, for being there, and we really appreciate your flexibility during the pandemic, and we appreciate you guys for your service. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. We're on to discussion. I don't think we've started with Commissioner Johnson yet. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I appreciate, council member and development team. Sounded like it is great, exciting things happening and lots of attention and neighbors on board. Unfortunately, as a planning commission, we do not have all the information or excitement you brought up. I could sense from your voice, but we do not have that information. So just strictly speaking of the policy, neighborhood maintenance, and adjacent property from there is all residential neighborhood. So just changing one residential zoning to CS is against the policy. So for that purpose, a principle, unfortunately, I will agree with the staff. So if, as council member said, a part cancellation is at work, so in coincide with part cancellation and probably policy amendment or SP or anything to include that property and show what kind of project it will be happening in that intersection, we might be able to support it. But unfortunately, under this circumstance, just changing one parcel from residential to commercial against the policy, I am in favor of staff recommendation for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Gobble?
Yeah, I kind of understand the request, and it does kind of make sense to square all that up, but I tend to support staff. I'll listen to the other commissioners.
Vice Chair Farr?
Do we have like a full land use map here which shows a little more broadly? I know everything else in this immediate area is R6. Are there other commercial corners sort of comparable to this somewhere in the area?
I don't believe we have anything that is zoomed out more. I'm checking.
You do have Rosa Park that's just to the east.
Commissioners, this is Councilmember Taylor. Just south of that, 2 blocks is Buchanan and 9th, which is becoming a business corridor where we're doing a lot of things there.
I mean, I understand completely that we don't want to go, especially with neighborhood maintenance, that we don't want to go against policy, but I do definitely see the rationale for doing this. I mean, it does align with the property right behind it. You know, so I'm kind of torn on this one. I mean, I would like to, I think I'll listen to others, but I do see the rationale of lining everything up. And you already have some commercial encroachment into this neighborhood maintenance area with that big CS property there. So I might be inclined to support this.
Commissioner Tibbs.
So I'm all for the workforce housing, but why CS? Can staff answer that? Why CS? CS doesn't even mention housing. So yeah, maybe let me ask that question first.
Hi, this is Lisa. So I believe that the intent is to develop the 2 CS properties, the CS property where the PUD is right now and the one across the street, and this property, all 3 together. These are within the other 2 properties are already zoned CS, and CS does permit residential uses where as an adaptive use. There's a clause, adaptive residential, and it's a permitted use with conditions in all CS zoning districts. In order for that to be applicable, you have to have frontage on a major arterial or collector. And in this case, 9th Avenue is a collector. And so I believe that that would be the goal. The developer may want to speak to that, but I believe that that's the goal.
Let's hear from the developer to get it clear. Are they unmuted?
No, that's exactly right. The intent is to use the adaptive residential clause as a permitted with conditions use under CS and to make that one parcel match the other 2 parcels.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I hear a lot about matching, which I don't get. I don't have a problem with, but it still doesn't seem like. I don't know. It's just something about it doesn't really feel right. Just to be truly transparent here, and I know this area pretty well, and it I definitely support the development in this area, and I can understand why the neighborhood is excited about development, but is this really the right thing to change this zoning? It's totally out of character of the area. I feel like there is a better zoning that could still meet at least what you're selling, at least what you seem to be selling as a development. Maybe if I knew more about the development, I would have a little bit more feeling about it, but I feel like what you're looking for, you could get from a little bit more compatible zoning, in my opinion. So I'm still prone to go with staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sims.
Yes, sir. I feel exactly like Commissioner Tibbs just said. I'm always leery of doing a zone change without some assurance to the neighborhood of what they're actually going to get. This is kind of begged for an SP, and I was surprised that it didn't go that way, but this is such an incompatible zoning change that I just can't vote for it, and I'm sorry.
Councilor Murphy. Thank you, Commissioner Sims.
Well,
Councilor Murphy.
Commissioner Tibbs took a little bit of my thunder there. I think we are along the same train of thought. So I have, while the other commissioners were speaking, I was multitasking. I was listening to y'all and I was scanning back through the staff report. And I was listening to the comments that we heard. And the first time that I heard that this was going to be workforce housing was from a constituent calling in support of the case. Now, at the end of the day, y'all have not told us what you're doing here. You have not said what is being built on this property, how these properties are going to interact, which properties are going to be built on and connected, and this, that, and the other. Quite frankly, I feel like I'm being offered some beachfront property in Arizona. I have a problem when people, and I feel, and Councilman Taylor, I'll call you out a little bit because we share some boundaries and we've had some other rezonings, but I feel it is misleading when you use one zoning that is called commercial services to do residential or residential adaptive reuse. That's just misleading to it's just not transparent in my mind. So without knowing more about what is on these other corners, without knowing why the PUD was not part of this application to be removed, without knowing why you are not applying to change the policy on this one parcel. We've had 2-3 cases here tonight and many over this term of changing the policy so you can get what you need on 1 or 2 parcels. That's not what is being presented here tonight. We are not being told what your plan is here for this property. What it is a straight rezone, and it sounds to me like there are 15 carts before this horse. The developer said he's going to do a 4-way start. He's engaging the Arts Commission. There's going to be a bus shelter. There's going to be a fence line, and there's going to be a sidewalk from 9th to 10th. But with the straight rezone, the community has no guarantee any of that is going to happen. And so, again, I'm going to go back to, I think this is a beachfront in Arizona. I trust Councilman Taylor. I have enjoyed working with him and learning from him tremendously. But I think that this zone change that is before us, I could support it if it was coming along with a policy, a community plan policy amendment, if it was coming with the PUD removal, and if there was some sort of site plan to tell us what was going on. But quite frankly, the development team here, and I love you, Councilman Taylor, but even you have not told us what is being built here other than changing it to a CS. And I know, at least in my district, if I was just up and zoning something to a CS without some sort of description of what is going there, even if I had done it at a community meeting, but to come to the planning commission and not tell us what's going to be built here other than potentially workforce housing, this is just not something that I can support whatsoever. But do not misunderstand me. I would love for y'all to come back and have the PUD removal at the same time, talking about the policy change on this corner at the same time. This sounds like the perfect area for a neighborhood commercial. I'm forgetting what they call them in the planning, but the kind of the neighborhood commercial corner or corridor or whatever. I feel like you have something good here, but what you are telling me and what you have applied for do not add up in my mind, and I can't get there with the little information given to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawson.
Yeah, I have to agree with quite a bit of what has been said. One thing that's floating around in my mind is that I see perhaps bits of opportunity here, and Councilor you touched on it and stole a little of my thunder, but that's all right. I got some raindrops left. it really would be good if perhaps we look at a deferral on this and they come back with a total plan and say, here's what we want to do. Here's what we want to build here. Here's what we want to do with the property. And maybe that there's something in what they really want to do that could mitigate circumstances and perhaps give an opportunity for development. I know the area very well, and they sure could use it, but it's like it's selling property in Arizona. I'll use that in a speech next time.
All right, so now we will need a motion. There's been some deferral talk. Director, any idea, any thoughts?
So typically, if it's the sense of the commission to urge a deferral, we would go back to the applicant or the council member and kind of get a read from them on their openness to entertaining the commission's comments and to take those into account.
Yes.
I would also ask Lisa if there's been a bill filed.
Has there been a bill filed?
There's not been a bill filed.
Hi, this is Lisa. No, there's no bill filed.
Good.
Okay. Councilman Taylor, what do you think about a deferral motion to maybe get?
I think, so, you know, and one thing you guys, I'm not going to ever speak on what the developer should tell you. And so I will say that. So Councilman Murphy, I appreciate your thoughts. I generally speak on what the community wants. So I'm hired by them. So you'll generally get that from me, but a deferral, I'm not in a rush, but it's not my land, but I'm not in a rush. But I would look at a deferral because there are some plans that were shared at the community meeting that you all did not have in your packets that I think would be beneficial to carry this conversation a bit more.
Well, we also generally just out of pure respect ask if we're asking the developer for a deferral. Is the developer still online? And director, would it be a one meeting deferral? Is that what we're thinking, or what do you think on the timing?
I think if the goal is to accomplish a different application type, such as an SP, you would need more time than that. I think if the idea is that we would want to entertain or have more information about the concept, that could be a one meeting deferral. I would just say to Councilwoman Murphy's point that that the planning department looks at the zoning only. So we could imagine anything within that zoning category could be built here. And so even if you get a concept plan that shows what's going to be accomplished on the site, if it's still this particular zoning, there's no way for the department to enforce that. And so I just want to caution the commission to be clear about the information that it wants to pursue.
Yeah. Excellent. Is the developer on the line? I think you kind of see the tea leaves. What do you think about deferral, and what is your intention?
Hey, this is Steve Armstead. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, I've been on and off mute here. I'm not sure how to control that.
No. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got it's a great plan, and no, you guys have not seen that. But deferral for us just kicks the can down the road further, and that's time, money. We're under pressure to get this thing going. By right, we can do something we can do 2 homes on the site, which don't really serve our purpose, but we can do that. And that will probably be our course of action here. Jay, are you on here?
I am. We did not include a site plan with this since it was a base rezoning. We did include a site plan in our presentation. And, I know that we're committed to that plan with Councilman Taylor. It does leave a little bit of openness with the commission as far as voting on this, and would be helpful for you to see. But since we are a base rezoning and not an SP, that wasn't included.
Yeah, but the question is you guys are not, you don't want a deferral tonight. We'll vote on it and go from there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct, yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, so.
Chairman, just checking in on you. You're muted.
Getting late, so sorry about that. So it looks clear that the developer doesn't want a deferral. So all the commissioners have spoken, and the councilman, after we vote on it, whether we disapprove it or approve it, then it's really up to the councilman at that point. So, but it's clear that the developer, as you heard, doesn't want a deferral. So we'll need a motion from a commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the staff recommendation.
That's a proper motion to disapprove, correct?
Yes.
Proper motion. Is there a second? And Commissioner Tibbs.
Second.
Proper second. Any other discussion?
I have discussion, Chairman.
Oh, there's Council A. Murphy. You're recognized.
I trust Councilman Taylor. And although I have described this plan, or lack thereof, any plan, as selling us beachfront property in Arizona, if the developer is going to imply that he is going to go back on his commitments to the community if we disapprove this tonight, we do have, and I would like to hear from the councilman after I say this, is we do have the option to approve this CS zoning with a commitment from the councilman that when it gets to planning, or when it gets to our committee planning at the council, that it's going to have a plan attached, it's going to have conditions attached, it's going to be, the developer is actually going to, the words are going to come out of their mouth explaining what they are trying to do here. And the councilman can always send it back to the planning commission for further advisement. And now normally, that's risky for us to do. I mean, if we're gonna game theory this out, but I do trust Councilman Taylor, but I also have no desire to approve this plan as submitted to us because there is no plan. But if it is what he feels is best for the community, while we also have to weigh that the developer just told us if we don't give them what they want, then they will do something that is not in the best interest of the community. I think that is something for us to consider, and for a trial by fire of a councilman 6 months into his term. So I would like to hear from the councilman a little bit more if that is appropriate at this time. Otherwise, I am inclined to support the motion.
Well, I think there's a motion to disapprove. I'm not, the councilman, I trust that the councilman and the council will work this out as it moves forward. But as it stands, the commission is making a statement that we disapprove because, we don't have a plan. Right, it's not an SP. Right. So I think the motion.
And you're right. He can take it to the council, disapprove. Councilman Taylor has the full right and ability to do that as well. So.
Yeah, and for the planning commissioners, reminder is if it goes to the council disapproved, it has to get, the councilman has to get 27 votes instead of 21. And, I think that us, the motion is to disapprove we're stating how we feel about the project at this point in time. So I don't think we need to have a back and forth with the two council members. It would be great if you guys could talk and work through this. I think the commission has spoken. I mean, unless the councilman wants to say something, but I feel like the motion to disapprove is pretty clear. So we have a motion and a second, and now the councilman is raising his hand. So we always want to work with the council members. So Councilman Taylor, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I can definitely work with the developer to get some more information, possibly even a re-referral back to Planning Commission to share in more detail of what, I mean, because right now, I mean, black and white, we're looking at one parcel, right? But to be quite honest, this is multiple parcels, and to get the best overview for you all to make the best decision on behalf of the city of Nashville, you would need to see that. And so I can definitely work with the developer to assure you that we can do that. And we can make amendments and changes up until third reading on this bill if introduced. So Councilmember Murphy, yes, indeed. That information that you asked for, I want to share not only with the council members, but with the Planning Commission and Planning Department as well. And as I speak now, I'll ask the developers to send that information to Mr. Stewart as expedient as they can, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Councilman. So we have a proper motion and a proper second. Any other discussion? Please raise your icon hands or verbally say you'd like to discuss. And I'm looking to make sure. Seeing none, there's no further discussion, so we are ready for the vote. And Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
And the vote is, to be clear,
To disapprove.
To disapprove and
Yes.
Approve the staff's recommendation for disapproval. So Vice Chair Farr.
I approve that motion.
Okay. Clear as mud. Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Councilman Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and the motion is to disapprove. And now we're on to our last item at about midnight, which is item 46. And that is Mr. Swagger. Jason.
Okay, item 46 is a request to rezone properties in Southeast Nashville from 1 and 2 family residential to single family residential. Next slide, staff is recommending approval with a substitute ordinance. Next slide, the subject area to be rezoned consists of approximately 200 lots and contains approximately 126 acres. This slide should also help orient everyone to where we are in the world. Dippers Corner is east of the site. Target located I-65 and Old Hickory Boulevard is to the west. Subject areas consist mostly of single-family homes. There are also a few two-family lots. Next slide. The existing zoning districts is R15, R20, and R40, which all permit two-family residential units. The proposed zoning district is RS15, RS20, and RS4, which would only permit single-family. Next slide. This is in the Southeast Community Plan, and the policy is suburban neighborhood maintenance. This policy supports residential. The policy recognizes that areas which this policy is applied will experience some change over time. However, is intended to preserve the overall character. In this case, the majority of the homes are single family, and the proposed zoning districts would maintain that character. Next slide. Staff is recommending approval of a substitute ordinance. The substitute would exclude 7 properties from the original request. The lots in red are the lots removed with the substitute. It includes lots that have current permits to build 2-family homes and several oversized corner lots. By removing the lots that have 2-family permits would keep them from becoming non-conforming. The oversized corner lots are also ideal locations for 2-family homes and provide some opportunities for additional housing options without changing the overall character of the area. So in conclusion, staff is recommending approval with the substitute ordinance.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. And now we'll open this item for public hearing. And I'm assuming the council members are the applicants.
Hi, Chairman Atkins. This is Lisa. Councilmember Swope is the applicant. I believe he spoke at the beginning of the meeting. He is not on the call any longer, but he asked for the Planning Commission to approve.
I do remember that now, 8 hours ago. So I do remember that. I'll remember that when he's wanting something else. He didn't stay on the line for 8 hours. I'll remember that for Councilman Swope. Just kidding. So the council members already spoken on this to approve it. So now we are ready for the call-in portion of the meeting. And to go through this while folks are ready to call, please call in now. And you should see on your screens the phone number to call in. Please call in. You don't have to wait till the next caller finishes because we'll put you in a queue. Please state your name and address. You'll have 2 minutes. Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left to give you time to close your statement. And so we are ready to get the callers in the queue. But before we do that, let's check with Lisa on emails. Lisa, did we receive any emails on this item?
Hi, Chairman. We did receive 8 emails in support of the application and 0 emails in opposition.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. And so, Sean, we are now on to the callers portion. Folks calling in to testify. Do we have any callers in the queue?
Chair, we do have callers in the queue, and we are placing the first caller into the meeting as we speak. So you now have the first caller.
All right, welcome.
Hello.
And please state your name and address. You have 2 minutes and you can begin.
Okay, hello. My name is Charlotte Smith. My husband and I live at 5516 Thalman Drive. We live in the old original farmhouse of the area. I am an environmentalist, and I'm very concerned about the environment in our communities. We have well-established homes with many trees, old trees that provide a lot of shade for our streets. We have a lot of people that walk in our streets, young and old. And I hate to see a developer come in and tear down perfectly good homes and build 2 or 3 houses on the lot. And many times the trees are torn down. We've seen a tree not long ago just torn down by a backhoe, perfectly good, mature tree. And also more houses cause more traffic and more safety risk to the people that walk in our communities. And I'd like to see the integrity of our communities like it is, and that the developers wouldn't come down and build 2 or 3 houses to a lot. And thank you for considering this, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Any other callers, Sean?
Chairman, we do have other callers in the queue. And you have the next caller now.
My name is Victoria Ross. I live at 701 Heather Spring near Granbury School. I support the request by Councilman Swope to rezone to RS zoning, single family, currently not density, preserving a unique asset of our community. building unlimited two-family houses on these lots would permanently and detrimentally characteristics of the neighborhood, which attracted us in the first place 30 years ago. Therefore, I support this zoning change to prevent tall skinnies, the scourge of Nashville, from entering this beautiful neighborhood with, as the previous caller stated, really beautiful established trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
The TV behind you. I'll go ahead and put you in. Thank you.
All right.
Chairman, you have the next caller.
Welcome. Please state your name and your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes. You can start now.
Thank you. And I live at 5433 Bradfield Drive. I wanted to urge you to have this where we can have the houses in this area are the majority are one-story, nice brick ranch houses. They are in about 50 years old, but they're all very well kept, and they have, a lot of them have had additions and renovations, and there's a large old tree canopy in the area. The garages in these older homes that are in the back or the side. Now the lots that they're already building two houses on, the houses don't fit in with the neighborhood. They're not brick. They're siding. They're two-story. They look the same, like two houses next to each other. They look the same. Most of them, when they're done, like two on a lot like that, the garages are in the front, which is not as desirable. And it's just such a nice, quiet, wonderful neighborhood, the trees, and it's quiet. And I just don't believe that having those two-story houses two on a lot fits in with the existing neighborhood. And so that is why I would like to approve this zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers, Sean?
We do have one more.
Hi, if you could go ahead and behind you to the feedback. I'll go ahead and then I will go ahead and put you in the meeting. Thanks.
And Chairman, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record, and you can begin.
Hi, I'm Susan Martin. I live at 512 Woodhurst Drive, and I'm calling to support the change in zoning. I hope you'll pass it. We really appreciate what you've been doing. I can't believe you're at this 8 hours in, and I've gotten a new appreciation for you folks. As the other callers have said, this is an established neighborhood. This is not, I repeat, not a neighborhood in decline. This is a neighborhood that's been maintained, and I think keeping the character of our neighborhoods is extremely important. Sadly, there have been 2 or 3 lots in the general area that have sold and have put 2 separate homes up, and they tower over the others. They just don't belong. You know, the Taj Mahal is a beautiful building, but it would be very ugly in this neighborhood. They just don't belong. So we beg you to do what you can to keep the integrity of this lovely neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers, Sean?
Chairman, we have no other callers in the queue.
Okay. So now we're on to a rebuttal, and that would be the council members, and they're not on the line. And so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. So now we didn't have anyone in opposition, so it's really late. So instead of going to every commissioner, let's try to do this. You know, I'm always about the commissioners getting time to speak, but it seems like a pretty clean case. So is there a commissioner, is other than a motion for approval, are there any questions? Councilor Murphy, do you have a question or you want to make a motion?
I am ready to make a motion.
All right, let's just double check. If you have specific, go ahead and make the motion, Counselor.
I would make a motion to approve.
It's a proper motion, and is there a second, Vice Chair?
Second.
All right. Oh, Commissioner Lawson, that's a second. Any other discussion? Please raise your icon hand or verbally state you want to discuss it. Seeing no other discussion, we are ready for a vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Commissioner Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item number 46 is adopted. That completes our normal agenda, and we're on other business. Congratulations, everyone. Historic. Anything on historic?
Yes, I'll be very, very quick. I did attend a virtual Historic Zoning Commission meeting, and it did not go as long as our meeting. But after the meeting, we had a workshop. At the workshop, Historical Zoning Commissioners learned fundamental of community plan, general plan, and zoning and zone change and so forth. So overall, what we are doing. So what impressed and was every commissioners who watched a presentation from Historic Commission staff was very impressed and so eager to learn about all these detail and zoning and complication. And I thought it was great to have those excellent commissioners on the Historic Zoning Commission as well. And also ITS, Ms. Johnson and Charter was also working on the Historic Zoning Commission meeting, and I would like to thank you to stay up this late for us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Parks, Jeff's not on the call, and so we'll move on to Executive Committee. I want to say thank you for everybody, and thank you for being patient with me as I recovered. And I want to thank the Vice Chair and Commissioner Haynes for covering and running the meetings during those times. It means a lot to me. I'm very proud of the work that we do. And one thing I do want to note is that the director and I have had lots of conversations about COVID, as we've explained to the commissioners before. Our plan is to, because of the extension of the executive order by the governor for telephone public meetings, our plan is to do this month's meeting and then next month's meeting, and then we'll be in communication and kind of see where the COVID numbers are and the executive order and all of that. But I assure you that the Vice Chair and myself and we want to make sure that the public is safe, the commissioners are safe as volunteers, and that the director and I will continue to work hard on this and make sure that we continue to do the city's business, but in a safe manner. Director, you want to add anything to that?
I don't. We just what you said. Very well said.
Perfect. And so, Vice Chair, you want to add anything?
Because I can't even figure out how to use my mute button. I would be happy to make a motion to adjourn.
All right. Well, we've got two more items. So real quick.
Good.
So director's report. Anything from Lucy you want to wrap up?
I heard the Vice Chair, and I have one thing, and I promise we will be very quick. A couple of you have written me and asked me how or whether we are holding any community meetings remotely. And so I've asked Greg Claxton, who heads up that section. We're going to be so fast to just tell you what we're doing. because I promised a couple of you that I would give you an update during my report. And so we'll be quick, and then we can give you more information at a workshop. But Greg, go ahead and explain what we're doing so that the commissioners know and sort of aren't surprised. And I appreciate your grace right now.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Greg Claxton. We've conducted 4 virtual plan amendment community meetings so far under COVID. You heard the first of those tonight with the Foster Street plan amendment in East Nashville. Anna went through some of the details of what we do for that. It is a WebEx meeting like this, where we have people can join through their computers. They can call in through the telephone if they don't have computer access. They can watch it online or on Metro Nashville network. That one went very well. We did 3 more plan amendment discussions in one evening because they're also very staff intensive. And those so far have gone pretty well. We also have one long range study going on right now, the Dickerson North study. We had the charrette for that scheduled around the time that the Safer at Home orders came out. So we put a pause on that. We looked at what other communities, other planning agencies are doing, and we started building back kind of a paired video overview of kind of what had been done in the project so far, along with a very intense survey where we track the demographics of the people who participate so that we can kind of see who we're reaching, understand kind of if different demographic groups are answering differently, that sort of thing. Our next step in that is to look at ways to handle the draft plan unveiling, which we're going to step into very carefully because we know that that is a very different exercise than just a survey. We've also been meeting with the steering committee for that project remotely through WebEx as well, and that seems to be going pretty well. We're getting very good discussions, very good reviews of the survey and kind of the preliminary recommendations. So that's kind of a brief overview of how we're adapting to community engagement under COVID. I would say that there's things that we've done that have been successful. There's things that have happened that I'm a little leery about, but we continue to work at it to find ways to keep moving forward.
Thank you, Greg. Greg has been doing a phenomenal job. Like the rest of us, we're just trying to make our way to kind of adapt and learn and adapt again and be better. So, Greg, thank you, and you've done a fantastic job. And if you guys want to know more, we can update you at an upcoming workshop or something like that. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Greg.
Well, and Director, if you could do us a favor, I think it'd be helpful for the commissioners if Greg could email everybody that summary, and that way they have it at their fingertips and they can share with community leaders and stuff. I think that would be great.
Thank you.
All right, we are on to legislative update, Councilwoman.
Great, thanks. I'll be really fast. 2 things. One thing is, I am like 6-8 months into being the council planning chair. And what I've been doing is kind of readapting the agenda that we use over there. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback. What it includes is when the Planning Commission decided on something, what the vote was, kind of the legislative history. Greg and I both work at the legislature, so it's a little bit more of like kind of the report that we get from there. And I think council members have found it very helpful, or at least or maybe they're just lying to me, but they found it more helpful. And so in the backlog of what we're having over there, it has been able to give us literally this past council meeting. I had 50 items on the agenda. I got through them in 43 minutes. So I appreciate the work that we're doing here because it allows us to not have to sort through as much over there. So thank all of y'all for that. And then secondly, you heard me mention the street trees that came through before us. And then I'm going to ask that our staff at council or staff here at planning give us a 1-pager of whoever's developing that so that we all are aware of it and can think about it and know about that kind of new policy that came through. And just a huge shout out to Council Lady Angie Hitterson, because she is a workhorse and a mama bear of just getting things done that is good for Nashville. So So I'll leave it at that, and I just appreciate all y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Vice Chair, you have a motion to adjourn?
I did not mean to hurry everybody up. I was off agenda order, so I apologize. Thank you, Director and Council Lady, for those updates. But I will be happy now to make a motion that we adjourn.
Thank you. Please make that's a proper, but please make that motion.
I made that motion.
All right. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Aye.
Good night, everybody.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.